Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, it's a day after the launch of the Hustler Fund by the President William Ruto, and there are different responses, others overwhelming response in terms of those people who wants to get a loan and be able to do business, while the others are indifferent about the whole scenario. The opposition particularly says that is hot air. Others analyzing say it is only meant to make Kenyans poorer. Well, what is your take on the same? Even as we start out the conversation tonight. Well, another aspect of our discussion is the DPP breaks record in dropping charges against all most accused people. Cases that have been in his desk for a year plus are now being dropped left, right, and center. People who are accused now are becoming state witnesses. Murder charges being dropped. What's happening with DPP? Was it a change of government meant dropping of cases, or what is going on in Kenya? Being in power means no case can be raised against you. I want you to help me ask the DPP, what is wrong with these cases? How come he didn't drop the cases under Uhuru Kenyatta? It drops cases with no serious consideration. I mean, oral application, you drop a case. Please, let's look at this keenly and be able to tell each other the truth. Does Kenya Kwanza stand for rule of law? Does Kenya Kwanza stand for justice? Or what is happening? Welcome on board, even as we start out our conversation. Thank you so much for making time. As we look keenly on our discussion, the DPP disappoints Kenyans, leaves us in shock by dropping charges against Aisha Jumwa, and now there is the lady who was accused of murdering the husband. Things are not easy at this point in time with this country called Kenya. What is your take? Let's talk and tell each other the truth. And of course, there is party politics where supremacy between UDA and ODM, and of course, other parties coming into play. The Bungoma senatorial seat begins to paint a picture that is showing that UDA has a candidate in Bungoma. And it seems there is Ford Kenya in Bungoma, there is ANC in Bungoma. Why should UDA have a candidate in Bungoma when they are all in one coalition called Kenya Kwanza? Is UDA flexing muscle against Ford Kenya ANC, or flexing muscle against ODM and Azimio? What's happening with our party politics? Let's look at it keenly. And of course, the putting off of MAANDAMANO by Baba, as he explained that the teachers and the parents requested, since the candidates are sitting for their final exam, there will be disruption if there will be MAANDAMANO. Some Kenyans are very, very, very disappointed. They were ever ready for this MAANDAMANO, and they don't want to hear anything else. Wanataka MAANDAMANO dhidi ya serikali ya William Ruto. Sijui wewe unaonaje mambo haya? Jana mtu akanitumia ujumbe kwamba amekutana na vijana wawili wamebeba mkate. Wanaomba kwamba baba, tunataka maandamano, tunataka kusikia kitu chochote Hatutaki Ruto, tunataka baba. Sijui wewe unaonaje hayo mambo? Naomba tujadili kwa kina ili tuelewane. Karibu kila mmoja, na ukitupata tu karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Samahani sikuweza kuwa na mjadala siku mbili sasa kwa sababu kuna mkutano nafanya ambao wakati mwingine unaisha umechelewa. Sasa kufika tena kuketi hapa na kuanza kipindi inakuwa mushkili kidogo, lakini tunaomba kwamba Mungu atatia nguvu na neema itatosha na tutaweza kufanya mambo yote katika Kristo atutiae nguvu. Karibu sana Viki Loa Neseki. My limit is after 2 hours since yesterday. Heri 6K ya baba. Okay, thank you. Davis Mwas, karibu kwa show. Alice Naba, karibu kwa show. True Force Alai, karibu kwa show. Hello to you. Good to see you too. Thank you. Kuna Benedict Ndambuki, karibu sana. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Mariam Kache, karibu kwa show. Margaret, hi to you. Thank you so much. Alexaz Mas. Hey, Alexaz MK, karibu sana kwa show. Heri Fuliza. Okay, Margaret, what happened to Maandamano? Maandamano was put off because right now the standard 8s and the form 4s are doing the exam. So there was an appeal from the parents that please allow the students to finish the exam and we will get to Maandamano. Thank you so much. Kuna Jackton Mulinzam. Sijambo, karibu sana. Kuna Gitonga wetu, karibu sana. Kuna Chuck Ndune, hi to you, thank you so much. Kuna Passionate Love of Christ, hello to you, I'm here, thank you so much. Kuna Halima Kiponda, karibu sana, greetings from London. Itawezekana, asante sana, thank you so much. Anne Kiari, you're welcome, hey to you. Fatma Abdullahi Muhammad, hi to you, karibu sana. Kuna Unique, hello, karibu sana. Due Diligence, hi everyone, hi to you, thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu? Kuna Pata Nash, hey, sema Hustler Fund ni kama credit card. Sawa, utatuelezea kwa kina. Albert Ogwangi, karibu sana. At my limit is 600. Sasa imetoka 6,000 ikarudi 600. Sijui sasa, wewe ndio utatueleza. Otherwise, karibu sana kila mmoja. Show ndio hiyo, tukajadili kwa kina masuala haya. Raila's older brother is in the Senate. His sister is in Parliament. His daughter in EAI. But he wants his sycophants from Kibra Slum, Soweto Slum, to go for demonstration. Stephen Jones, hayo maoni yako. Maandamano kwa Kenya ni muhimu kama yanatafuta haki kwa kila Mkenya. Sio masuala ya Raila, na sio Raila anayetaka maandamano. Ni Wakenya wanaodai maandamano. Kama umetupata kwa kweli, ni Wakenya wanaodai maandamano kwa sababu wengi wao inaonekana they are not in support of the administration and how the administration is treating them. And that is everything within the framework of the Constitution. The picketing, the civil disobedience, and all manner of agitation against the government is covered within the framework of the Constitution. When wananchi are not satisfied with the way the government is running the affairs, they have a right to do that. So if you think demos are there because Raila and the sycophants, you're mistaken. Go and check your Constitution. Okay, due diligent. I was worried for my whereabouts. I'm fine. I'm very much fine. Thank you so much for looking out for me. I'm all fine. It's only that there's a program of running every day this week, and it's running late. So at times I get back in the studio very late, and I see it will be a tall order to start a show when it's late. But we'll make some special arrangements so that if I run late, somebody else will start the show. We will be here, and we pray for safety, and God is taking care of us, so let's keep going. Nani huyu Muhammad Ege, thank you so much. Hello to you. Kuna Kajode Jacob, hi to you. Thank you so much. Susan Nganga, hi. Hii ni ya Mama Mboga na Dynasty Kando. Okay, ni gani hiyo? Oh, Hustler Fund. So, welcome back. Thank you so much. Roy Black, Hustler Fund limit goes up as you repay. Wacha ujinga, okay? Thank you so much, everyone. Irene Monyangi, Hustler Fund is stable banking for Rachel Ruto refurbished. Maandamano is not about Raila. It is about the Kenyan people. And so let's sober you, okay? Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Catherine Kirui anasema kwangu sioni kitu kizuri cause 500 cannot start a business and feed your children. It is better you depend on your own hustling than depend on the Hustler Fund. Haya maoni yako hayo. Thank you so much. Isaac Otieno, have been waiting Hustler SMS since yesterday. Okay, wajakuwa cleared. Maybe the server is having problems. Don't worry. Server itafunguliwa baadaye. Haya, Wakenya wote, karibu kwa show na washukuru sana kujumuika nami katika kipindi cha leo tunapoanza mjadala. Unaonaje masuala ya Hustler Fund? Alafu DPP kudrop cases, murder cases zinadropiwa mara. Huyo alikuwa accused tena, sasa amekuwa state witness. Ni nini kinachoendelea katika judiciary na kutafuta haki katika nchi hii? And of course, Wakenya wengi tu wanadai wanataka maandamano. Hawakupenda na uamuzi wa baba kuita maandamano tena kuyasitisha kwa sababu wanafunzi wanafanya mtihani. Lakini kwangu mimi na support wisdom prevails when it touches on the future of our children. It's good we take care of them. But maandamano yatakuwepo kama yatapangwa kisawasawa, alafu yatatekeleza wajibu wake kulingana na sheria, na kila Mkenya atapata haki kwa vyovyote vile. Karibu. Na alafu tunaangazia tena suala la vyama na siasa za vyama. Mbona UDA wako na candidate Bungoma, na huko Bungoma ndio ngome ya Ford Kenya na ndio ngome ya ANC. Sa hii ni ubabe kadi ya UDA na Wetangula na MUDAVADI na wote wako Kenya Kwanza. Nini kinachoendelea? Ni swala ambalo ningependa kuangalia. And of course, kulikuwa na tuhuma kwamba OPARANYA ameng'atuka kutoka kwa ODM. Propaganda ambayo iliendeshwa sana na those 36 bloggers. Siku hizi sijui wamebaki wangapi, na wakatuma hiyo masuala yakakwenda mbele kwa mbele, lakini OPARANYA amejitokeza akasema hayo mambo yote ni creation of media, hakuna kitu kama hicho, haoni sababu yoyote ya kutengana na baba ama kutoka ODM. So karibu kila mmoja tukajadili kwa kina ili tukaelewane na tukaeleweshane mambo haya. Wamboi Jacobs, I think Kenyans should now take back their country from this government. We cannot survive 5 years of a rotten leadership. Thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu? Keen bin B General. The Kenyans are not ready for Raila's political conmanship at all. No one is interested to waste time for demonstration to benefit only Raila, who is seeking and forcing handshake for personal interest. Hayo maoni yako wa Kenya utawaona ngoja siku ya maandamano. Na maandamano sio kuhusu Raila. Raila ana hela ya kutosha, ana familia nzuri, ana mashamba, ana kila kitu. Raila amewapigania siku hizi zote, lakini bado mnamlaumu. Kuna siku moja tu itakuwepo au mnamlilia, lakini hata kuwepo. Cha muhimu hapa ni haki kutafutwa kwa kila Mkenya. Na maandamano is not waste of time. It's only that you are either incapacitated in understanding the purpose of maandamano, ama you are twisted in your political persuasion that you can never see what the constitution provides. Those are avenues of any Kenyan can engage in order to seek justice if the government in place is not doing what is required to do. So nobody breaks the law by calling for maandamano or participating in maandamano. It is all covered within the constitution, and so you should not be so myopic to begin to think that it is a waste of time and it is for Raila and the handshake. There is no handshake coming, and we don't need a handshake this time round. What we need is justice. Cherera apewe funguo. That is what we are looking for. Cherera apewe funguo, Chebukati aende leave, aache ofisi, Cherera apange mambo ya by election na kila kitu mpaka tamu yake ishe. Kama Chebukati amemaliza tamu yake, hakuna kukatia Cherera na timu yake tamu yao. That is what we are talking about. So if you think this demos is about Raila Odinga and Kibera, the people you call idlers, bas, wait and see. Ukweli wa mambo lazima usemeke na usemekane na kila mmoja aelewe vizuri kabisa. Hustler Fund is a pyramid scheme. Halima Kiponda amesema. Henry Mtegi anasema Alexiaza hustle imeletwa sababu ya kuangusha Fuliza, sababu ni mtu fulani, kumbe hakuna pesa. Okay, haya. Fatma Nasimiyu, good evening to you, following from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. Faiza Fadhila, hi to you, thank you so much. Mmentafuta sana, pole, nilizama bila kuaga, lakini niko hapa nimerejea. Mambo mengi, lakini tunashukuru Mungu kwa uzima na neema ya kuwa hai na kutekeleza majukumu tofauti. Hustler Fund is for free whether they like it or not. We anaitwa Nelly Lini anasema is for free. Passionate love of Christ, no handshake. We are constructing an opposition leader official office. Sawa, asante sana. Unique anasema, why are they asking for M-Pesa pin? I smell something here. Of course, M-Pesa pin is supposed to be private and confidential. It is not supposed to be shared by anybody. It's violation of your contractual your contractual agreement with M-Pesa providers. You share it at your own peril. You share it at your own peril. Nobody should be asking for it, not even the government. That is thievery. Hiyo ni wizi wangawira. So usijaribu kupeana pin ya M-Pesa. Hata kama serikali imekuwekea bunduki kwa kichwa, hiyo haiwezekani. So kama wanaitisha M-Pesa pin, wachana nao. Wachana nao. Wezi wamerigroup kwa kukusanya hela ya Wakenya. Mungu atusaidie. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, kama unatupata tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tukajumuike pamoja. Na sikuweka link ya kuingia studio. Samahani sana. Wale wanataka kuingia studio, tumia hiyo link, karibu tukasemesane. Hii ni Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. So make use of that link. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Let's now hear out what Kenyans are saying about the Hustler Fund and otherwise. Karibu sana. Tuanzie hapa.
Mwaka huu serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza tutahakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya atakuwa na bima ya afya ya NHIF kabla ya Disemba mwaka huu. Every citizen.
It's a fund which has been created purposely to open windows to those who have been struggles to access a small micro kind of funding. Our banking restrictions has been so hard to our SME members. And I can tell you for sure, because me, I represent a constituency in the cosmopolitan of the city, that shilling 500 is a lot of money. And I can tell you, people make living out of 500 shillings. The one who normally does what we call kuchoma mahindi only require a capital of 1,000 or 500. That's enough for him to make his daily bread. Those other people who live within the fraternity of selling sweets along the streets, they earn their living there and they get home with something. Their stock is not beyond 1,000. It is 1,000 and below. And these people survive because out of that, actually they get something out of that capital. So anybody may come in and say, this is very little money compared to the levels of those who purport to be on another level. I can call this a middle level. But there is those forgotten people down there who has no access to funding. These are the people who are targeted. And you see, the areas that they have been embarking to is the areas to do with the Mswari and these other funding factors which are in the field, and which I can say they are they are too exploitative that actually they were not doing them anything good for them, considering that at least the
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Karibu sana kwa show na washukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo tunapoangazia masuala tofauti kuanzia Hustler Fund mpaka kwa DPP kudrop cases, murder cases, alafu kuna masuala ya party politics, and then wa Kenya wako tayari kwa maandamano. Wanasema kwa nini baba alikubali kuyairisha, walikuwa more than ready. Sijui wewe unaonaje masuala haya? Misaguru vipi lakini? Wanaguru, are you still there?
Habari Bernard.
Salama vipi lakini?
Nzuri, umechukua mswali ama inaitwa Hustler Fund?
Naambiwa watu wanataka M-Pesa pin kwanza.
Nishachukua na nikakunywa soda bana. Nishachukua na nikakunywa soda.
Wanaguru, wako on your audio. We can't get you clearly. Wako on your audio.
Yes, I'm saying,
Yes, sir.
unanisikia? Unasikia sasa?
Yes, yes, unapatikana hapo. Karibu. Yeah,
Nasema I
uko
have
sawa.
already taken, I'm saying nishachukua hustler fund na nikakunywa soda. Na kanyama. Nilikula
Ukaanza
nyama na
kuuza
kasoda.
soda ama ukakunywa soda wewe?
Nilikula kanyama na nikakunywa soda. Na hiyo mambo ikaishia hapo. Sasa let's talk the truth, Bernard. When you want to keep a business, there are procedures. You need licenses. Okay? You need premises. You need so many things. So, and me, because I can't be, I can't be able to peddle sweets in the street. And even them, they pay Kajo. They pay. If you meet with the Kanjo people, you have to pay some daily rates. So essentially, that money is too little to do anything. However, somebody has said that EABL must now be very happy because their bottom line will show quite some tremendous profits. Because that is what it is. You see, I said in this forum that whoever thought that people take Mswari ama Fuliza for purposes of business were wrong. Most of that money is taken for purposes of social spending. Okay? Or when you are in a jam, you need to do something and you don't have money and you are waiting for money from somewhere after some time. In fact, there are very few people who borrow electronic money for purposes of business because it's literal money. And this is not to say entirely there are those who don't use that money for business, but they are one in so many. Therefore, and that is the shock that is going to get to these people when they discover that most of the money has not gone to business. In fact, somebody was saying what is likely to happen because now the betting is coming back big time. There is going to be a lot of betting money going to that end from Hustler Fund. Number two, most people will be praying between Fuliza and the Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund being a stand-in fund to borrow to pay Fuliza. You see? So basically, what are we doing here? Are we creating jobs? No. Are there businesses being created? Nothing. I will not want to repeat what Babu Owino said, because those who want, they can go to the YouTube, they'll get to know what he said, because my age may not allow me. But I think he had a point, because what I think here is that there are people who do not study the trends of our youth to know where they put their money. Okay? So somebody has also said this is going to be the first big scandal of this government. Why? Because it is done in a hurry. There are no systems that can be traceable. Right now, you do not know even the third parties that will be contracted to do this red bill. Who bears the cost of default? You see? And furthermore, the parliament has not debated this matter, neither has it been taken for public participation. Therefore, I can assure you, guaranteed, that the next auditor report will bear very serious criticism about this fund. And most of the fund will have gotten lost. You know, there are those who know that government money is money that you should just get, use, and forget. I told you in an earlier talk here that I engaged some youths, and they told me they are waiting for the fund to borrow and default. Their reason: what happened to those who squandered Kimwarer and Aror funds? Why should they pay government money? You see? However, and maybe those who will come into this forum will tell us, they're asking for M-Pesa PIN. I don't know what they intend to do with that, whether it is for tracking down and taking to court, or going to your M-Pesa account and getting money. I don't know. However, I understand that is one of the requirements. Government cannot engage in lending of this kind. They would rather have talked with the private practitioners, because they are the ones who know this business better, so that they can minimize the possibility of corruption. This is a fund that can corrupt very easily. Let me first give those who have come to the forum their time also to talk, but those are my opening remarks, and I am very well informed about this. There is no business, Bernard, that will be created by the youth. This money is for social spending, period.
Sasa kabla tukuache uende ulisema wewe umechukua Hustler Fund, ulipeana pin?
Hiyo ilikuwa undaku. Hiyo ilikuwa undaku.
Sawa, asante sana Bwana Guru, tunakushukuru kwa utangulizi huu wa Kenya. Karibu sana tunapojumuika pamoja katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia masuala ya Hustler Fund, siasa zetu za vyama, maandamano, alafu na mambo mengi tu mengi. Asante. Bwana Alex, namna gani? Karibu.
Yeah.
Alex, you're mute, unmute first.
Okay.
You keep muting and unmute. Just unmute once and then speak up. You're still mute, Alex.
Okay. Yeah, you
yeah,
can hear me
fine.
now.
Now go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how are you guys? Yeah, it has been a busy day. Watu wamekuwa busy, tunaweza elewa, tuna struggle hivyo hivyo, hustler. But me, I ran away from being a hustler and I want to be a layman. Being a hustler is a different thing altogether. So I've decided to be a layman, and whatever I will talk here, I will talk as a layman. Even though not a stupid layman. We know and see. Now, kuhusu mambo ya hustler fund. According to me, that is according my hypothesis, hii pesa ilikuwa hakuna, iliweka tu kitu kidogo ya kutest waters, yani kama walikuwa wanadepend na ile profit itatokea, ile savings wanayokuwa pale kwa lazima ile unakatwa ile, because for example simple arithmetic, tuseme tumekata shilingi 5 kwa shilingi 5 kwa 10 million people, itakuwa ni pesa ngapi imeingia kwa account? Na hiyo savings kwa ile pesa, hata kama ilikuwa imeisha na wale watu walichukua 10 million jiregesha, ni pesa chenye ishaingia tu tayari kabla wenye walikopa hawajaregesha. Maana kama guru alitoa ile kakula nyama, yeye asha contribute kwa hiyo, ambapo sasa yenye itakuja sasa atakuwa anachukua pesa yake, sio pesa ile alipewa. Kwa hivyo guru, kama umekula nyama, wewe pesa yako ndio umekula. Sasa hii kirudi ile utakula yake nyono. Secondly, iko shida. Na shida hiyo inaonekana live, lakini inatakana tusione, tuvae dark goggles so that we don't see them, and even if we see, we don't tell them or we don't talk, but we'll have to talk. Yes, unajua, you know how to treat someone with his or her own medicine. What I'm saying, the best medicine here is we treat the government with their own medicine. And what I mean is, we just talked to MUDAVADI. I saw one of the bunge la wananchi person talking of MUDAVADI toka hapo bwana. So tuwache MUDAVADI achukue kama 3 years, atoke na pesa zake, aanze hali campaign. 3 years ni nyingi, 2 years. Vile huyo alianza immediately nina huru, sasa we so that we treat them with their own medicine. Because if we say what, they'll take advantage. Ulalamika na kuna kitu ndazo atasema ni yule yule alianza tena amefanya. So mmeona while wanafanya hizo mambo. Jambo lingine, hii kitu ni kitu ilikuwa imepangwa na ilifeli. Let's go back to the time uchaguzi ilifanywa. Just down back there, utakuta kwamba Amerika walitangaza kwamba sehemu zingine msiende, kutakuwa na shida nini, na walijuaje na alikuwa mpya kabisa Kenya. So kuna kitu ilikuwa shapangwa wakati na nyoroshwa ili watu watulie, kuna kitu ilikuwa nifanywa, lakini haikufanyika. Watu walikubali waka move on. So anything inafanyika sasa ni kitu sasa watu wanaona kindly, nobody is fighting, nobody is insulting, nobody is destroying anybody's business or something. So ikawa sasa kila kitu kupeupe inaonekana tu. So you have to find a way on handling that, and now everything is at the broad daylight, hata kama kuna giza yanaonekana, because big brothers like Ben are here watching. Yeah, wameweka CCTV kila mahali, wana watch na wanaletewa kila kitu. So this thing, hata hii hasala ilikuwa ni fulfill the promise, but in a shady way. They were not well programmed, well organized, but now because to wenye wanajua kuongea ni kama wanajua hao ndio mpaka ipite. So this is it's a gambling kind of hustler fund. Ni sawa, itasaidia kwa njia moja au nyingine, hiyo hatukatai, lakini hata ikisaidia, mazuri yake na mabaya yake gani iko juu, ambapo hatuta realize sahihi. I'm a Kenyan by birth, and I know Kenya like anybody else. Ndugu yangu, iko shida, lakini itabidi tuvumilie, kwa sababu unajua sisi tuko na kitu kimoja yenye nafurahisha. Tushazoea kuishi kivyetu vile tuna, kila mtu anapambana na hali yake. Ukose usikose unasukuma. Mtoto kifujwa toka shule, utaenda kwa mwalimu, baba, unajua nini? Nipe siku 3. Nene bambanye bila kuchukua hasla fano yenye baadaye tena itaenda kwako. Nikifoli nikaweka natafuta na solution inakuwa sawa. But now Ben, kitu inanisumbua akili ni moja, and ndugu zangu Guru na naona saa 3 pia ameingia na ni sale exactly. Kitu inanisumbua akili ni moja. Saa hii Kenya yetu ya saa hii, it's like we're creating a president that you just go and vote and go home, then watch in the TV whatever will happen. Wewe ushafanya nenda. It's a mockery. So it's becoming a routine. I told you one thing last time, In fact, sorry, unaona niko na bandage hapo, nilikuwa na shida na nilazwa nikafanyia operation. So hiyo ndio sababu sangine sitaki kuongea sana because but inauma mpaka inabidi uongee. Where we're heading ni Mungu tu, kwa sababu unakuta rais hataki kutemu watu wake. Amacha Motheo just so hawana speed governor kwa mdomo bana, hakuna, tunaongea bila anataka. And then unakuta mtu yuko kwa agriculture anatamani kwenda kupata nini, anaenda kuongea kwa mambo ya land. Mtu yuko kwa land anaenda kuongea kwa trade. Mtu anaenda kutoa disco matanga, kazi ya interior. Kesho yake watu wanaridiwa kwa ba, wanatolewa. So which is which? Tufuate gani? Total confusion, my brother. But now what we do ni yetu paka tuwavumilie tu. Unajua kuna kitu mtu anasema, Kiswahili inasema kwamba punda afe lakini mzigo ifike. Mzigo fike lakini punda afanye nini? Afe. Sasa kwa nini afe? Kesho hutapenda. Haya. The same punda, uko na punda na uko kwa mlima, ndugu yangu. Mlima kabisa, na amebeba mzigo mpaka dasikata bila napumua, na kwa hii punda kweli hii mzigo namlemea. Tena huwa namchapa, badala kumsaidia kusukuma mzigo namchapa, ndugu yangu. Twende. Unatembea. Tena unamchapa masikio. Badala kusukuma, are you fair? Punda iko kwa mlima, anapanda, amebeba mzigo. Uko nyuma yake, unaenda kuchapa masikio. Unamsaidia punda na mzigo wako kweli? Kwa sasa nitaachia punda rudi baadaye, wacha ni arrange vitu hapa, lakini mpaka sasa nimefikia hapo.
Okay, asante bwana Alex, nashukuru kwa utangulizi huo mzuri. Fumbo mfumbie mjinga, mwerevu atalifumbua. Tunashukuru sana Thank you very much. Mato Makndech anasema kipindi akikuwepo siku 2 ameanza kupata withdrawal syndrome, vile kipindi iko addictive, so tutakupeleka rehab, usijali. Kama umeanza kupata withdrawal syndrome, tutakupeleka rehab, upelekwe polepole. Cha muhimu ni kwamba the show is on as usual. It's only that it's at times it's overwhelming. I'm doing a program that is making me get home very late, and I have to be there all week long. And so if I get home late, count me out. We will make special arrangements so that somebody else can start the show. I'll laugh until I join Badai. And like yesterday, it was Wednesday. It was full packed that I did escape the era, the era of error, finished, now went for this program, came back, I was tired like a piece of wood. Decided, no, if I sit here, hakuna kitu nitafanya. So nikaamua kulala. Na kulala ni njia ya kupokea upendo wa Mungu. Biblia inasema Mungu anapeana usingizi kwa wale anaowapenda. So Mato, wewe ni nabii, so ujue wakati Mungu anapenda mtu usimzuie. Kevin Dennis saa 3 vipi?
Poa sana bwana Mtembei.
Yes.
Najua bwana, hii maneno ya hustler fund mara sijui DPP amedrop sijui kesi ya Sara Wairimu. You know, hii system yetu sasa mahali penye tumefikia bwana, ni afadhali sasa hii country ifungwe, kila mtu apewe share yake aende nyumbani. Imagine kama jana tunaambiwa hustler fund imekuwa launched. Wakenya wakakimbia kweli wakiwa na hopes ya kwamba sasa hustler funds imefunguliwa and people now can take loans and start their own businesses and operations in different fields. Yani kusurprise watu ni kuambiwa kwamba hiyo hustler fund limit inategemea na vile M-Pesa yako inavyo operate. At the same time unaitishwa M-Pesa pin. Sasa mimi kitu ambacho nimejaribu kujiuliza, kama Safaricom kila siku wamekuwa wakituambia pin yako ni siri yako, and you know those who have been close to DCI officers watakuambia the easiest way for you to be tracked hapa Kenya, one, kitu ya kwanza inakuanga kama umekuwa registered by M-Pesa. Hii inakuanga the most easiest way wewe kukuwa tracked. Sasa for example, uchukue 500 shillings alafu udefault na ujifanye pengine unatupa hiyo line, unaenda unaweka line nyingine. Unajua Mkenya ni Mkenya tu, na saa zingine pia ni vizuri kwa tukiambiana ukweli. Then uende uweke line nyingine, na unajua ID number yenye ulitumia for the first time ndio pia tena itakubidi ufanye nini, uregister for another one. Hapo ndio sasa utakuwa tracked. And at the same time after kuwa tracked utafanywa nini? Hapo ndio utashikwa, na hapo ndio utaambiwa hii hustler fund you now repay double. Imagine na economy ya saa hii. Yule mama mboga mwenye alikuwa pale alikuwa na hopes ya kuanzisha biashara kitu kama hata 15k. Saa hizi tunaambiwa ni 500. Mtembei, hata wewe tu mwenyewe mahali penye huko, hii 500 inaweza ikubai hata tuseme tu ni breakfast pekee. To be sincere and to be open. Alafu pia unapoangalia
Kenya Kwanza iliwaambia ampangwingwi, lakini wanataka kuwapanga. So wamewapanga mpande kutoka 500 mfike 600, after 2 years ndio uingie 1000.
You know, all the hopes that people had, actually it was so embarrassing. Ukiona sasa na hili ndilo swali ambalo tulikuwa tunajiuliza jana. You know, mimi nilikuwa live and I saw everything pale. Mtu kama Musalia, tuseme mtu kama Musalia Mudavadi, a billionaire, somebody who has 4 billion, limit yake ni kitu kama 2800. Sasa tuseme mimi tu wa jana huyu nitafikisha limit ya 1000 lini? To make the matters more sweeter, if so to speak, ni kuambia Mkenya ya kwamba hiyo saving, hiyo kuna pesa ambayo unakuwa deducted na inaenda direct to the saving. Unajiuliza, hii pesa ambayo inaenda kuseviwa nitazi access namna gani? At the same time, ni period ipi ambayo nitaambiwa kwamba you can now access your savings? Kama kweli Ruto alikuwa na imani ya kurudisha hii economy where Kibaki left it, mbona asianze na mambo? Kwa sababu tukianza na mambo kama unga, vitu kama chakula, hizo ni vitu zingine very essential ambazo mwananchi wa kawaida anafaa saidiwe zikuwe easy for him or her to access. Lakini kama sasa wewe unakimbia, kitu ya kwanza kwa ofisi unaenda kuapisha the 6 judges, Kitu cha pili, unaenda kuita judiciary kuja kusherehekea nao State House. Mwananchi wa kawaida anabaki akijiuliza, sasa hapa nitaweza kuaccess services namna gani? Nitasaidika lini? Zile minofu zote ambazo mwananchi alikuwa anaahidiwa, naambiwa sijui sasa hii ndio ita happen after 90 days. Bana Mtembei, saa hizi tumebakisha siku ngapi to hit hiyo 90 days? Na hakuna chochote ambacho kimeleta impact ya common mwananchi. Wewe mahali penye upo, angalia CBC vile inakudai, angalia rent vile iko. Saizi tumeambiwa kwamba wale ambao ni tuseme ya kwamba ni owners wa apartments wanaanza kulipa ushuru. Unajua chenye kita happen, kutakuwa na fluctuation upande wa rent, na hakuna mtu ambaye ana own apartment mwenye atasikia uchungu. Ni ule mwenye alirentisha hapo ndiye atasikia uchungu, whereby rent itakuwa hiked, kila kitu kinaenda kupanda. Je, mwananchi wa kawaida atasurvive namna gani? Ya Ruto kama ilikuwa ni kugawanya vyeo, kuambia kujinufaisha, angeambia wananchi ukweli. Actually people had hopes. Saizi ukienda judiciary, haki iko wapi? Ukiangalia DPP amesha take part, in fact ameshaonyesha tu ni wapi amesimama. Endo angalie the Attorney General amesimama wapi. Enda pale uangalie vile ma lawyers na judges na advocates vile saizi wana behave. Kenya mahali penye ilikuwa siku za Kibaki iko wapi leo hii? Walikuwa wanasema Uhuru sijui ni mjeuri mara ni nini. Yani kumbe Uhuru alikuwa rais mwingine ambaye atabaki kwa history ya Kenya kama rais mwenye alikuwa na understand mwananchi wa kawaida. Angalia chenye Uhuru alifanyia mwananchi wa kawaida wakati wa COVID-19. Zile measures zenye aliweka in place na pia understand mwananchi wa kawaida ilisaidia sana. Compare wakati wa Uhuru na saizi first term ya Ruto wakati ambapo ameingia. Enda pale uangalie list yake ya viongozi ambao amechagua ma PSS and ma CS. Enda uangalie list yake. Hii kitu yote ni tribal. Sasa Mtembei, wewe tu kama mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye ameishi Kenya kulingana na chenye kina happen saizi, ukweli uko wapi? Mwelekeo ambayo mwananchi wa kawaida atapata utetezi wake utatoka wapi? Jameni, tusaidiane hapa kufikiria. Tusaidiane kufikiria. Angalia ma commissioners wa IEBC vile wanafanyiwa. Enda waangalie wale watu ambao walikuwa na oppose Ruto wakati wake wakati wa campaign. It's either you can't ask for forgiveness or utaendelea na intimidation. Enda pale DCI, enda angalia kile ambacho kilikuwa kina happen. Na mimi kuna kitu ambacho there is a colleague alikuwa ananiuliza, sasa saa 3 hapa hivi unaona ni vizuri unaingia immediately unaanza kusweep ukitoa wale watu ambao umewapata kwa ofisi. Unajua hata kama ulikuwa na hasira, hata kama ulikuwa ulikuwa unataka kujenga serikali yako kulingana vile mwenyewe umetaka, first and foremost be friend kwa wale watu ambao umepata kwa ofisi. Kuwa friend to George Kinoti, wakalishaneni chini waongee kama watu, kwa sababu kitu kama security ni something very essential, something very sensitive. You cannot just wake up and say at sasa kwa sababu kulikuwa na chuki wewe ndio ulikuwa unanifanyia intimidation. And actually ukiangalia the whole process vile DCI alikuwa na operate, hii kitu ilikuwa ni pure watu ambao walikuwa wanafanya makosa, and that guy was operating in line with Constitution of Kenya. Angalia kwa mfano, ukiangalia vile discover hii kesi ya Tob Cohen, aliperform very very well. Ukiangalia makesi zile ambazo huyu jamaa alikuwa anafanya, huwezi compare era George Kinoti na Ndegwa Muhoro. Ndio sasa ndio hii imerudishwa tena, era ya Ndegwa Muhoro ndio hii imerudishwa saizi na the current DCI. Kindly Kenyans, let's face the reality and call it the reality, not just beating around the bush and tunataka kwa peace mtu kumwambia maneno mazuri mara sijui ni nini. Hii haitasaidia, and there is no way we can expect change if tumechukulia kila kitu kuwa personal. serikali ya Ruto saizi ina operate under influence. Huyu ndiye alikuwa ule wakati akiongea hivi. Saizi tunataka kumuonyesha kwamba actually ni wakati wetu wa kufanya hiki. Huyu ndiye alikuwa na behave hivi. Saizi tunataka kumuonyesha kwamba anafaa. Kindly, tunaelekea wapi? Na hii Kenya ya saa hii, ukitaka kujua kwamba Wakenya wanafuata kile ambacho kinaendelea, endo angalie CBD vile ilikuwa ina operate. The moment Gachagua aliposema kwamba maaskari rudini, tokeni hapo mwende kwa ofisi mngoje makesi, ni nini kile happen? The guys walichukua sheria mikononi mwao, wakasema we want to man this place. Nao ni maganze wenye walisimama na wakaambia hata Kindiki, wakamwambia kuja polepole, hii town ni sisi ndio tunaimiliki, na usipochunga tutakuonyesha mwelekeo. So sometimes you can just sit down and wonder, surely is there any kind of yani vile wana operate, kuna mahali penye kweli kumeandikishwa ama kunaonyesha kwamba kuna mwelekeo, ile confidence yenye mwananchi amekuwa nayo wakati wa Uhuru, mwananchi amekuwa nayo wakati wa Kibaki na Michuki walipokuwa around, kumekuwa na mwelekeo kama huo? Saizi hakuna. Na it's either ujichunge wewe mwenyewe ama unapojiachilia kidogo, wewe ni hivyo ndivyo umeshapotea. Ukiangalia constitution gani saizi inafuatwa? Hakuna kitu kama ati sijui ku apply the constitution of Kenya. Hakuna saizi. Kwa mfano, mimi ni mtu ambaye natumia wheelchair. I'm a person living with disability, a registered member with National Council for Persons Living with Disability. Nimekuwa nikijaribu kuangalia the kind of appointments, zile representatives ambazo zimekuwa sasa zinatuwakilisha sisi watu ambao tuko na ulemavu. Ukijaribu kuangalia hiyo list yote, nothing. And in fact, kulingana na vile yeye mwenyewe ameiweka, it's either you supported him at that time, or hata kama uko na qualifications zako and you are applying for that job, my friend, the chances of getting that position is zero. Hebu niambie, constitution iko wapi? Wakati wa Uhuru there is a lot of, yani watu wengi sana ambao wanaishi na ulemavu, watu walikuwa na apply vitu pale, wanapewa nini kila kitu. Sasa hizo walemavu wamemaliza sijui miezi ngapi hawajapata pesa hizi cash transfer ambayo the Ministry of Social Works ilikuwa imetake in place, ambapo ilikuwa imekwanga after 2 months watu wanapata pesa. Sana imekwanga ni after 2 months. How walemavu saizi na wazee wamekaa like almost a year hawajapata pesa, na wakijaribu kufuatilia wanawaambia maneno bado huko juu imeshindikana. Hii pesa ndio imezungushwa, saizi tunaambiwa ni hustler fund. The other day tukaambiwa there is no money in Kenya. Na Kenya haina pesa na watu wamekumbwa na baa la njaa. Gachagua akasimama juzi akatupatia paybill number. Alipotuwekea paybill number akasema sasa tunawaomba Wakenya wafanye nini? Wachangishe. The other day anasimama anasema amechukua 300k ameweka bash kwa Komara primary school. Yani bwana Mtembei, unataka kuniambia bash ilikuwa so urgent kushinda wale watu ambao wanakufa njaa pale? Walimu na wanafunzi waende wajibambe wakule minofu, alafu wewe juzi hapo umetuambia tukuje tuchangishe. Ukichukua hiyo 300k uende pale kwa masupplier ununue hizo chakula, uambie Wakenya kwamba haya mimi nimeshaanza safari, now you can join me. You know, let us lead, let this government lead as an example. Ile hope ambayo vitu ambavyo wanaongea, maneno yaambatane na vitendo, whereby wakisema ya kwamba leo hii tunataka kusaidia watu ambao wamekumbwa na baa la njaa, ikuwe ni hivyo, isikuwa kwamba ni shortcuts. Mara tunaambiwa hivi, the other day story nyingine, kila mtu sasa. Saizi ni hustler fund, mlemavu hajasaidika, mama mzee mkongwe pale hajasaidika, hakuna chochote, na unamwambia ni hustler fund. Sasa wana expect huyu mtu ama hawa watu watasurvive namna gani? The Kenya we wanted, the Kenya that actually tunasema kwamba ni rais ambaye amechaguliwa na Mungu. Kama kweli ni rais mwenye ameingia na Mungu, mbona hafanyi vitendo kulingana na Biblia? Leo hii priests the bishops wanasimama pale kwa pulpit huyu jamaa akiongea maneno yake, hata vitu zingine anaongea za uongo, wanapiga makofi. The reason being, unakumbuka wakati ambapo tulikuwa na COVID-19, hiyo time hawa watu hawakuwa wanapata sadaka, hawa watu walikuja wakakosa.
Bwana Kevin, samahani, kids are not allowed to be heard on the show. Please sort them out before you continue. Yeah, just take care of the kid first, then you will get a chance to continue their submission, please. Children are not allowed to feature in this show. YouTube community forbids that. Okay, thank you. Wakenya karibu sana, tunawashukuru wote mnavyoendelea katika mjadala wa leo. Nawashukuru tu sana kwa kuendelea kufuata Mtembei TV. Naamini kwamba tunafaidika wote pamoja tunapojadiliana. Kuna ujumbe hapa nimepewa, naomba niusome. Evarina Nyango anasema wapi ujumbe? Okay, anasema Bernard, kindly if you have Ruto videos, don't play it for us. Some of us choke when we see his face. Kindly you can explain to us what he said without giving us videos. Pole, lakini sasa sangine uamuzi sio wangu, lakini jifunze kuvumilia dada. Jifunze kuvumilia. Sio kila kitu itakuwa kile unachopenda. But I understand you, and I feel you are part of the majority of Kenyans who are not satisfied with what Kenya Kwanza is offering, and the leadership of one Dr. William Ruto. So it is an understandable case. We'll look at it as it comes. But all in all, tuendelee kujadiliana tafadhali, usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike katika kufahamu yale yanayojiri na jinsi ya kujibu maswali wakati maswali yanaibuka. Hustler Fund ndio hiyo, ilikuja kutatua matatizo na ni kama imeleta matatizo mengi tu sana. Sasa sijui itakuwaje. Naomba tusikilize hii kabla tuendelee na mjadala wa leo. I think it's here.
Bwana Mtembei, naweza nikamalizia point yangu please, if you don't mind.
Just a moment, I'll get back.
Saying
rumors has people are saying out there.
But I've never said. Why will
Okay.
Governor, they are saying you're no longer in ODM.
we're saying
Rumors has people are saying out there.
But I've never said. Why will I leave a party that I was part of the formation?
Have you seen rumors, stories on social media?
I've seen those rumors, but I think those rumors are from the government agents. But let me tell you that I'm in ODM to stay. And when that rumor started, I actually asked a few friends who called me where was the clip, and I've never seen a clip where I was captured specifically saying that I'm leaving ODM, I'm dumping Raila, I'm no longer going to support Raila. Raila is my party leader, so how can I just come like that? We have been best friends all along, all this time. We have worked together very well. I have no problem with him at all. And they said that I talked to this when we were at the funeral of the late MCA Faustin Werimo. As you know very well, Werimo has not been buried.
Sure.
There are court cases here and there. So the funeral was not there. So I think this is just a rumor which was started by some agents who are against the opposition. Yes.
So you're still, actually what you're saying, you're clarifying that you're still put in
I'm
ODM.
still put in ODM, I'm still put in Asimio. I'm the chairman of the executive council of Asimio, I'm still the chairman. I'm still the deputy party leader of ODM. Yes.
Many things have happened. Of course, we're expecting that probably Azimio will make, the government August 9th polls. Never happened.
Yes.
What do you think led to that? Why did you lose as Azimio?
Maybe I know very well that we never lost this election. I was part of the campaign team. We moved around the country very well. We had a lot of support all over. But I think the best placed person to answer this question is Chief Kati. I think he knows.
Okay, the best person to answer that question is Chebukati. He knows what happened. Kevin, you can conclude your submission as we move to the next person. Karibu-san.
Okay, thank you so much for understanding, and kindly, I'm so sorry for the noise, and naomba ya kwamba pia you find a place in your hearts, you people, and forgive me. Ni vizuri mwanaume kuomba msamaha. I hope nitasamehewa na nitaeleweka.
Umesamehewa. Karibu, endelea na mchango wako. Dakika moja hivi,
Okay.
tusonge.
Okay, sawa. So ndio maana nilikuwa nasema mabishopu wetu, kanisa ambayo ilikuwa inakemea mabaya yanayofanyika katika society, kanisa ilikuwa inasimama na kutetea wananchi. Leo hii imekuwa kama sasa, sijui nitasema namna gani, kwa sababu kila ambacho, kuna point nilikuwa namalizia nikisema kuna wakati ambapo kulikuwa na COVID na hawa watu, makanisa zilifungwa for 2 years. Hawa watu wakakosa sadaka, hawa watu wakakosa michango za kanisa. Sasa vile COVID-19 ilipomalizika na sasa makanisa zikafunguliwa, saizi mwanasiasa akienda kiongea yake, hata aseme nini, watapiga makofi. Kitu ambacho wanataka ni sadaka. And Kenya, yani saizi hakuna hope. So guys, kitu ambacho mimi naweza tu nikasema ni hiki: let us not think ya kwamba actually kila ambacho kilikuwa kinakampeniwa pale kitakuwa fulfilled, and especially people should be very nitasema tu common mwananchi, the citizens of this country should be very very careful na kila ambacho tulikuwa tunaambiwa na kila ambacho walikuwa na promisiwa. It is high time watafute mbinu nyingine vile wanaweza survive na vile wanaweza endelea na maisha yao. Thank you so much. Those are hiyo ndio imekuwa my submission, and kindly Mutembei, I'll be here, nitakuwa hapa, na kama kuna WhatsApp pia unaweza niambia, I forward my number hapo kwa comments. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you Kevin for that submission. If you want to join the WhatsApp group, there's the private chat where you say the request to contribute. Just drop your number there, then we will add you to the relevant groups. We have several groups, sister groups, that you can also be part of the talking with Kenyans, maneno ya Kenya, ili tusaidiane kwa maoni na ushauri. But thank you for that submission, and we believe that the message is reaching forth to Kenyans na wanaelewa, alafu watafanya ipasavyo. Kile ambacho kinanifurahisha sana ni Wakenya wamesema wanataka maandamano. Si baba ameitisha maandamano, ni Wakenya wanaitisha maandamano. Na jana askofu mmoja akakutana vijana wawili wamebeba mkate, wanasema baba, tunataka maandamano. Sisi mbona umeahirisha? Tuko tayari. And these are, they are not even 18. They are underage. And then they say wanataka nini? Maandamano. So the dissatisfaction that is out there, it's alarming, and that is why I still retaliate that the Kenya Kwanza government is a minority government and is doing zero as far as reaching out to the rest of the country, and that is putting them at a disadvantage. And so if that maandamano is going to kick off, I don't know where they will get the umbrellas, but kutanyesha ile inasema cats and dogs. All the same, Mr. Guru, unasemaje?
Bernard, saa hii kuna ripoti iko kwa BBC. The US has a problem with Mexico. Sababu Mexican president has said they are no longer going to import GMO maize in their country. And US has threatened Mexico that matter causes great concern to the farmers in the US, because most of what they produce ends up in the Mexican tables. So I am just sounding this for Kenyans to start understanding the kind of politics that surround GMO in the world, and that our elite is actually letting us down by just merely accepting what is given to us and coming to tell us how good these things are, when actually countries are starting to revise the area arrangements to import GMO. That report is currently in the BBC. So I think that is important for those in this forum to know that there is more than meets the eye. I think US is aggressively looking for new markets to expand their reach in the international community, and Kenya has been earmarked as one of the possible entry points for GMOs. Thank you.
Asante sana kwa hiyo habari muhimu kabisa. Dunia inakataa GMO, Wakenya mnasema iletwe, na serikali inakimbia kusaini contract hata kabla Wakenya wajaulizwa wana nini fiche katika mkataba huu wa GMO. Kulingana na mimi, Kenya ina uwezo wa kuzalisha chakula cha kutosha kila Mkenya na kingine cha kuuza nje ya nje. Hatuhitaji GMO. Hali ya anga yetu iko shwari. Tukianza irrigation hata tutahitaji hali ya anga. Tutakuwa na mahindi wakati wote, tutakuwa na viazi wakati wote, tutakuwa na mboga wakati wote. Serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni kama hawana mpango wowote kusaidia nchi hii. Wanaruka kutoka kwa kitu kimoja hadi kingine. Sasa wako kwa Hustler Fund. Nimesikia sasa wanataka kuanzisha Nairobi River Fund na sijui which other project. I mean, these people are running around like a headless chicken, and I don't trust them to be able to handle anything as far as progressing this country is concerned. And so maandamano ya kuje watimuliwe haraka. Kwa hivyo hakuna haja ya kupembeleza hapa. Kama wewe ni dereva, watu wamejaa kwa basi, ujui kule unaenda, unatupisha kwa mbuga za wanyama, mara unatafuta barabara. Hatuwezi kuvumilia siku zote. Kenya Kwanza, they either style up or get off that seat, because it's nasty. So si balanja, sio kuosha Nairobi, sio kunini na Nairobi River ni jukumu la county government ama national government. Na kama ni national government, president amekuwa deputy president for 10 years. What did he do for Nairobi River? Except he's looking for how to get money from Habitant, UNEP, so that money can come in and in the name of washing the river, they wash themselves. Mungu saidia Kenya. All the same, naomba tumsikilize dada Roda. Tukisonga mbele, ukitupata tu tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, na ukitaka kuingia studio, link ndio hiyo, tafadhali make use of it. Karibu studio tujadiliane, tukaelewane. Lakini kwangu mimi Kenya Kwanza is disappointing a great deal. The Hustler Fund haisaidii chochote. Sasa wamechukua pesa ya wazee, wamechukua pesa ya walemavu, wamechukua pesa ya subsidy ya mahindi, wamechukua pesa ya subsidy ya petrol, wamechukua pesa ya subsidy ya education. Hiyo ndio imefanywa Hustler Fund. Alafu tena hiyo Hustler Fund unapimiwa kama dawa. 500 utalipa rent, unue license, unue stock, uuze, upate faida, ulipe. Roda, karibu.
Habari zako Bernard, nice to see you. I was missing you. Everybody, I was feeling almost sick. Unajua nakuga so much in anxiety za Kenya. Nikifikia about Kenya, I'm always have anxiety. I feel sad. So when I come here, this is a place where I get healing in my soul because I'm very sad inside. You know, because I have been living many years. If I go back, peaceful, but nowadays I don't get peace because I'm worried what is going on. Still, this government, Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Quiz, they have not delivered what I want. They don't bring good environment and atmosphere in the peoples around us. Still, we want something better. We want something great. You know, we are looking something. I hope they need to be to open their heart, to be warm heart, to be kind, to understand. For example, I feel very sad for this Kevin. They were getting money for current government, now they don't get. That's unfortunately it's painful. Instead of those, they talk about hustler. You know, I did not know what was hustler. Actually, I was like, wow, Kenya is going. They are giving money hustler. I was like, what is going on? Since I came in Europe, I have never get free money. Never hustler money. Never ever. You can't get money for hustle as long, but there is a money called social welfare. That is for everyone. Come here, you get money called social welfare. That is not hustler, it's money from the law because this is a country law by the law. I was asking what is the law about Kenya? There is a law in the to get hustler. So still I don't know. This government, they are slow. I don't know what they want. They don't care about Kenyans. They think about themselves. They have not delivered. And I saw one person was commenting her more at you have a special meeting. Some people here, they come and they're not honest. Let us be honest each other, you know, because we are all Kenyans. No matter the language we speak, you know, because it's God create every tribe. It's God create. And it's a blessing to be tribe. Me, I'm happy to be the tribe I'm born. And I cannot ask God, why did you create me to be this tribe I am? So we need to be proud of us. We are Kenya, not to be hypocrite. We need to be honest each other. And that's what can make our country move forward. But when we come here and try to hide something, we are the one who fail. You know, tukikuja tunaficha hapa vitu, we are the one who fail. Instead of we move forward, we go back. You know, we need to be real unity to come together because when we come together, then we're able to understand it. We needed to understand each other, and communication must work for every community. Because, and that's why you always ask us why this election was like this, because of tribalism. Tribalism is the one have been making us slavery. And it's very sad because whole world, every country, they speak their own language. When you go to Spain, they speak Italy, they speak their own language. It's God created everybody speak their own language. We cannot deny. Don't deny your own tribe. Don't deny the language you speak. We need to be one. We're able to fight. You know, this enemy have been trying to split every community. You know, tusiwe tunajificha. Ukiona anafanya vizuri, ukiona Ruto anafanya vizuri, sema anafanya vizuri. Ukiona wanafanya vibaya, unasema. Unaona, si mambo ya kuficha. Ukiona vitu hata ule mmezaliwa na yeye pamoja, akiona anafanya vibaya mwambie. Hata ni bwanako unamwambia, hata ni sister yako. Why do you know, we know we have been fighting with our family members. We know that. So we cannot come here play the game. We need to be real. Unaona kama hii mambo ya GMO. Hii mambo ya GMO. Wacha nikuonyeshe what is a GMO. Unaona, mimi napenda ugali sana. Mimi ni kama Mjaluo. Watu nasema Wajaluo wanapenda ugali. Mimi napenda ugali. Unaona hii ni GMO, si ndio? Let me show you what is a GMO look like. Hii ni unga ya nini? Ya unga. Tunakulanga. So unaona ni no inasema no GMO. Si unaona? Imeandikwa lebo ya nini? Ya green. Sijui kama mnaona. I don't know, maybe I'm seeing my daughter. Hii kitu inakaa hivi.
Yes, I've
Let me
seen it.
go. Yeah. Unaona, mimi napenda ugali sana. Hii ni GMO. Free GMO. Kwa nini na import from Netherlands? Why? And it's in euro. So that means GMO is not healthy. We cannot escape here. Things are not reality. We have to speak things are reality. You know? So I don't have something to say. I'll talk later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda, for that. We appreciate it, and let's continue with the conversation. Nakaribisha kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali hakikisha unakaribisha mtu kutazama nawe, and then share that link in your WhatsApp group, share in Facebook group. Let the whole world tune in and be able to participate into the conversation of Kenyans talking about Kenya and how we can make Kenya go forward by ensuring that the Kenya Kwanza government does not reverse whatever we have gained this far. There seems to be a confusion in what is happening with Kenya Kwanza. I have been waiting and watching for anything that we can hold on as a matter of ray of hope that Kenya Kwanza can come around, but the more they talk, the more they give signals of nothing in the pipeline. They are reacting on everything, no proactive on any matter. Mimi sioni, labda mimi ndio sioni vizuri, lakini nikiangalia tu Kenya Kwanza nzima kutoka kwa cabinet na kila kitu, I've not seen one program that is a sure program. Everything is reaction. They are not reacting to hunger. They are reacting to this and reacting to that and reacting to that. When will they settle down and give us an elaborate plan of what they can do to fix the Kenyan problem? Why are they taking from one place and taking to another? You get from the elderly, then give to the hustlers. Then you will remove from the hustlers and give to the sick. What's happening? And it's not that there's no money. Government is not even supposed to look for money. Government is supposed to facilitate money. And they have means and ways of getting that money. It's not even through taxation only. Programs like this can get local funding from people that can be trusted with, if they can trust Kenya Kwanza. But is Kenya Kwanza trustworthy? I don't think so. Can business people trust Kenya Kwanza with the hustler fund? I doubt. So let's talk, but I choose to be the doubting Thomas in this matter. Licha ya kuwa mimi ndio mhubiri. Cha muhimu tutasonga mbele. Bwana Alex, ngoja kwanza, nataka wale ambao wajaongea kwanza wakaongee, wasinipige mawe. Naomba Chaka, vipi?
Salama sana brother Benada, Guru Alex, Kelvin, Rhoda na Moses. Na tumani hamjambo nyote.
Umetoa pin nini?
Nilipoona imeingiza hiyo pin kuniitisha pin, hapo ndo nilipoanza kukwepana hapo. Kwa sababu sasa nimejiuliza na hii pin namna gani, alafu nikaenda kwa best yangu mwingine.
Mimi naona Kenya Kwanza inafanya kazi na ndugu zetu wale walienda Kamiti. Wala wanatumianga SMS.
Nikaingia kwa mabest hapo
So
Bernard.
Hii hustler fund ni front office ya back office ya Kamiti.
Sasa kwanza nikaingia kwa best yangu nikaipelekesha, tukaweka pin, inatoka pale naambia subiri baada ya masaa mawili alafu tutakujulisha. Tukakaa baada ya masaa mawili nikarudi tena, wewe bado umepata message? Sijaona message. Nikaingia kwa mwingine hivyo hivyo. So hivyo ndivyo ilivyo. Kuna wale wamepata shilingi 500, washukuru, lakini sio malengo. Sio malengo. Kuna wengine wanapata hiyo fululiza limit hata ya 4000. Mtu anaweza kopa hapo kwa fululiza tu 4,000, 3,000. Unaona? Yeah? Yangu mimi napokea shilingi 2,000 na hiyo fululiza. Si ni bora tu tubaki hapo hapo kwa fululiza mara 10. Kama hii hustler fund unaanzishwa shilingi 500. Kisha baadaye uende kwa 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Kitambo ukifikia 50,000 jamaa wangu, si tutakuwa tumewapa faida wengine. Lakini hayo ni ya wewe Mkenya ujiamulie. Leo Bernard kidogo, leo mimi nitakuwa tofauti kidogo kwa sababu kuna mambo yananikera katika moyo wangu, na nimekaa nikijiuliza ni jinsi gani wa Kenya tunaweza kuwa tukasonga mbele na tukahakikisha kwamba serikali hii ama zijazo basi tuzimesimamisha katika hali ya udugu, hali ya kushikana, hali ya umoja wa Wakenya wote, kwa sababu hilo ndo ombi langu zaidi. Sasa nikakaa nikajiuliza baadhi ya maswali. Ni wapi mvua huwa inaanza kutunyeshea? Na je, ni jinsi gani tukavyoanza kutengeneza upya hii Kenya? Kwa sababu kama tutaiacha katika mikono ya wanasiasa, basi watatukanga na hiyo katiba yetu na sheria hizo zetu, na watatukanga kutokana pengine ya mamlaka, kutokana na nguvu pengine wanayo. Kwa hivyo sasa, je, usemi wetu kama Wakenya ambao haswa sisi ndio waajiri, je, ni kwa jinsi gani? Kwa upole pengine Bernard nitatoka nje ya mada yako, lakini pia naomba nilizungumze hili kwa sababu naona kwangu ni la uzito, na pili pia nitakubali kukosolewa, pengine nitaenda kinyume kwa sababu ni mwanadamu. Lakini jambo la kwanza ambalo nitalizungumzia ili kuweza kusasena hata kwa haya maandamano ambayo tunayazungumzia, ukweli ni kwamba maandamano haya si kwa ajili ya pengine ya Raila, si kwa ajili ya Martha Karua, na si kwa ajili ya Kalonzo na wale ambao tunaona ni wa viongozi wetu. Maandamano haya ambayo tunayazungumzia ni kwa ajili ya sisi wa Kenya ambao tunaiona hii serikali inapotupeleka sipo. Ni nyingi ya kutupa ahadi na vitimbi kama hivi hasa la fana ambavyo tumevishuhudia tangia jana na leo. Lakini vile vile lazima tuangalie ni jambo gani kubwa linalotupiga. Hivyo katika uchambuzi wangu mimi binafsi nikaona ndugu yangu Bernard, nirudi katika wenzangu wale wako Central na Rift Valley. Hao ndo chanzo na ndio watakao tufungulia huu kurasa sisi wote kuweza kuafiki katika haya malengo ambayo tunasema tuipeleke hii nchi yetu sasa sisi wananchi katika ile ahadi tuliopewa ya nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Lakini wa kuanza nao ni hawa wa Central na watu wa Rift Valley. Kwanza watoke katika ile kwamba sisi tukiwa katika mamlaka ama kwa serikali inaingia hapa lazima tuwepo ndani na tuwe tunosemi zaidi sisi kama sisi, kwa sababu swala hili la GMO ni swala ambalo ni nyeti Bernard, kwamba ni chakula ambacho sasa hivi nafikiri Guru amekieleza vizuri, brother Guru hapo, kwamba amekieleza vizuri kwamba mataifa mengi sasa hivi wanapingana na hiyo jambo. Lakini likiletwa kwetu sasa, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao ni wana biashara wakomavu, wale ambao wanakuta kwamba endapo katika uongozi kutaingia mtu ambaye atakuwa yuko na tofauti na wale mawazo yao, basi huenda akawapiga mshindo na ukaweza kuwapromosha chini kabisa. So hii kitu imekaa sana pande wa Central katika vyenye ambavyo mimi naona kwamba endapo wataenda katika uongozi mwingine ambao pengine hautawajali, yani ile hisia, basi wataumia, labda pengine wataadhirika. Kwa hivyo ifike wakati kwamba sote sasa hivi tuamue jambo moja. Ndio maana mara nyingi nilikuwa nazungumzia kuhusiana hii mirengo kambi, kwamba huyu ni mtu wetu, sisi tuwe hapa, sisi kama sisi tutafanywa nini na serikali. Vitu kama hivi vinachangia pakubwa katika ustawi huu. Ndio maana baadaye tunageuzwa kibao, tunaambiwa kwamba labda pengine Raila ndo tunamtafutia awe katika uongozi. Hatuko kwa Raila kuwa katika uongozi, lakini tuko katika hali ya kwamba hii Kenya tuweze kuisimamisha, tuwe na uhaki katika mahakama zetu, tuwe na uhaki katika maamuzi yanayotolewa kule katika wabunge, tuwe na uhaki kwa kila mahali. Hapo ndipo tutakuwa tumefikia nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Kwa hivyo ombi langu la ndugu zangu wa Central, hao ndio wa kwanza katika hali kama hii. Tushikane mikono kote kwa pamoja, kwa kauli moja, bila kujali hili wala lile, wote tusimame kwa pamoja kabisa. Lakini tuseme twendeni na nyuma, bado watu, baadhi ya roho zingine zinasema hapana, endapo tutaikosa hii serikali, basi sisi tutakuwa tumekwisha. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni vigumu zaidi ya kabila zingine ama jamii zingine kuweza, hata kama zitakuwa zinaosema namna gani, pasipo ushirikiano katika watu wa either wa Rift Valley na Central kwa kikamilifu na kushikana wote kama Wakenya, basi itakuwa ngumu zaidi kuweza kuibandua hii serikali ama na serikali zingine ambazo zitakuja zile mfumo aidha pengine kama huu ambao tumeuona. Kwa hiyo ndio lilikuwa ombi langu la kwanza, ndiposa nikaomba hiyo nafasi. Kwa hiyo nikirudi katika mada ya leo, ukweli ni kwamba serikali na masuala na hustler fund imefail, na hii ni ishara wazi kwamba hii ni pesa itakuwa inarani biashara tu iko mahali. Kwa hiyo hii imeua pesa kazi kwa vijana, pesa za wazee, imeua tu mambo mengi. Sasa hivi itaua hiyo fululiza, tutakuwa tunatumia fululiza hii. So sasa sijui ni kipi ambacho hapa baadhi yetu tunafurahikia tukiona labda pengine ni sahihi zaidi, kama si mchezo ambao uko pale. Jambo lingine ambalo pia limenikwaza kidogo ni la kuhusiana na wale ambao walikuwa wanasikiza petitions za kuhusiana na masuala na kina Chelera. Tayari wale washatua maamuzi yao, na nimeshuhudia katika bunge leo baadhi ya wabunge wakitoka, wale ambao ni wa minority na waliobaki wakawa wanafagilia kabisa, ishara wazi kwamba hawa wataenda nyumbani tangia tunataka tusitake. Mimi kwangu linaniuma sana bana, ngana sana Bernard, kwa sababu hawa ni Wakenya ambao wana familia, ni Wakenya ambao kuwaondoa kwenye kazi, feeling ya mtu kutolewa kwenye kazi hakuna mtu ambaye haijui, na si kwa sababu eti kwa sababu walivunja sheria ama walileta vurugu. Kuondolewa kwao hakukuleta vurugu, kuondolewa kwao hakujaleta lolote. Wao walizungumza kile waliona kwao ni sahihi ukizungumza. Sasa sioni kwamba si kosa hili kwamba haliwezi sameheka zaidi kama ndani yake hakuna uchafu mwingine ambao ama hakuna mipango mingine ambayo ipo. So hapo ndipo nitakapo warai wa Kenya wenzangu, tusikubali hawa watu waende, hawa makomisheni wasiende, hawa wengine waliomaliza muda wao waende, they did their best, they are heroes, lakini hawa wasikubali waende. Maana wakishenda hawa tayari kuna watu waliokuwa appointed kwamba watasimamia pale. Je, jamani, kama hivi mwanzo ni huu, wale watakuja kuunganishwa kabisa na kuletwa katika tume ya IBC kwa minajili ya je, hapo tutakuwa tumepona? Itakuwa kuna maana tena ya kwenda kupiga kura yako? Hilo lazima tulifikirie zaidi. Kwa hiyo sitakuwa mrefu ili niwape wenzangu nafasi, lakini Bernard, kwa kweli sharti watu wa Central wabadilike, wasione labda pengine wakikosa uongozi wao wamekwisha. Hapana, washikane na wengine. Watu wa Rift Valley, the same thing applies. Asante.
Okay, sawa, asante sana Chaka, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako kuwafikia Wakenya, na umoja wetu ndio nguvu yetu. Cha muhimu ni tuaminiane. There is a lot of suspicion between different communities. Some of it is historical, some of it is just rumor mongering that was transferred from one generation to another. But there is what brings us together, and most of it is pain and the problems. Right now, we are looking into the same pot that we may all get cooked inside if we don't take our time and be able to salvage the situation. And so, going forward, we must come to terms with the reality of our togetherness being our strength and our ability to redeem ourselves from bad experience. And so ujumbe wako ni muhimu, na masuala ya Cherera na wengine hapo ndio Wakenya wanapaswa kushikana mikono, because Kenya Kwanza ikitimua watu vile inavyotaka, hakuna kitu itawazuia kutimua yeyote yule, kutoka kwa Chief Justice mpaka every other person yule ambaye hawatampenda watamtimua. Na serikali ikianza kuendeshwa hivyo, basi serikali ya kiumla itakuwa imeingia, na basi Wakenya mtaingia mahali ambapo hamtaki kwenda. Serikali ambayo isikii lolote sio haifai kwa nchi yoyote, haswa katika kizazi hiki. Kwa hivyo let's put our solidarity together. Terminating the services, or rather the terms of the 4 commissioners is unwarranted unless there is some any, in fact hiyo kesi haipaswi kupita hiyo committee kulingana na ile na petitions iliwekwa na vile mawakili waliuliza maswali. Hizo petitions zote hakuna ile iko na affidavit ama iko na evidence backing it up. So it will be very silly for that chairman and that committee officials to pass that thing even to reach the president's desk. It has no merit whatsoever. But if they insist that it has merit, then tutakutana na maoni ya wananchi, because the final word is with the Kenyan people, na wako tayari. Kwa hivyo tusitie shaka. Cha muhimu, we must get the control of our country back into our hands and not surrender it to some dictatorship from one quarter. Thank you very much. Naomba tulinde muda tafadhali, tulinde muda. Tumeweka watu kwa mkururo sana. Naomba tujaribu kulinda muda ili tuhakikishe kwamba kila mtu anapata nafasi ya kusema kwa wakati wake. Tusichukue muda sana, it creates problems. We are here for long, so and that means when you share now, you will also get an opportunity to share again. You don't have to grab the nini and speak 15 minutes, 10 minutes. That is keeping the line too long, and it is not healthy for the viewers as well as for us who are waiting to talk. Asante lakini. Moses, how are you today?
I'm okay, Bernard. How are you and everyone this channel and those ones watching us?
We are great. Karibu.
Asante sana. So for me today, I'm just going to be brief, like you have said. Of course, we keep monitoring and watching whatever is happening, but like whatever is happening in Kenya with this government, like me, I'm not surprised. Of course, I expected that. Unless if they do something very important, that's when I'll be surprised. Because their target and what I'm seeing them doing successfully, they are buying those ones who oppose them and those ones who are still opposing them, and also revenging to those ones who never stood with them, and maybe also rewarding those ones who were with them. Those are the only things I've seen them doing successfully. But the rest, I don't see anything. But also it is good for ordinary citizens who we always take ourselves cheap, because of bribing. Someone will come with some few or some, like they used to give people, like in my country, they used to give them salt, a half kilo of salt. Then you see someone praising someone for the whole week. But until we change that mindset, until we come to reality, because if someone, Bernard, you believe it or not, if someone buys you, if someone come and buys your vote, you have no voice. You cannot call him to order because he bought you. You did not vote him because he is able to do the job, but you voted him because of his money. So that politics in Africa is just developing each and every day until we ordinary citizens will change our minds. Because now, if you can see Ruto's government, what they are doing, because they vote. Those few who voted for them, they never voted them because they love them. No, they gave them money, and few who were given empty promises. Those were the guys and the so-called the hustler fund, like how it ended yesterday, and now still people they have started crying. Yet it's still early, and a government a government that works for people, you can see the way they act. They criticize the former president, Moaso and I think his deputy, that he did nothing, all that and what. But this guy used to stand with the citizen, because I remember those during the times of COVID, he could come out, and I feel now the guy is feeling what people are going through. He could come to them and make a press, say tomorrow, from tomorrow, after tomorrow, this and this must go down, and it will do. So he used to do. In our country we say Vasimo Genzi. I don't know, they appreciate after you've gone. So I don't see why these people criticize the other guy, but yet for them I don't see anything, even small. Maybe me, but on your side I don't know. And my last point, sharp brains also in his government. We can't deny it. But it seems these people, when someone who always, I don't know whether you have ever had friends who are always, I know, I don't, I know, I know. They don't believe that you can advise them. Maybe his government is like that. But because of, he has some good brains in his government, of which I hope that they will maybe try to advise him and his arrogant deputy, who is always attacking people with no reason. So Musala Mudavadi and the Weta, they are good people, and I wonder why are they quiet? Because before, like 2 years back, they were talking something that is reasonable, but now they are quiet. You see him pushing Chereda and the group in the parliament. I don't know. So for me, Bernard, I will be honest. I don't expect this government to do anything good, unless if God does wonders. That's for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. We appreciate that, and probably you need to work on your audio. It's not coming out very clearly. In the next session, you need to improve on the audio. I think you will need to either do your settings or on me, so that everyone can get you clearly. All the same, thank you very much for that. And if I see that there is already a tribunal, a proposition to set up a tribunal to try the four commissioners from the committee, it appears to me that injustice is the new system in Kenya. The people who are charged with murder are walking scot free. Those who uh, who pulled the gun and shot somebody are now state witnesses. It is becoming worse. But let's see. They will bulldoze. But the wrath of Kenyans is also something to consider. I just pray that Kenyans are going to wake up and do what is necessary to bring checks and balances to the madness that they have been visited with. Well, let's listen out to this before we bring into next person to make a submission. I think I'll do some 2 quick videos as we move forward. Let's listen to this first.
kuelezea umma sababu ya kuondolewa kwa baadhi ya mashtaka kwenye baadhi ya kesi iwapo afisi yake itasalia kuaminiwa na Wakenya. Wakili Charles Kanjama aidha anasema kuwa ipo fursa ya kuanzisha upya kesi kama raia binafsi iwapo haujaridhika na hatua ya ODPP kuondoa kesi. Ibrahim Karanja na maelezo zaidi.
Japo inasemekana kuwa hatua ya upande wa mashtaka kuondoa madai dhidi ya washukiwa katika baadhi ya kesi si jambo geni, uzito wa kesi zinazoathirika na hatua hiyo ya ODPP katika siku za hivi karibuni umesababisha mjadala kuhusu uwazi wa hatua hiyo. Kwenye kesi ambayo sasa imerejesha afisi ya Nurdin Haji kwenye kurunzi, mawakili wa familia ya marehemu Tob Cohen wameelezea kutoridhika kwao na hatua ya ODPP kuondoa malalamishi dhidi ya Sarah Wairimo na mfanyabiashara Peter Karanja, washukiwa wakuu kwenye mauaji ya Cohen. Familia hiyo ya Cohen inasema kuwa haikufahamishwa na ODPP nia yake ya kuondoa mashtaka licha ya wao kuwa waathiriwa wakuu. ODPP pia ameondoa mashtaka katika baadhi ya kesi kuu zinginezo, ikiwemo ile ya mauaji dhidi ya waziri wa jinsia Aisha Jumwa Jumatano wiki hii, pamoja na kesi dhidi ya naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua.
The current concern of Kenyans is an opportunity for the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution to come out clear and engage Kenyans and clarify why they charge or withdraw charges against certain individuals, and also give the general guidelines. And also for those who are affected, who think that they have been wrongly charged, they need to know, Kenyans need to know, if I feel that the prosecution should not even have been commenced, what is the mechanism for me to seek review of the decision to charge in the DPP's office?
Aidha, mwanasheria Kanjama anasema kuwa iwapo kuna asiyeridhika na maamuzi ya ODPP kuondoa kesi hizo, ipo nafasi ya kuianzisha upya kama raia binafsi.
Anytime the DPP seeks to withdraw charges, the court should make it a practice of giving the victim or complainant an opportunity to address the court. And the court should be the one to finally determine whether they are persuaded by the DPP's decision or not. And if they are not persuaded, to then request the DPP to continue with the evidence that has already been presented in witness statements and exhibits, present it to the court so that the court can then make the final determination. That, I think, will resolve a lot of the sense of maybe unfairness that may be felt by victims or complainants when charges are withdrawn, especially if they are not agreeable with the decision.
Hata hivyo, ODPP ametakiwa kuwa makini zaidi ili kuondoa dhana ya msukumo wa kisiasa inayokisiwa kuwa chanzo cha kuondolewa kwa baadhi ya kesi hizo.
The issue of equal treatment is fundamental for the sense of justice in the criminal justice system. And it is not just on the basis of politics, even on the basis of economic ability. If you only charge the poor, but those who are better off or wealthy never get charged, or you don't take about their cases well. If you only charge, for example, men and don't charge women, or vice versa. If you charge people because of ethnicity or any other of these inherent or social characteristics, it would be very unfortunate.
Ibrahim Karanja, NTV.
Okay, let's move on. Where is Derek?
Yes. Habari zenyu? I hope mko poa.
Tuko poa, karibu.
Sawa. Kwanza Guru, sijui ni unalala umekula GMO ama ni aje bana? Wewe unajua tunaongea mambo muhimu hapa, ndio sasa kama gadi wetu, sasa ukilala tutakufurusha nje.
Alikula kanyama kaasla.
Ni kama amekula GMO bana. Anyway, that was that. It is nice to make some the nini changamke. Sasa mimi nataka kusema hivi. Nimeona Wakenya wamedozika na 500. Watu wamekuwa wadozi. Sasa mimi nashangaa kama hii 500 ni ya kununua mayai na mkate breakfast ama ni ya kufanya investment. Kweli sisi wajinga, sisi wa Kenya tunabeba ujinga ama nini? Mimi nataka kuagree na wa Kenya, msikatae kuchukua pesa, chukueni pesa. That is your tax. Msiwache hiyo pesa, chukueni. Ila mtu asikudanganye that kuna kitu kama investment you can do with that money. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hii ni kucheza, tumechezwa. Somebody is in business. Kuna pesa unaona ati siji mara inakatwa inaenda siji kwa NSSF siji ni nini. I don't buy that. Kuna mtu anafanya biashara lakini tunafaa tufungue macho. Pesa nayo ikikuja mkule. Msiwache pesa. Juu mkiwacha itarudi, na ikirudi itaingia kwa mfuko ya hao mabwenyenye. Ila my problem is the amount itself. Mboga and watu boda boda. I think I was following sometimes back Junet akiongea about this money. Niambie sasa umenipea 500. Na mimi ni mtu wa boda boda. Nataka kununua pikipiki worth 120,000. Umenipatia 500. Niko na deni ya pesa ngapi? Sasa hata kama umenipea 500, kwanza unasema nirudishe with 8% na nirudishe within 14 days. Sasa ni pikipiki naenda kununua ama ni pesa nakula alafu narudisha ama ni aje? Na hii so I don't understand. I really don't understand venye sisi tunachezewa, lakini we are just falling into that trap. So what I can urge Kenyans, pesa ikikuja tukule, lakini tumakinike tujue tunaelekea wapi. Two, I want to talk of the issue of the DPP whatever. Me, I've been saying and I will maintain, Bernard, I've been asking you, wewe ni rafiki yangu, lakini umefanya makosa na mimi ndo niko kwa hiyo steering. What do you expect? What do you expect? So what we expect is that, of course, nitadrop your charges. Nitadrop kila kitu because you are my friend. We are dining and wining together. So that is what is going on in the current government. We should not question like what is going on, and we already have the answers. Unaona saa hii, even the Cherera 4, Ruto is eyeing things to do with 2027, badala afanyie wana Kenya kazi, but is eyeing 2027. That's why unaona na behave hivyo. So this man, si ati ni mambo ya ati tuna nini, tunaangaliana ati current government tufanyie nini, because up to now I don't know tunaingiza the 70th siji the 80th days, lakini hakuna hata kitu moja unaweza niambia watu wamefanya kama sio hii hustler fund. Na hii hustler fund unadhania ni kwa nini imekuja after Raila kuitisha mgomo? These are ways Ruto is trying to cool down wananchi. Kwa nini unadhania ni huyu jamaa ni mjinga? Huyu jamaa anachora. Na lakini tunafaa tukue wiser. Ni kuchora anachora. Raila anasema wacha tupunguze maneno ya mgomo mpaka tarehe 7, lakini naye anakuja na strategy. Ndio aingie kwa akili yenu, ndio muone this man is working for Kenyans. 500. My friend, I'm waiting for that for that maandamano. Mimi naingoja, niko Nairobi, siko abroad, siko niko Nairobi, naingoja mbaya sana. Anipatie pesa, asinipatie pesa, mimi nitaenda kwa street. I will fight for you if you don't want to go to the street, for you to get a better Kenya tomorrow. If I die today, my name will go down in records so that you can get a Kenya tomorrow. So tufungue macho, tuache hii maneno ya tunadanganywa hapa day in day out. Let's be serious. Wacha niwachie hapo wengine waendelee.
Okay, thank you very much, Derek. Very good way of looking at it. Is Kenya Kwanza, if it's not delivering, there is no need of having it in office. Hakuna haja mtu akule mshahara ambao unazidi mazalisho yake. If you are generating thousands and you are eating billions, are you not unatufuliza? Unatufilisisha. Hicho ndio Kiswahili mwafaka. You are really rendering us bankrupt because you are drawing more than you are generating. The purpose of any government is to secure the productivity of the country. Make sure that the country is producing more than it is consuming. But if your own salary is consuming more than what every Kenyan is producing, then hapo kuna shida kubwa sana. Na hiyo uhitaji degree ya economics. You don't need to have any sense of wherever PhD in economics. It's just simple home domestic cash sell, wherever cash book records. Kenya Kwanza tangu ishike hatamu za uongozi, what has it added to the economy? It has rendered the young people jobless. That is reduction. Okay, it has now in fact there is another debate about Sagaja and the bus. Okay, those bus were employing young people, and some other employees know they are now closed. So those are more jobless people on the list. So Kenya Kwanza is not expanding the country. Kenya Kwanza is shrinking the economy, is shrinking the productivity of Kenyans, is making less Kenyans to be productive and more Kenyans to be dependent. That is a wrong approach. And so mtu yeyote ambaye haiko tayari kwa maandamano ni yule ambaye anataka kuchangia inji kuwa maskini. Na maswala ya hustler fund is not helping anything. It's only making you a dependent. It wants to make you a fugitive. You keep running away from committee because you took 500 shillings. You cannot. Fuliza did not come for business. Fuliza came to help somebody who has gone to the supermarket to buy unga. Ana bei ya unga imepanda. Arudi nyumbani na nini? Na unga. Haikukuja LT uende kutumia kufanya biashara. Kenyans need to wake up and realize hapa hakuna kitu. Turudi kwa nani? Alex, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Sana. Unaweza nipata? Unanisikia?
Yes. You can be heard. Continue.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Sasa mi nataka tu kuongezea kwa sababu kidogo nilikuwa nishaongea. Naanza na hustler fund. Hii hustler fund unajua timing yake vile imetolewa sasa hii is a disaster. I think sote tunajua January inakuja. Na school fees iko sasa hii full blast. Wenye wameanza kuchukua wanasherekea. Na watu wa darasa la 8 wamefanya mtihani, watu wa standard 6 wamefanya mtihani. Kila mtu atataka nguo ya kusherekea. Tutaenda kwa hustler fund. Inabidi tuchukue nyingi kidogo. Shule zikifunguliwa pesa imepungua. Hali ndio hiyo. Tunapambana na hali zetu. Hii itakuwa disaster. Watu watalia mbaya sana na hapo ndio sasa mambo itakuwa hata hiyo maandamano haitaitishwa. Watu utaenda tu wenyewe kwa streets. Kwa sababu hii maisha itakuwa ngumu sana na kulipa school fees. Na December imeishia, hiyo New Year imeingia. Watu wanarudi shule, form 4 wako. So kuna shida mbele kidogo. Ambapo Wakenya wangekuwa watu waerevu wangeachana ya hustler fund wazoe na maisha wamezoea, wajipange. Kama hukuweka ya Christmas, vumilia. Hiyo ni tahadhari yenye iko. Jambo lingine ni kwamba hii maandamano iko. But kuna public holiday inakuja. Sasa hii nasikia kuna parallel rally. Sasa hapa pia naona kama hiyo itakuwa maandamano kubwa ama itakuwa ni disaster. Kulingana na vile hata mtachangia mtaona kama itakuwa parallel, ingine mbele za Mombasa, ingine za Nairobi, ingine za kwa Eldoret, ingine za kwa kitu kama hiyo. Ambapo the share of might ni wapi kutajaa. Na hapo mwingine atasikia mwingine atatoa kucha. Hiyo pia naona kama kuna mlipuko. Na hiyo ndio watu wanataka. Nilisikia kijana mmoja akiongea kwa bunge la wananchi kwamba muda mrefu sana hajanuka tear gas. Yeye hata anacheleweshwa, anataka aenda nuke tear gas kidogo. Kaambie mwanangu usisite, wacha tuinushe. Jambo lingine chenye nanishangaza ni kama tunasoma Biblia kweli. Unajua, nasikia kama mtu amekosa na wewe ni polisi, pengine nimeua na nilikuwa nakimbia ukaniona, kainua mkono juu, mikono miwili, kasema please have surrendered. Ukiniua, nani mwenye kosa? Mimi mwenye nisha surrender, nikainua mkono juu. Sawa. Sasa mtu kama Cherera, the four, ni watu hawakufanya jambo lenye nasema ni kubwa search, lakini walitoa opinion yao kulingana na hali ilivyokuwa, wakasema we can't stomach this. Unaweza compare hiyo na wenye wameua. Okay, hiyo ishafanyika and we cannot correct it. Kwamba wenye wamekesi zao zimetolewa ni sawa. What can we do? Nothing. Koti iko kwa mfuko, judiciary ishaweka kwa mfuko, parliament iko kwa mfuko. Wanaongea tena, una brag sana. Unaona? But also to brag in ours is just to talk the truth without fear or favor. Hakuna kulegeza, tuiseme ukweli uko wapi. Kwa sababu kuna wale the governance and the governed. We are the governed. Sisi ndio kuna vile tunataka tuwe governed. Tusipoisema hata kama wanajua, so tutasema mbona hukusema? So we are on the right track. Jambo lingine, hii mambo ya hawa kutolewa Cherera, si ati walifanya jambo kubwa sana. In strategy. Huyu amejua, judiciary ashajua vile ameweka wapi, parliament, three arms of government ashajua iko wapi. So yenye ilikuwa imebaki ni independent body ya ABC. Hii akishaweka vile anataka basi. Hata sasa wakina Mudavadi wakipiga kelele, ajali. Wakina Gachagua wakipiga kelele, ajali. Tenda mpiga kelele huko, lakini ABC ashaweka kwa mfuko, anaenda anarekebisha namba huko, wewe unapiga kelele na kwenda kuambia wewe nyamaza. So hii maandamano pengine wengine hakuelewa maana yake. Sio Cherera tu. Cherera is the starting point. The Cherera is the starting point. Lakini tunaona 2027 ndio inaleta hii yote. Mwisho nataka kusema hivi. Sisi tunasema ni wa Mungu and we cannot forgive. Tuna preach ukweli. Kama alienda Korea, rais wetu akasema Mungu ndiye alifanya wapite wakapata serikali, wakaform government. Wengine walikuwa natafuta binadamu. Ni sawa. Kama ulikuwa Mungu analikuninio, so unasema Mungu wenye alifanyia hivi nimewasamea, kuliko kutoa watu wazazi wenye watoto wao wanaenda kuteseka. Then kuna watu bungeni wako proud sana, tena unaona vile hata leo wameongea nikasikia vibaya sana. Unafurahia kufuta mtu kazi na vile dunia vile hali iko sahihi. Tena ni mama na mababa wako na mpaka wajukuu. Na wewe umepata kazi unapewa na mwananchi huko kwa parliament, unapata salary. And then wanataka wasifiwa kuja hao, mnasema huduma yetu amekuja kwetu, one of our mind. Surely. Unajua mimi nimeona sangine hata tukiongea na president, lakini hao bunge pia tuwaite kwa majina kwamba fulani na fulani anafanya vibaya. Hiyo pia ita make sense. Maana tukiweza tu rais peke yake, wale wanapiga kelele kuliko hata rais. Au pia we call them their names. Wajulikane bwana, hii Kenya vile naenda, they are contributing to that. Hello, unanipata?
Yes. We can get you, Alex.
So, haya sana kama kuna shida ya network. Hii mambo ya mabaa za Nairobi. Unajua ukiangalia serikali ya Kibaki, hakuna kitu Kibaki alikuwa anaongeza kila saa kuliko pombe. Ilikuwa ameanza kwa 150 kenda mpaka 200 mpaka 200, sasa ni 300 and something, you see. ilikuwa na watu walikuwa wananunua hivyo hivyo, na sisi tumeanza kwanza kupiga hiyo. Wenye walikuwa wanafanya kazi hapo, breweries is one of the biggest companies in our country. Watasikia vizuri kama products zao ziendi. Do we really know what we are doing? Ama tuna compete kwa nguvu? Kwanza show the might. Mimi nimepata hii mpaka nionyeshe mimi pia niko. Tunataka tujulikane tuko na tumepata nguvu tuko nazo. Where are we heading, brothers? So kimimi sasa they cannot forgive, that is one. They have to pay back whether you like it or not. It's a payback time, and it's now deal go deal, because hustler fan haielewi. Unajua mpaka hao wenyewe wanafanya kuongea but bado haieleweki madhumuni yake kubwa ni nini kulingana na what they promised people. Because I should not take that much time, I conclude by saying this. This government has succeeded kwa kugawanya watu. Watu wamegawanyika. So, I feel that we don't want that, we should not stop talking on this, but watu tayari amefaulu, watu wamegawanyika. That's why we see mtu yote akitaka anything, ama governor anataka kitu kwake, the first thing anafanya ni kutukana Raila, kumdemonize na kumwambia kumbe I made a wrong choice, ile aingie pale. That's the key. Hiyo ndio key, kutaka kuingia kwa Yuda, anza na Raila, utakaribishwa tena mwingine. But me, I think hao naingia ovyo pia when the deal is too good. Yeah, pia mpaka. Yeah. When the deal is too good, I think these people also, they know what they are doing. They are not children too. So kwa sasa watu wako wengi, but we stand firm. Bobi Wine aliongea chenye nilielewa, hata nyinyi mkaweza kumbuka. Kama tutalegeza sasa hivi before the constitution is not weak, mpaka inakuwa weak, sasa hatutalia tena, tutapiga mayowe. Ndio nikakwambia ile historia ya punda baba. Punda iko kwa mlima na amebeba mzigo nzito kweli, hata vile napumua na kwa mzigo ni zito. Lakini bado anachapa tu twende. Badala ya kusukuma punda mwambie hey, umpe nguvu kidogo pia apumue kidogo, anachapa twende. Alafu unaharibu vibaya ati punda afe mzigo, lakini mzigo ufiki. Sasa punda kisha kufa, kesho utabeba mzigo. Asanteni kwa sasa. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that interesting way to look at it. I think Kenya Kwanza, or William Ruto in particular, is buying leaders, members of parliament, and some MCAs and all that. But I doubt if he has the Kenyans with him. Maybe it's because he disregards the opinion of Kenyans, so that may not affect him until the rainy day. But from the look of things, the leaders are going on their own. The Kenyans are stuck. They are not moving on. From what I get from the street and the reactions. And so, you know, you can get assurance, I have come, only for you to be surprised. The person came alone. Like MUDAVADI came alone. So don't look at those people crossing the floor and saying they have come, they have surrendered, they are not working with Baba. Those are on their own. They are looking for something to eat. They shouldn't be used as a gauge to tell where the heart of Kenya is. Kenya Kwanza is doing zero in terms of reaching out to other Kenyans, and they think they are superior and they cannot be held to account by anybody, and that will be their beginning of their downfall. When they are no longer in touch with the pulse of the Kenyan people, then when the Kenyan people revolt, it's going to be tough for them, because afadhali kama unaweza kusoma temperature ya mtu utajua vile utamcontrol. Lakini wakati umemwacha akapanda vyake, ujui yako wapi, amekasirika ama anacheka, na wewe unakuja na smile, unaweza kula ngumi bure. So ni muhimu tuelewe hivyo. And the Kenyan politics is usually that way, especially after elections. They are still, bado tuko na ile kasumba ya katiba ya kitambo ya kwamba siasa mbaya maisha mbaya, kumaanisha usipokuwa na serikali utapata maendeleo. Hayo mambo yote yalimalizwa 2010 wakati tulipata katiba mpya. Hii katiba ina guarantee maendeleo sehemu zote kwa kila Mkenya. Rais awe rafiki yako asiwe rafiki yako, it doesn't matter. The law requires that the development reaches every corner of this great nation. And so wale wanaenda kupiga magoti huko kwa State House ili waonekane ama wapewe hiki na kile, ni tumbo zao zimewapeleka, sio Kenya. But the heart of Kenya and Kenyans is with the rest of the Kenyans. We want a better country, not a country being taken back to the dark ages where you had to go and bribe the president, bribe the MP, bribe everybody so that you get anything done. Hizo zimepitwa na wakati, na wale wanacheza hivyo hata itakuwa mula wao mwisho. Swala la Cherera na team, swala nyeti hapa haswa wa Kenya tuelewe. Swala nyeti hapa ni Chebukati kuachilia ufunguo. Wacha maneno ya by election na hiyo masuala mengine. Kwa sababu Chebukati anapaswa kutoka kwa ofisi, na kitoka kwa ofisi anapatia funguo nani? Cherera. Okay? Na Cherera akichukua funguo si ataangalia kwa sava. Na kama sava haiko na ukweli iko na ukweli, okay? Nani aliyeshinda kura, nani alianguka kura. Na hao watu walishasema waliona opaqueness. So after they have removed the mask of opaqueness and they see the person announced as a winner is not the winner, na wako na funguo, what is going to happen? Hiyo ndio tisho kubwa kwa Kenya Kwanza, and iposa wako tayari kuvunja sheria kuzuia mtu anayeona vizuri asiingie akaona funguo, akawa na funguo za safe ya Kenya, ya IBC, kuona awe na funguo na passwords za server, kwa sababu akiona ukweli Chebukati na timu wako tabani. Sasa hiyo ndio mambo yote na Kenya Kwanza nzima. That's where the really issue is. And therefore the parliamentarians need to wake up and understand they can do injustice right now to the 4 commissioners, but that injustice will be turned against them not many days from now. You help huwa tunasema in the, I'm a Bible teacher, huwa tunasema those who sin with you will sin against you. Saa hii mnaombwa mfanye maovu kinyume na hao wanne. Wakishawamaliza hao wanne watageuka sasa watendee nyinyi maovu. Sijui mtasemaje wakati mnaanza kutendewa maovu. Saa hii mnapembeleza mtarudishiwa CDF, sijui nini. Baada ya kumwasaidia kutoa hao wanne, wakaenda wakajisafisha huko IBC, uovu wao ukafichwa, ndio mtaambiwa CDF tafuteni kwa koti. Nishasema yangu, na nishawaambia mimi sio nabii wala mtoto wa nabii, lakini na macho yangu huwa yanaona na akili yangu inafanya kazi vizuri. Haya, tusikilize.
Bunge ya kitaifa imependekeza kubuniwa kwa jopo la kuwachunguza makamishna wanne wa tume ya uchaguzi nchini ili kubaini endapo wataondolewa ofisini. Licha ya makamishna hao kususia vikao vyake, kamati hii inashikilia kuwa naibu mwenyekiti Juliana Cherera, makamishna Irene Masit, Francis Wanderi na Justus Nyang'aya walikiuka sheria wakati wa uchaguzi. Chemutai Goina anaarifu.
Makamishna wane wa IEBC sasa huenda ikawa chini ya jopo la kuwachunguza baada ya kamati ya haki na sheria iliyokuwa inasikiza kesi iliyowasilishwa kwake kutoa uamuzi wake.
His Excellency the President suspends the commissioners hearing pending the determination by the tribunal.
Mapendekezo hayo yakitarajiwa kujadiliwa bungeni Alhamisi hii kabla ya wabunge kupiga kura.
I am in JLAC, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, but it has come to lack justice and come to lack fairness. It has become a kangaroo committee. One day this will bite us.
Tayari majibizano makali yameshuhudiwa bungeni baada ya viongozi wanaoegemea upande wa Azimio kueleza kutofurahishwa na wito wa bunge kuongeza muda wa vikao kujadili ripoti hiyo.
When illegalities are to be committed, we normally extend time. It is known, Mr. Speaker, and today is one of the dark days in our country when illegalities are going to be committed in this country, Mr. Speaker.
This House cannot be a party to draconian tendencies. We cannot contribute to outstanding this country to the dark old days. The dark old days of dictatorship. The dark old days of brinkmanship.
For when your party leader directs you, even as he did in the Jailer Committee, to lead you to walk out of a committee of parliament, then you belittle the people who elected you, and you're telling the people who elected you that you cannot make decisions as leaders by yourselves.
Baada ya vikao vya leo, wabunge wataenda likizo hadi Februari. Chemutai Goin, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Shillings from the Hustlers Fund in the last 24 hours. Cooperatives as well as small and medium enterprises CS Simon Chelugui has also indicated that more than 1 million Kenyans have been registered. However, there has been a hue and cry over the amount of money being disbursed to individual Kenyans, many of whom have reported to have received between 500 and 1,000 shillings from the fund. NTV's Melita Oletanges takes a look at the first few hours of the Hustlers Fund.
Benson Mwangi, a businessman in Murang'a County, is among Kenyans who have applied and received money from the Hustlers Fund just 24 hours after it was launched. He was, however, hoping to get more money than he received.
Lakini kwa bahati mbaya sikusaidika sana. Leo ndio nimejaribu kuapply tena. Wakanipea loan limit ya 600 yenye haigeweza hata kuniwekea stock.
With many Kenyans scrambling to apply for the fund, some are yet to receive their money hours later, despite going through the registration process.
Tuliambiwa tu apply. Na una apply, inakuambia uregister. Ukisha register inakuambia ugoje after 2 hours. Sasa mimi nime apply mara 2 kutoka jana. Haijanirudishia message.
The 8% interest per annum and 5% savings on the loan is, however, seemingly causing a stir among borrowers who say they are left with little to work with.
Hiyo pesa ni kidogo sana. Juu unaona sasa hiyo kama ni 500 nikipewa saa hizi hata yezi nipeleka soko ninunue unga. Mimi natumiaga unga.
Nakaa nikiangalia simu hakuna kitu. Lakini hata wenye wanapata 500. Na 500 ikikatwa inabaki 475. Na interest ya 40 shillings. Sasa hiyo ni hasara.
The president, however, differs.
90% of all these lending platforms are lending between 100 shillings and 2,500. That tells you how important or how much 500 shillings or 1,000 shillings is.
With Kenyans rushing to apply for the loan, the little disbursement among Kenyans raises concerns on whether they will be able to improve their economic fortunes or squander the money altogether. Melita Oletanges, NTV.
Back to Rhoda.
Oh my God. I'm just happy to read the comment. Hey, Gideon Kiproch talking about to marry Louis. That's good. We are all Kenya. You can marry with anybody. We are Kenya. We are all Kenya. No matter the language we speak, no matter who we are, no matter where you come, is God create or try. Whether you and you need to be happy. The language you speak, where you come from, be proud of your language. Kiproch, Gideon. That's wonderful. You want to marry Luo. Louis. Fantastic. Okay. What I want to say, it's about murder case. It was very sad what happened today with wanatoa cases za murdered. Mi nikashidwaje, yani watu wananga feelings kama huyo businessman was killed. I remember that story, and it is Wajiru Wairimu killed that man. He is a Jewish man, and wanatoa kesi zote za murdered. Nikashidwa, oi, siku hizi Kenya kumurdered is not crime, kwa sababu nchi mob zile murdered wanakuanga kama wanakuwa nasema kama 10 years kuka kwa jail ukiua. Sasa mimi natoa wanatoa cases. I'm wondering why they do that, you know. So those are questions I'm asking myself. And then hii kesi ya Chelela, unajua Chelela hakuna kitu walifanya vibaya, yani the thing they need to follow is the constitutions. What does the constitution say? Because if Chebukati and Chelela, they didn't agree, maybe Chelela didn't see the result well, maybe Chebukati was hiding or something like that, so they have right to express themselves because we're living in the democracy country. So I still don't agree that Cherara, they need to be removed in IBC. They need to be continued, because if they didn't agree, and yeah, so that is a fact. They don't need to remove them. So I hope my prayer that they will keep them working there in the IBC, because they didn't see the result, so they were ready to express themselves. And you know, we are and something, you know, something, you know, I just want one time God will deliver our country about this tribalism, because this tribalism is the one have been written us down and written us back, because we already look at this tribe and this tribe, we always, because when, you know, I wish I can get opportunity to work in Kenya government. I could unite every community to bring them together. When you come for the president, you are all present for all Kenyans. No matter the language you speak, no matter where you come from, you are the president for all the public of Kenya. You don't do like I'm going to do this tribe is the one who did for me, is the one who did it for you. You love everybody. You know, that's the Kenya I want to have, that spirit. Like that we have a president who love every community, he respect every community, because it's a law, the law of self-love. Self-love is a law. I don't know why United Nations, they don't have the law. Self-love is a law. Like this country I'm living is a law. Self-love is a law. If you don't love, the constitution of this country always say, if you don't love, nobody can force somebody to love, because love is you must love yourself, because you have something to give your neighbor. But according to the law, you cannot force somebody to love you according to the law. That is it's very tricky law. You cannot force somebody to love. If you're working for the work, maybe because of my skin color, they do discriminations, is a law. Nobody have right to treat me very bad. I have right to take in the court. Or they force me to do something, I don't like it, I have to go to the court. Here you're not. That's the way I could like that spirit to be in our country. It's a country ruled by the law. You're not forcing people to bow for you. And then something I don't understand, what, you know, I see the Kenyan church. I get a lot of challenge. What the church is doing, they're just, they don't care about Kenyan people. They are the one, because they are the one responsibility about for our country. They are the one they need to stand for our country. But the way I see, then I think the churches have been very, very, it's about money. They focus on, I saw one time they were just eating buffet, enjoying themselves. They don't care about people they are suffering. They don't care about those people, their family member, they have been killed, their son have been killed, and nobody said. We saw somebody like Gishero. Gishero was killed church didn't stand. Nobody care about it. You said who killed him, whether it's somebody give him poison. Nobody cares. And the church, they always say that Kenya is 80% Christian. You know, Kenya is used to be very, very, very respected in Christ when it come about Christianity, because they used to present to sing even international songs. They used to present about Kenya even international songs, like in one church in America called Gateway. But still the church, and they always say, oh, my favorite preacher is Billy Graham. Billy Graham was not like that. Billy Graham was bringing together Chinese together, every black African community together, every white community. The Billy Graham ministry he was not divided. He was standing with his own country. And I remember even when he died, he went with the Lord. He died for the 99 years. Donald Trump, he was a fiend. He was a man was bringing American together, every community together, and he make a history. Even he have read the books. So that's the gospel. You can say in America, he make a history. And some Kenya preachers, oh, I like Billy Graham. If you like Billy Graham, why can you be like the way he was bringing together America together, Chinese together, Spanish together, black community together, and he was standing for his own country. You know, when we don't have such kind of preacher in my country, I'm wondering where we are going our country. Every preachers, every community in Kenya, because every community, they meet together. They are the one who need to stand for our country to tell like Ruth or president, you're not doing the right. But then they always try to hide. Then they focus about the money. That's why the Bible says, not every ball call the name of the Lord. So I see the kingdom of God. I have been very, very surprised with the Church of Kenya, the way people, they say, oh, Kenya is a revival. Kenya will bring the revival whole world. I don't believe Kenya will bring the revival whole world. I don't believe that, because if they want the revival, they need to bring us together, the church. They bring every community. They stand for the. If the president is doing the wrong, they have to tell. But then they accept darkness, and because the Bible says, if you follow Jesus, because the Christian, we are called to be the light of the darkness. I cannot see the darkness and then I hide. I remember there's one police officer was killed here. I was telling the church, we must protest against criminal killing the police officer. We cannot accept criminal, you know. So the church, they are doing wrong in Kenya, and they need to stand. Every church, pastor, community, no matter in the villages, they need to stand for our country. And they tell even the president is doing wrong. For example, like the way the governor from like in another country, they have to bow for him. That is another law. The law of Kenya, what is the constitution? It says that you bow for the president because he can accept for you. When you are governor, you were elected with the ODM on Jubilee. You must stand for you are the party you are studying. It's not the law that you have to obey because my community can get something. I think that's not the Kenya we want to live. We want to Kenya we live together as a family, one Kenya. And when you are president, you respect every community and you respect the law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Let us listen, and like the Bible says, let him that has an ear hear what the Spirit is saying to the church and generally to the Kenyan people. This country belongs to all Kenyans, and every Kenyan has a responsibility towards making this country great. And I heard Ichungwas talking about the work out by the Azimio team from the JLAC committee when they couldn't adjust the rules of engagement. And I couldn't help but remember Kipchumba Murkomen in the previous parliament when he stood and was forthright in ensuring that there is enough tear gas, there is enough tankers to deal with NASA. He was on the front line ensuring that Miguna is deported and all that and all that. But when the law turned around and threw him out and demoted him, he was the first one to cry. So one of these fine days, I'll be waiting for Ichungwa and team to come and cry when they will be treated the way they want to treat the 4 commissioners. You cannot sanction a tribunal against somebody who has been accused by people who submitted no evidence, submitted no affidavits, submitted. In fact, the name of the person accused was misspelled in the petition, and you still go ahead and ratify it and say they have a case to answer. There is something wrong with this country, and as Kenyans lazima muinuke na mkatae uovu ambao Kenya Kwanza inaanza kuleta katika nchi. If the law will not be used for settling matters, it will be used for destroying lives. And as soon as you're through with destroying the 4 commissioners, the next people to be destroyed are you Kenyans. Don't allow the law to be turned into a piece of paper that means nothing and bite no one. It is evil, it's wrong, and so don't try it. Let's rise up and say no to the impunity that is being infringed within our society. Kenya Kwanza's responsibility is to defend the Constitution, not to use the Constitution to destroy other people's lives and other people's destinies. Thank you very much. Let's listen to Sakwa before we take another route with others, people submitting. Francis, I saw you somewhere. I hope you are coming in so that you proceed with the show. Kuna Vision News anauliza tumekuwa wapi siku mbili. Nawaeleza tu kwamba hii show ni ngumu kuendesha kama hujajitolea, ni ngumu sana. Kwa hivyo saa ingine nashindwa. Kama nimeshindwa ndio hivyo. Na lazima tutajipanga jinsi tutaweka ratiba ili kila mmoja apate nafuu. La sivyo mtakubali siku ile siko basi. Because there are other responsibilities that are on my shoulders, and so I can't be here every day and still stay alive, and I don't plan to die before my time. I must be here seeing Kenya Kwanza go down, and probably one of these fine days I'll be one of the people that will make this country great. If these people don't do what is right, I'll be here to do the right thing. And probably so I seek your indulgence and your support so that I can stay alive long enough to keep doing what you want me to be doing. Thank you so much. Alfred Sakwa.
Habari zenu nyote. Hope mko wazima, nashukuru pia kuona. Bernard, nashukuru pia kuona. Nimemiss live siku 2-3 hivi, but nashukuru sana vile umerudi pia, na wengine wote mko wazima. Hiyo story imekuwa ikiendelea, nimekuja kuona. We are just failing in everything. I remember we are here saying that hizo 100 days zenye zimeweza kuwekwa, hatuoni kama kutakuwa na any change. Like for now nisiweze kuwadanganya. Ndo niseme kwamba tuna fail kwa vitu zingine, ninasema kwa serikali yetu tuna fail. Ni eti kuwa for now guys, tulikuwa tumeambiwa that serikali itaenda kupeana hustler fund ya 50,000 kwa kila mtu. Na saizi nimeshangaa sana kwenda kuangalia my fuliza limit is 7,500, na nikienda kuangalia ile pesa ambayo naambiwa hustler fund ni 7,500. Even I'm having the message, but you find that kumbe ile limit ambayo umewekewa pale ya fuliza ndo the same amount ulikuwa umeambiwa na serikali kwamba unapatiwa hustler fund. Then you're being told that you're going to be given 14 days so that you can return the door. Like saini imekuwa na some of the vijanas wanalia sana. Wanasema like this money hawangepatiwa vijana wa town. Watu ambao wangepatiwa ni watu ambao wako ushago. Watu ambao wangeweza kupatiwa, kama umepatiwa 50,000 you can go and do your things huko hivyo nje. But kama uko town, for sure 50,000 haiwezi kupeleka mahali popote. Hata sijui kama italipa rent mwaka mzima. So mimi niseme hivi, kitu ya kwanza kulingana na vile nimeona government yetu inafanya mambo kuweza kujisaidia wao wenyewe. You see? Like for now mimi mahali like here in Mombasa kuna issue imetokezea ni juzi. Kuna vijana wameweza kukatakatwa mahali. Na kuna day nilikuja hapa nikasema that our government inafanya vitu zingine, bora ifanye kwa sababu haina mpango. Kwa sababu waliposema kazi kwa vijana iweze kutolewa, you know that thing imeweza kuaffect mayouth wengi sana. Na wakati imeanza kuaffect mayouth wengi sana, saa hizi napata in Mombasa vijana wengi wale katana wamerudi. For now tunaishi na ukiwa kama yani wewe mwenyewe unajipea security kiwewe. Ikifika saa moja ingia kwako utulie. Ikifika saa moja asubuhi toka utulie. So mimi nasema our government imekuwa too slow on sorting issues. So what we can say in these 100 days zimekuwa ni zimeonyesha hata siku 100 zenyewe hawataweza kutekeleza yale walituambia. So kama kuna wale walikuwa wanangojea hustler fund, kuna wengine wale walikuwa wameongea mambo mengi wakasema that sijui kwamba hiyo hustler fund itawasaidia. Ni for now wewe kama Mkenya wa kawaida kile umekuwa ukikipata wewe utafuta, but usingoje serikali kufanyia kazi ama serikali kukwambia itakupa mkopo wa kiwango fulani ili hali uende kupewa mkopo wa kiwango hicho ambacho unataka kupewa. So kulingana tena hii kesi ambayo nimeweza kusikia, hizi issues nimeweza kuzisikia, hizi issues ziko pale kwa sababu wanataka wao wenyewe wajifaidi. So what I can say ni sisi tungojee kama si wa Kenya vile tuliambiwa, tungojee kuumia miaka 5 ishe, mwingine aingie akuje na stories zingine. So Kenya kitu ambacho naenda kusema sasa tunarudi kukua chini sana. Tuliweza kupromisiwa that wakiingia currency itaweza kupatikana haraka sana. For now unapata vijana wengi sasa hizi wako bankrupt. Vijana wengi hawana job. Na vijana wengi ndio walipromisiwa kwamba watapata kazi. Unajua ukiambia watu kama watapata kazi, hata kama utakuja ushukishe kusema ni mafuta, ushukishe vitu zingine na hata wakose kazi na wanapata kipato kidogo, kitaweza kuwasimamia kufanya mambo mengine, you see. But the problem ni moja, unapandisha vitu, unafuta watu, unaondoa sekta zingine zilikuwa zimewekwa za kupatia wale vijana vipato, saa hizi wanarudi mtaani. So for now nisiwadanganya, in these 5 years tunaenda kuumia sana. Like those foods of GMOs and what, hiyo ni wao wenyewe wanataka kujifaidi. That's what I can say for today. Sina mengi ya kusema. Asante Bernard na wengine.
Thank you Alfred, we appreciate that. And ni wakati wetu kuhakikisha kwamba tunawajibika, lakini story ya miaka 5 constitution does not guarantee that. Let everybody understand as Kenyans. Unajua Wakenya tunapenda kujiingiza katika routine. Ukishachukua hiyo mtandao tunaufuata tu bila kuuliza maswali. The president doesn't have to finish 5 years except he's performing. If he's not performing and advancing the agenda of Kenya, he should be recalled at any time. And so this 100 days is grace period. If after 100 days hakuna direction, Kenyans should refuse, reject, resist until they get proper leadership. So kusikue ati tunangoja miaka 5. Awe umeenda kukachukua kiatu, ukakivaa, kinakufinya. Alafu unasema ungoje miaka 5 ndio urudishe. Hapana, kiatu tunarudisha kwa duka wakati kimeanza kutufinya. Tutafute size ile nafaa. Kenyans, let's wake up and realize that. Failure to that. And then the issue of Cherera. If the IEBC commissioners cannot be given justice, let every Kenyan get their own justice. Tuachie nchi yao, tujenge yetu. That is part and parcel of the options we have on the table. Hatuwezi kuwa na watu ambao wanafanya maovu, alafu wanaenda kutumia wengine kuficha hayo maovu, alafu waendeleze hayo maovu. What is it with IEBC that Chebukati cannot leave the queue with Cherera? He wants Cherera out by all means. Sideline Cherera and team from tabulating the results together and assessing the result. Now, he doesn't want to hand the key to the rightful person. He wants to look for how to sideline her and thereafter get her out of the way so that he can leave office or overstay in the office in the pretext that hakuna commissions wengine. Sasa sisi although term yetu imeisha, tutaendelea mpaka siku ile commission ingine itakuwa constituted. That is trying to defeat justice. Kenya Kwanza, what do you stand for? Is there anything you seek to make to happen in this country? The same way you are laying the bed, you are going to lie on it. When the law begins to work against you, I don't know what will happen. Na kuna huyu mtu anaitwa Kericho News, Kericho TV News, take your time. You have not told me the reason why Cherera must go. Cherera must go is not enough. And you sound like a young person. You need to understand that there was a time in this country when the executive was everything. The judiciary was in the sitting room of was in the bedroom of the executive. So was the parliament, and so was the district commissioner. So was the provincial commissioner. There was a time when only one person was in charge of this country, and things were not better. So if you are a millennial, you are born the other day in a free Kenya, and you think by vilifying and doing injustice against others, it makes you to feel good, wait for your own turn. Wait for your own turn. Wanasema ukiona mwenzako akinyolewa, chako tia maji. You will be next in the line. And that time, you will be needing justice by all means. But the same thing you are sowing today, when harvest time arrives, remember the harvest is always bigger than the seed. Sai unapanda mbegu. Watu wanafanyia uovu, wewe unasupport huo uovu. Wakati uovu utaanza kutendeka kwako, utakuwa nao ni mavuno. Mavuno yanakuwa mengi kuliko mbegu. Take your time. Don't bury your head in the sand and think that what is done against Kina Cherera will not turn and be done against you. It doesn't matter how you dear you are. Let's move forward. Nani huyu? Sako umeamua kwenda nyuma ya curtain. Nitaanza kufukuza wale watu wote wako nyuma ya curtain kwa sababu mnaharibu video kwa wale watu ambao wanakuja kuwatch hii show wakati tumeimaliza. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, let us wake up and make sure that we do the right thing. The people who how come only DP Gachagua is the one pursuing the pay bill stuff? Oh, I don't want to bring up that. Like, let's listen to this video. Oh my God. Okay, let's listen to this.
To junior secondary school who will now remain in their current primary schools. This is according to an interim report by the Presidential Working Committee on Education Reforms that has also advised that the just concluded Grade 6 National Assessment be reduced to a monitoring and evaluation tool of the system. The Teachers Service Commission, the Kenya Institute of Education, and the Ministry of Education have been directed to, within the next 1 month, come up with a plan to identify teachers for Grade 7 and train them, as the government plans to employ 30,000 more teachers by January next year. Sam Gituku reports.
The Presidential Working Party on Education Reform has recommended that the junior secondary school be domiciled in current primary schools. That means the grade 6 class that transitions to grade 7 will remain in their respective schools, but will be exposed to secondary level content. This means the 26333 education system remains.
To provide for this 100% transition, every primary school should have a secondary school. Even in the 844 system, that would be where we would actually be going. That's where we would be going.
Given that there are no secondary level teachers at primary schools and that there is no plan to shift teachers from current secondary schools to the primary institutions, reports indicate that the Teachers Service Commission has been tasked to identify teachers in primary schools with diploma and degree qualifications to be prioritized for training for the grade 7 level. The KICD, Teacher Service Commission, and the Ministry of Education are expected to retool the identified teachers about junior secondary content in the next 1 month. In addition, the government plans to employ 30,000 additional teachers by January 2023 to bridge the gap, reports indicating that priority will be given to teachers of technical subjects at junior secondary. And to provide the necessary facilities, the government plans to put up an extra classroom and a laboratory at all primary schools, with the lab to be built in the next 1 year. A statement from State House indicates that the members of the National Assembly have been urged to support the initiatives in what appears an appeal to utilize resources from the Constituency Development Fund for the additional facilities. The statement adds that primary schools can share laboratories of nearby secondary schools. In the meantime,
to the extent possible, make education cheaper. The moment you move the place where the kids are going to be farther than the primary, you're already making it more expensive. Yeah? And you're already working against the transition.
Even though grade 6 learners concluded their national examination on Wednesday, results from the assessment will not be used for placement, as that won't be necessary. Instead, the exam will be used to monitor the learning outcomes and inform necessary interventions. The junior secondary learners will be exposed to 12 core subjects and several optional courses. The core subjects are English, Kiswahili, or the Kenyan Sign Language for the deaf, mathematics, integrated science, health education, pre-technical and pre-career education, social studies, religious education, business studies, agriculture, life skills education, and lastly, sports and physical education. For the elective subjects, learners will be expected to pick a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 2 subjects among visual arts, performing arts, home science, computer science, 4 foreign languages, Kenyan Sign Language, and indigenous languages. Upon graduating from the junior secondary in grade 9, learners will join secondary schools based on their chosen pathways. 3 pathways exist: arts and sports science, social sciences, and science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
That was...
The Presidential Working Party is yet to determine which secondary schools will host what pathways, and they are expected to do so in their final report, March 2023. Sam Gituko, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
I've been everywhere.
Ati ulituahidi ndani ya siku 100 mtatuongeza mshahara, sasa ati imebaki 71. Hapana, nyinyi polisi ienda polepole. Hamwezi kuanza kuhesabu kutoka tarehe 9. Mtahesabu tukiapishwa, si ndio? Kwa sababu nyinyi polisi, mtu amechelewesha nyinyi, ni hivyo sasa makesi. Kama hangekuwa na makesi, tungekuwa tumeapishwa tungeanza nini? Lakini sasa ameleta makesi.
God help Kenya. Kevin, are you still there? It seems Kevin is gone. Moses, you have something to say on that?
Yeah. Come here now.
That's better. Go ahead.
Yeah, go back to your point. You know, Cherera and the group. There is a point you mentioned actually. I was not aware why these people they are rushing and hurrying to remove these guys, but it seems like you say they have something to hide. They are afraid of opening their servers. Because if Wakinachera goes there and find out exactly what they were talking about, automatically they will expose them and it will make the end of them. So I think that is the real point. The government of Ruto and the deputy, they will keep promising and denying. Today they will promise this, after the time elapsed, they will deny it. So like I told you, for me, once I don't have confidence and when I don't hope something good from them, whatever comes out from them, I'm okay with it. And that's what I expect exactly. Another thing, these are the three things I'm saying this government is heading to. Exactly what we are going through in our country. One, they bring this issue of divide and rule, whereby you don't care about others, each and everyone cares about him or herself. Once you're okay, you don't want to know about others. Secondly, make poor people poor, such that they can depend on you. Once you come and you give 50 bob, 100 bob, they praise you like you are Lord now. So, and the third one, they create fear, like once they remove those commissioners, automatically those ones who will be appointed there will be reporting to them. Even before taking a decision, they will first call and find out what should they say. So those are the three things, and when I'm watching closely, I'm seeing exactly what we are going through is what is going to happen. And once they succeed, we should cry for our countries. But at least Kenyans, I have hope that good enough they have started showing them when it's in time. They will wake up. I'm very happy that they are acting when it is very early, such that they can wake up Kenyans. Promise for them and they are delivering in the opposite way. Yeah, and say Bernard, and the promises, those are the things they are good in promising, but action wise, only Baba can do that. For them, no way. And they are not ready. It seems they are not, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to manage the government. But it sounds sad. Someone who has been in the government for 10 years, Ruto, as a deputy president, don't know how to run a government. It's too sad. They are just gambling, one after another. So that's it for me for now.
Okay, asante sana. Tulisema hii ni serikali ya wash wash. Watawaosha Wakenya wasipochunga. Maskini wa USA ananiuliza kama nimepata 500. Mimi M-Pesa pin yangu siwezi kupatia mtu yeyote. Safaricom hajanipatia hii pin ya kufanya hivyo. Kenya Kwanza haina ruhusa ya kuchukua pin ya mtu yeyote. Hiyo ni unyang'anyi. Na kushare pin yako na watu wa kamiti ili waoshe. Hii ni wash. Take good care of yourselves as Kenyan people. And the 500, kuna mtu amesema if 500 is not is enough, is it? Oh God, have mercy on Kenyans. Kuna mtu amesema hapa, if 500 is not enough, is too little for you, then you're not a hustler. So Kenya Kwanza imeleta class difference in the country. Mahasla hawezi kupata more than 500 Hao wengine ndio wanaweza kupata juu ya 500. This is smelling bad. This is smelling bad. As Kenyan people, tusipochunga tutamezwa na hii maneno. Hiyo shilingi 500 haiwezi ku dry clean koti langu hili, unaona? Okay? Dry cleaner peke yake, they will just look at you and tell you to go. And nowadays dry cleaner, now you pay upfront. Hakuna ile dry cleaner tulikuwa tunarundika huko nguo alafu unaenda kutafuta hela utakujia zikiwa safi. This time you pay before you leave your clothes. You come back to collect the cloth, not to make payments. And so Kenya Kwanza don't have a plan for this country. It is becoming clearer. They are bad for this country. It's becoming confirmed. And I am sure before long, it's going to become very clear. Their only plan is how to rig election. They are already laying the bed for how to rig 2027 so that they can continue oppressing Kenyans. So wakati umefika wa Kenya msimame kwa miguu yenu miwili, mkatae maovu ambayo serikali inataka kuleta kati miongoni mwenu. You cannot in less than 3 months, all the youth who are doing kazi mtaani, they are jobless. Wale watu walikuwa kishikilia sasa zile kazi zimebaki za maba, they are now jobless. Subsidy yote ile ilikuwa inatumika wananchi wakijaribu kujimudu, they are all withdrawn. And then you say you are here to help Kenyans. You are not helping Kenyans. You are making life unbearable for Kenyans. And Kenyans need to get angry enough and send these people packing. That's the only solution. Send these people packing. Wakati wa maandamano, kama unakaa kwa nyumba weka, lakini hakikisha kwamba uko the right side of history. If we will not stand against this evil will never be taken away from this country. So either tukikubali kuinama sahi, tubembelezwe, tukubali, then tukubali kuishi hivyo milele. Lakini tukikataa uovu sahi, Kenya Kwanza will sit straight and face their job, or we send them packing. And those are the two options. And they are buying people here and there to say that maandamano ni ya Raila. Raila doesn't need maandamano at all. He doesn't need to. He's in this because he wants a better Kenya. The Kenya he's paid for, the price for. The Kenya he struggled to bring into being. That Kenya cannot be snatched from us because of some liars who want to twist their language and look for who to blame. Leadership that blames others is irresponsible and fit to lead anywhere. At the cattle dip committee, if somebody is given to blaming others, is unfit to be a leader. He's not supposed to be given leadership responsibility. Chaga wangu, sema. Unipe dakika moja nicheze video moja ndio nikukaribisha ueleze masuala haya.
Public Service and Gender Cabinet Secretary Aisha Jumwa and Tob Cohen's widow Sarah Cohen will no longer proceed after the Director of Public Prosecutions dropped their matters. The DPP says that there's lack of evidence to allow for prosecution, therefore quashing the cases. Kevin Mutai reports on these high-profile cases that have the accused crying freedom at last.
The Director of Public Prosecution has withdrawn murder charges against Tob Cohen's widow, Sarah Wairimu. State Counsel Wangui Gishuhi told the court that they seek not to proceed with the matter on grounds that there is lack of sufficient evidence. Justice Daniel Ogembo had that the case will, however, proceed as an inquest, inviting all parties to testify before the court. Wairimu was charged in 2019 after the body of Cohen was discovered inside a septic tank in his home. Elsewhere, murder charges against Public Service and Gender Cabinet Secretary Aisha Jumwa has also been dropped by the DPP. The prosecutor told Justice Anne Ongijo that the DPP has decided to turn CS Jumwa into a state witness. The court also ruled that the CS must appear before the court in person on the 21st of December 2022, when fresh charges will be presented. The matter will proceed, leaving her bodyguard, Geoffrey Okuto, as the main suspect.
The police took magazines and picked 5 guns for analysis. When we looked at the ballistic report, there was no indication that Aisha Juma had a gun.
DPP has in one resolve entered an nolle prosequi, which is an indication that the case, the murder charge, as against His Excellency the Cabinet Secretary Aisha Jumwa, has been terminated.
The state has also launched a bid to extradite former Finance Minister Chris Okemo to the United Kingdom to face charges over the alleged theft of 1.5 billion shillings. The court ruled that the DPP had failed to convince the court on why Okemo should be taken to the island of Jersey for trial. Justice Roslyn Oganyo stated that the witnesses failed to testify before the court, therefore failing to persuade her on why she should allow the extradition process. Okemo was on the Royal Court of Jersey list of wanted individuals in the UK, alongside former managing director of the Kenya Power and Lightning Company, Samuel Gishuru, over charges of accepting bribes from foreign organizations. At least for all the accused, it is freedom at last.
We are also filing a petition shortly, calling upon the DPP to review the decision to charge one Ahmed Rashid.
Kevin Mutai, NTV.
Freedom is here. Dynasty waende. Hasla tawale. Chaga endele.
Asante sana brother Bernard. Kwa kweli sometimes hata unashindwa la kusema. Unabaki sasa ni kumwamini tu Mungu na kuiombea nchi. Usizi merota. Sawa? Kwa sababu hizi kesi, ubora wa nguvu wa hizi kesi na makosa ya kina Cherera gani na afadhali hapa? Hawa hawajaua mtu, hawa makamishina hawajazungumza vibaya, na kile waliona pale ndani ya Bomas wao ndio walishuhudia. Kitendo cha wao kutoka nje kuja kusema kwamba kule ndani kuna ABCD haikumaanisha walikuwa wasaliti. Yalikuwa mambo kulikuwa na maneno hapo. Na nikirejelea tu katika uamuzi wa court wakati ule walisema ukweli, lakini hakuja kuwa na mshikamano. Labda pengine chairperson alikuwa na ile kwamba ndo kila kitu. Sasa hii kesi ya hawa haina uzito kiasi kwamba inachukuliwa manani na nguvu kiasi kwamba tayari watu wanataka kuform hii. Kuna mambo yako ndani, kuna siri fiche ndani yake, na siri fiche ambayo ipo ndani yake Bernard ni kwamba endapo hawa watu watachua funguo, basi waibu wote utamwagwa peupe, na ili kuziba huu waibu basi kuhakikisha hawa watu wameenda by all means, na kiukweli wataenda. Tusiposimama wa Kenya na kuhalipinga hili mapema, washaenda hawa, na wakishaenda tunaleta wengine ambao watakuwa hawana usemi na wakuwa control. Sawia tuna wale walionunuliwa bunge, walionunua kwa wingi, sasa hivi hawana usemi lolote, wamenyamaza, na bado wengine wanaletwa hivyo hivyo mpaka tumeona kina Tuoli leo, jambo ambalo mimi linanitia uchungu zaidi. Na si uchungu kwa sababu ya kwamba labda pengine tumeanguka Azimio. Tujianguka sisi, hilo halipo. Na si uchungu kwa sababu ni mwanaazimio, hapana. Hayo mapenzi ya vyama sasa hivi yote na mirengo yalinitoka Bernard. Kilichobaki sasa hivi nafikiria Kenya hii ambao kama hatutazungumza sasa hivi kama wananchi kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunasimama kwa umoja na kukataa na kupinga yote machafu, ni nani tena wa kutufanyia hivyo? Kwa sababu akizungumza Raila anaambiwa ni kwa sababu yeye alianguka na hakubali kushindwa siku zote, yeye ndiye ambaye ndio mwenye makosa. Younger generation ambayo inatumiwa sasa hivi, ambao ndo hao tunasema ni youth, wengi ni wa kuanzia 1994 kuja huko, hawajaona yale mambo tuliyopitia wakati huo wa regime. Kwa hata mtu kimweleza kwambia kuna lipi, kwa sababu watu waliona haya matunda tayari kuanzia 2000 hadi sasa. Walivyoingia uongozi wa Kibaki mamlakani 2002, sasa hawajanyenyukia masuala mazuri tu, lakini hata ukimweleza kwamba mahali tumetoka wakati huo, aidha unakosa hauna kosa, lakini polisi akiingia kwako unaingia na mateki kwa gari, hawakuona wakati huo. So for real, our youth, kwani mnasikiza watu wazima na uzungumza. Hatumaanishi hapa sasa hivi tunasimamia mrengo, lakini tunasimamia haya mambo ambayo yapo, mambo ambayo unafumbwa macho tu hapa tu na kufungwa tambala macho, lakini yale yako nyuma ya curtain ndio ambayo sisi hapa tunazungumzia. So tukurejelea katika hizi kesi ambazo kweli hakika Wakenya wajitokeze. Wakenya wajitokeze na walizungumzia hili, japo hata kama watafungua mashtaka, japo na wasiwasi kwa sababu ya koti zetu tayari zimeshashikwa mkononi, hilo linanipa wasiwasi kidogo. Lakini pia tusichoke, haya mambo tuyaweke wazi. Koti za Kenya zikishindwa, tutoke koti zingine. Wajua watahongana huko lakini pia ni afadhali kupiga mshindo kuliko kunyamaza kabisa. Lakini waibu kwa wauaji kuachiliwa, na kina Chirambo si wauaji kutimuliwa ndani ya ofisi, ni waibu Bernard. Kwa hiyo mimi kile nitazungumzia ni mafupi tu yangu, wala si marefu. Ni jamii yote ya Kenya, kabila zote za Kenya, tusimame. Kipenga kikipigwa, wote tujitokeze tuseme hatutaki. Maana ukweli ni hakika ni hii serikali either ibadilishe mfumo wake, ianze kutekeleza yale ambayo ni sahihi kwa Wakenya, ama tukubalike kuadeka na kuachia nafasi, hakika tuje tujute baadaye. Kama ulivyotangulia kusema kwamba mbegu inapandwa moja tu, lakini baada ya hapo itakuwa sasa au inavunwa nyingi zaidi. So mbegu hii ya ubaya na tunauona sasa hivi ni moja, haijaonekana zaidi. Lakini pale itakapozaa ubaya mwingi, tutakuwa tumechelewa. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, let's say no. Hawa watu tumewaajiri, wamekuja kwetu kutuomba nafasi ya kuwapa uongozi. Wale tumewachagua, wale hatujawachagua, lakini wako katika na serikali, wacha watufanyie kazi kama Wakenya. Wameshindwa, waende na tuwatoe nafasi, na katiba inaturuhusu. So tutoke wote kwa kauli moja, kwa sababu kama ni Hasla Fund tumeyaona uongo wake na ujanja wake mali upo. Hauwezi muomba mwananchi nataka pini yako ya nini kama hauna mpango na hapo. Sasa hizo 50,000 zilizoahidiwa ndio hizi za shilingi 500 ambao ni kilo 2 tu ya unga hiyo. Sasa hii tunapewa chakula ya mchana ama ya jioni ama nini tena ulipe. Hujalipa within 14 days you are in for it. Let's change our minds. Let's focus. Kenyans, let's focus. And be honest for our future. Hatuwezi ishi namna hii. Na hatutachoka kusema haya. Tupatapo nafasi kama hizi hatutachoka kuzungumza haya. Wakenya tufunguke. Tusiahadaiwe tu na tonge la mkononi. Unaoshibisha ni ule uko kwa sahani. Tusidanganywe tuna haya matonge ya mkononi, katonge kwa mkononi, tukaridhika kabisa, tukajilia kwamba hasela. Hakuna hasela, hasela hakuna. Hiyo 500 utaifanyia nini katika karne hii? Kenya hii tulionao gharama maisha kwa hapa. Hiyo 500, 700, hata 2000, 3000 zitakufanyia nini mwananchi? Zitakubadilisha maisha yako? So for real tunadanganywa, tukikubali tunadanganywa. Uongo umeletwa karibu na ukweli. Na kibaya zaidi watu ndo wamejibandika kwa Mungu kana kwamba wao ndo walokole hamna dunia hii. Please tufungue macho na tuamke. Tusilale namna hiyo. Kenya sisi tuna mataifa na kutegemea hususan ya Afrika, hata majirani zetu najua wa Kenya ni wajanja, ni wana akili. Kwa hivyo langu litakuwa hilo Bernard, na naomba wa Kenya tujitokeze. Tujitokeze kwa kauli moja kupinga ama waache hii tabia, wajiamini kwamba wako kwa uongozi, waachane kabisa na hawa makamishina. Wakitaka vizuri waache na hawa makamishina wafanye kazi yao. Lakini kama hawa watatolewa huku kesi za kina Juma, za kina Gashago na wengine, kina Dennis Marani na wengine za mauaji zinatolewa katika makoti. You cannot allow that. Hatuwezi kubali kitu kama hicho kabisa. Kama Mkenya mzalendo mwenye kupenda nchi yangu, sikubaliani na hilo. Wewe kama watatoa kina Cherera, basi hapo tumepata ngazi ya kuzungumzia. Mbona watolewe hawa? Je, kuna njama gani iko pale mbele? Kwa hivyo nitabakia hapo Bwana Bernard, na nishukuru kwa huo muda kidogo. Tuendelee kuchambua ili kusudi sauti zetu Mungu angalau zitakuja kutoa matunda kesho.
Thank you Chaka kwa maoni hayo na wito huo kwa Wakenya. Wakenya lazima tuwajibike. There is something not adding up with the way the situation is happening in the country. Kuna huyu anajiita Kenya nani? Kenya 254. Anasema DCI ilipeleka kesi bila evidence. It's the same thing. Cherera wamepelekwa kwa committee, wakaitisha evidence, hakuna evidence, lakini wamepitisha kwamba aende kwa tribunal. Kama kesi ishakuwa filed and is set for trial, why will it be withdrawn? Why can't it go through the trial na ikuwe defeated through the trial? Why will it be withdrawn before it goes for trial? That is what we are asking. The DPP is abusing his privileges as DPP by using only one avenue of dealing with cases. You don't have to guarantee that every case you take to court you're going to win. You submit the case to the court, let the judges listen to the case, let them judge. They can judge for you, against you, but you are preventing yourself from losing the case by claiming that the case doesn't have enough evidence to stand trial. Yani wewe ndio unapaswa kuprosecute, tena umekuwa judge, umeamua kwamba hii kesi haitoboi. Wajinga Kenya waliisha na waongo pia watafuata. This is not going to happen in this country without consequences. We must rise up and let our constitution begin to count. The more they are modulating the constitution and making it ineffective, the worse things are happening. DPP should allow all cases to go through the court. He will lose some, he will win some. That is how the law of nature works. Lakini everybody's now, Aisha Juma is now a state witness. State witness. Alafu wanasema hakuna evidence. Kwa so yule mzee hakukufa. Na yule Cohen pia hakukufa. Which evidence are you looking for? All right. Let's keep going. Dunia ina mambo. Hali vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, habari zenu?
Tuko poa, karibu.
Asante sana. Wacha niongee kidogo kwa hizi mada ambayo umeweka hapa tamu. Kwanza naanza na hii tamu. Hii ni tamu sana. Hii mambo ya pesa hasa fund hii ni tamu sana. Hii pesa wacha wachukue na ule jamaa anajiita Kenya 254. Chukua paka yangu, nitakutumia pin. Chukue paka yangu, sitaki mimi. Kama 500 can change your life, chukua paka yangu. Sasa kuwa na 1000. Uende ununue nao viazi, uanze kuzunguka nayo. Kama hiyo ndio pesa ambayo ulikuwa unapromisiwa. Mimi gani pesa ikikuja? Bena unajua mimi pesa hili gani ikikuja hivi? Ni kitu kama 20k hivi tunaanza nayo. Wamesema hii ya kwanza ni ya personal, hii ni kutoa tu ni chakula. Ndio uchukue tu chakula hii. Ataleta ile sasa ya biashara. Unaenda na pin, unaenda na business name. Na sikia kuna hiyo nakuja sasa. Sasa hiyo ndio tutabeba hiyo. Hiyo ndio tutangojea tunabeba mzuri hiyo. Hiyo pin baki nao huko. Kila siku tunaenda kufanya nil. Tutaenda mwezi wa 6 ikija tunafanya nil hiyo pin. Sisi business. So wacha wakule hiyo pesa, lakini hii ni kuchezea wa Kenya. Sasa mimi hii siiti ni hasara fund. Mimi kitu nauliza ni Ruto Fuliza, new method. Hii ni Ruto Fuliza. Kwa sababu ako na share na Safaricom. Kama umepewa 500 inakatwa 25. Hii 25 wanasema ni saving. Saving na wapi? Unasevia nani? Ni kama ile kukoa jazi. Unanunua credit ya 100 au wanakata yao juu. Wanakuambia hiyo ni tumetumia kukupea deni. Alafu ukilipa unalipa the same. Wacha wachukue hiyo pesa. Hii mambo unasema ya kutoa ama commission 4 wanaenda kupiga huko kwa bunge, wanataka kuwatoa. Wacha watowe. Wakipenda watoe waweke akina nani wataweka waweke. Lakini huwezi toa hawa kazi alafu hao wengine pia tamu yao umeisha. So nani atakuja kufundisha wengine kazi pale? Wewe unataka kutoa wale ambao unajua kazi alafu unaingiza makurutu. Ndio sana next time unadina makurutu ajui chochote. Tumewaona kimbali sana. Alafu hii mambo ya sijui akina Mudavadi atuoli kumtembelea kwa State House. Hiyo ni kawaida, lazima tuende huko, watu waende huko kunywe chai, wapige story, waangalie kama kuna pesa pia. Ndio tupange mambo mzuri. Wacha watu wakule. Kwa sababu hii serikali hakuna pale inaenda. Hii fund wameleta hii kwa sababu watu wa pikipiki. Walisema serikali ni watu wa pikipiki, pesa ikikuja ni watu wa pikipiki. So 500 mtu anasema 500 mtu wa pikipiki akichukua atamfikisha pale inaenda. Hii 500 ukichukua itakusaidia nini? Na inatakikana ulipe before 14 days. Isiishe kama hujalipa. Kama 14 days imeisha kama hujalipa unapigwa penalty tena hapo. Unaongezewa riba hapo tena juu. So hii pesa isaidii. 500 huwezi saidia Kenya saa hii. Tuongeni tu ukweli. Kwa sababu 500 kazi 500 inaweza fanya. Chukua 500 uende marakitini huko ununue watermelon moja na ununue na mananasi moja, ukatekate, uanze kuzungusha na uanze kutembea na kwa barabara ukiuza mbao. Hiyo ndio kazi ya 500 can do. Kama uko na hiyo kazi kufanya hiyo kazi ya oka. Lakini Kenya unajua Nairobi bana, utoke ushago kunywa ufanye kazi ya oka inakuwa ngumu. Afadhali uende ufanye kazi kwa muhindi. Unalipwa hiyo pesa per day. Kuliko huko kurokota hiyo pesa. So kitu iko wale ambao hii pesa watu wanachukua wengi Bernard na watalipa. Kama sasa hii najua watu wamechukua hii pesa nyingi sana watalipa. Kwa mwingine ananiambia mimi nimechukua leo, nimekula na imeisha hivyo. Mimi hakuna kitu nalipa. Hii watu watachukua hii pesa. Ya pili, hii pesa watu waliingia kwa serikali kivipi? Najua mimi bado siamini hao watu waliingia kwa serikali. Hawana formula, hawana form, hawana anything. Hawana chochote wanafanya. Hata sasa hivi ukituambia wale grade 6 ambao walikuwa nafaa aende junior secondary, unasema wabaki kwa hiyo shule. So abaki kwa hiyo shule, anajengua klasi zake pale, analetea walimu wake pale, au atabaki kwa hiyo shule ya kivipi? Atabaki kwa hiyo shule wanafundisha watoto. Kwa sababu ukisema waende junior secondary kawaida bila wanaenda, wewe ukiendelea kujenga hizo shule. Wakisha jenga hizo shule basi sasa ndio warudisha hapo. Sasa hakuna shule yote imejengwa, wewe unaambia wabaki pale. Na system pia unasema ya shule unataka kubadilisha. Kuna vitu zingine ya kubadilisha si ma system. Kuna vitu ya kuamsha si mambo ya system ya shule. Kama nyinyi hata hii method system tunatumia ya shule kusoma, haisaidii wa Kenya. Haisaidii wa Kenya. Kwa sababu inasaidia wa Kenya wapi? Bernard, wewe kitu ulisoma kwa shule ndio sasa unafanya. Kitu ulisoma kwa shule sasa ufanyi. Wewe unafanya vitu zako. Hata mimi sasa niko na wewe hapo kwa YouTube hapa. Hatukusomea hizi mambo ya kuongea hapa kwa YouTube. So hizi system ambazo tunasoma pia isaidii. Tuangalie zile mafactory zetu zimekufa. Tuamshe factory. Kwa sababu tuseme hizi factory tuko nao 10 imeanguka. Kila factory inaandika watu inaandika watu kama 20,000 people. Hiyo umecreate job pale. Hiyo 20,000 people ambao umecreate job pale, lazima ikuwe kuna mama atakuja kuwauzia chakula pale, pia muongeza hapo kazi nyingine pia sana. Tuamshe hiyo Webuye paper, imushwe, Mumias ipewe fund ya kutosha, iendelee, Moroni Sugar ifanywe hivyo, Chemele ifanywe hivyo, tea ifanywe hivyo, coffee ifanywe hivyo, pamba ifanywe hivyo. Tuko na vitu nyingi imekufa ambao nafai ifanye kazi. Si mambo tukuletea fund ambayo isaidii. Hii pesa hii 50 billion imeweka kwa hii. So ungepeleka kwa hizo mafactory ifanye kazi. Hii mambo zingine wanafanya haingii akili. Hata hizi system zote umeleta shule sijui nini. Unajua sisi ni Afrika, kazi yetu ni kukopi. Ndio maana tuwezi move on. Kazi yetu ni kukopi. Baada kufanya vitu tunasaidia sisi tunakopi. Ndio maana niliwaambia watu Kenya hapa unajua tunanga lugha ya taifa. Kenya hapa tuko na lugha mbili. Tuko na lugha maskini na lugha ya tajiri. Ukienda Aligam, ukienda wapi hizo matajiri wanakaa, hautapata wakiongea Kiswahili. Wanaongea English. Hizi Kiswahili unapata Kigeto, Kibira, Madhare, Kawangware, siju 44. Hizo ndio unapata hizi Kiswahili huko. Parliament mwenyewe wakiweka Kiswahili utacheka the whole day. Hebu enda parliament siku moja weke Kiswahili utacheka huko the whole day. MP wajua hata Kiswahili hata kidogo. Wanajua tu hizi ya kuomba kura hapa kwa barabara. So Kenya hii lugha ya Kiswahili hii anatuambia ya taifa, hii ni wasting time. Sasa anatuambia sisi wa Kenya tuweke lugha ya taifa ikuwe Kiswahili. Ukienda shule Kiswahili natufundisha lugha gani? Si ni Kiswahili tu na insha. Na imeisha hapo. Zote ni English. Paka umetuletea zingine hatujui hata biology, chemistry. Hizi hata sijui ni lugha gani inaingia. Wakati hiyo unalala kwa class hujui chemistry ni nini. Tuletee vitu ambavyo tusaidia. Angalia kama Tanzania lugha yao ni Kiswahili. Paka hizo mabiology, hizo maths wanafundisha na Kiswahili. Ndio maana wamejenga reli yao bila kukopa. Ndio maana wamenunua ndege zao bila kukopa. Ndio maana wanafanya vitu zao bila kukopa. Nyinyi mnajivuna hapa na lugha wenyewe. Kila kitu unakopa, umekopa lugha, umekopa pesa, umekopa mavazi, umekopa kutembea, umekopa serikali, umekopa system. Kila kitu tumekopa. Paka hata tumeletea chakula hapa. Kwa nini chakula hajapelekea Tanzania? Wamejua wale wako na msimamo. Kenya hapa ndo kila kitu napitia hapa. So president ambao yuko aende kwa drawing board tena, akae chini, kwa sababu hii pesa, hii idea alikuwa nao ni mzuri, tukatai, lakini sasa pesa imetoa iwezi saidia wananchi. Hii pesa imetolea wananchi, wametoa ni ya chakula au ni ya biashara, hatuelewi. Kwa sababu mtu hawezi chukua 500 na hana chakula kwa nyumba, itabidi akule. Hata kama 500 inaanza biashara gani 500 inaanza? Kwa sababu nikisema watermelon vile nimesema, hii watermelon inatakikana kuwe na ndoo au kuwe na besheni. Watermelon moja ni 250. Sema besheni umenunua 500, umenunua si besheni utapata 200 au 150. Alafu ununue kisu, Alafu unajua pia lazima ukunya kamaji hivi na KDF moja pia kuongeza energy ndio anze kusunguka. Huwezi zunguka kama kuna njaa. Unajua hii pesa napigia hesabu, mimi bado nijaingia hesabu yangu. Niseme mtu ya Nduge amepata hii pesa, alikuwa anataka kutoka Nairobi hapa Isili aende mpaka Machakos Corner. Machakos Corner pale ni kilomita kama 35. Hiyo mafuta itamfikisha huko arudishe, lakini kesho itakuwa hii mafuta haiwezi fanya kazi nyingine. So kesho pia atakopa tena, au atalipa ndio akope. So iko vitu zingine tufanyeni, vitu zingine analeta akili. Wale ambao walipata hii pesa vizuri, unaona wale walibebwa huko wakapelekwa hiyo siku ilikuwa na launchiwa, wale wa mama samaki, wale wa kuchoma mamba viazi huko, hao ndio walipata pesa mzuri kwa sababu walishow hapa wale kununua. Hao ndio walipata pesa mzuri. Wale walikuwa na choma mahindi huko siku ilikuwa na launchiwa hii pesa. So Bernard, wale ambao walipiga kura kuleta watu, wale ambao walipiga kura kupinga watu, Mwenyezi Mungu anapea inchi kiongozi kulingana na hao. Hata Warabu na Jews walipewa watume kulingana na tabia zao. So ndio maana umeshawahi sikia nabii au mtume mtoka Afrika, Mchina, Mhindi, Mzungu? Ni hao wawili tu ndio walipewa watume. Na Mwenyezi Mungu anajua zaidi. Sijasema wakati huo watu wenye uso hawakuwa, walikuwa. Sijasema wakati huo Wahindi hawakuwa, walikuwa. Sijasema China wakati hao kuzaliwa, walikuwa. Ni Waarabu na Wajews ndio walipewa watume. Sisi watu wa Afrika, Wahindi, China, sijasikia kitabu yote nasema kuna watume hao. Ni wale wako tunaitanga waganga. Wale tunakuanga nayo sisi tunaitanga huko Afrika walikuwa ni waganga. So Bernard, my case naweka hapo, wale wanachukua pesa chukue pesa. Hii ndio kitu tulichagua na hii ndio kitu inatuongoza. Kichwa kubwa, kichwa ndogo unaongoza kichwa kubwa. Lakini ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, asante Dunia Ina Mambo. Asante sana kwa mchango wako na kuhamasisha Wakenya wajikakamue, watende yale wanayopaswa kutenda. Kuna kitu hapa fulani ameandika nikafurahia sana, inaitwa nani huyu? Alikuwa anaitwa Esther, is it? Yeah, Esther Kabiru anasema Kenyans, chukueni hiyo pesa, serikali imewanunulia lunch. At least 500 can make this lunch for one person. I don't know any business you can invest 500 shillings and be able to recover it in 14 days. Kama si betting, I don't know. Hata stock exchange yendi hivyo. So Kenya Kwanza is joking, and they have found Kenyans to joke with. But I think they are going to get a lesson of their life. All the same.
Hata kama ni betting Bernard, unachukua riba kwa riba. Unatoa riba unarudi kwa riba.
Yeah. It doesn't add up. Hata hiyo story unasema ya watermelon. Sioni utakata watermelon ngapi kwa moja ndio ifike 500, unless unauza piece moja 100. Hapo tutaongea. Okay, ukate pieces 7 pieces and each piece you sell 100 so that you get 700 and then be able to return the 500 and eat the 200. And this thing is not well thought out. It is statistics like Ruto was saying. They discovered that majority of the people borrowing Fuliza is between 500 and 2,500. So they are addressing that matter. They are not addressing any matter. If Kenya Kwanza have any plan to make this country better, they would have invested into industries like you're saying, factories, make Kenyans productive, make sure that there is nobody graduating without a job. All the graduates wale walitoka university wote wamekuwa assimilated, wanafanya kazi. And then wale wana graduate on their graduation day, they are attached to one company or another. They are going to be productive. That will make sense for me. But he at Hustler Fund, Hustler what? This is this is the highest level of hypocrisy, and for lack of a better word, ini ujinga. Afadhali ungekuwa unawalipa kupitia kazi mtaani, okay? Kila mtu ajue amesweat, lakini akapata 500 yake ambaye anaenda kula. Lakini wewe umeonyang'anya kazi, unaenda kuwapatia loan. How does it work? I'm a trained banker. As bankers, we don't give people loan to people who don't have job. Civil servants are given priority because their salary is guaranteed. Then the others, you must bring collateral. So you, whatever job I had that was earning me 500 per day, you snatched it from me. Then you come this other side, you say you want to give me loan of 500. I go and buy mahindi ya kuchoma, niende kuchoma niuzie wa Kenya, nipata hela nikurejeshe. Dr. William Ruto, with your government, I stand in question of your sincerity. I stand in question of whatever it is you believe. I don't see anything making sense from what you're doing. And if this is your style, tutaanza kushika mikono tuombe maombi. Wacha hiyo maskofu na kudanganya. Kenyans, this is not acceptable at all. Ati unyang'anye watu wanaofanya kazi. Umetuma tena Sakaja afunge bar zile zilikuwa zimeajiri wale wamekuwa wamesalia. So you're flooding more people on the street, then you want to snatch 500 shillings from them. Kenya Kwanza, go back to the drawing board, come up with something sensible. Tuache mchezo. Maskini wa USA, nimepewa hiyo fununu ya Mexico. Wamekataa maneno ya GMO and America is angry. Let America get angry. We are also angry. Very angry. You can't grow poison in your place and you look for where to offload it. You have already offloaded gas and pollution for Africa. We are suffering from the same pollution. You want now to add us GMO so that it kills us in good time. We reject, we resist, we refuse. In Jesus' name. Hatutakubali hiyo ujinga. Watu wakae kwao sasa. Hii sio mahali unakuja kudump kila kitu and everything and senseless. Is the one you put in power so that it can come and mess us up further. We will not take that. Okay, let's listen to this as we move further. I think let's listen to this. I hope it's this one.
Susan akisema ya kwamba ananyeshewa mahali anafanya biashara, mvua inamkaranga nini. Tumekubaliana na gavana ya kwamba Nairobi hii tutajenga soko zingine 20 Nairobi County, ili tuwasaidie hawa wafanyabiashara waweze kuwa na mahali pazuri pa kufanya biashara, mahali na heshima, mahali kuna mazingira yenye iko na afya, na mahali kila mtu anaweza kuendesha biashara yake kwa njia mzuri. Tumekubaliana vile vile ya kwamba tuondoe madharau katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kazi ni kazi. Hata kama kazi ya jamaa ni kidogo, huyo pia tumheshimu na tumpangie vile hiyo biashara yake inaweza kufanyika kwenye mazingira ambayo iko na heshima. That we are going to do together. Na vile vile niseme ya kwamba tumekubaliana na Deputy President ya kwamba this Friday tuna launch ama tuna gazette Nairobi Rivers Commission, tuweze kusafisha mito yetu ya Nairobi na kuzibadilisha iwe economic hubs of the city, not the back na kule mahali kuna uchafu. Tutapanga hiyo mambo yote, mambo ya city ya Nairobi tutapangana na nyinyi, lakini ule jamaa alisema ana exaggerate, so tuta exaggerate hiyo mambo ya maendeleo ndio iende haraka haraka ile ule muungwana alivyosema huko. So
karibu sana CEO hapa kwa Shiko. Shiko hizi za leo nataka kuuzia CEO aje?
Istamzia expensive sana. Juu ya transport. Hapa nataka 50k na niko na mahidi pale ya 20k.
Ndio mwache kudharau nyanya.
Kwanza wacha niseme ya kwamba tulishatoa watu kwa listing courtesy of the president. So we've removed 4.5 million Kenyans from the credit listing. So Your Excellency, I can confirm tuliwatoa. Sasa hii imefika ngapi?
Imefika 30 juu 10 ya MC.
Hata MC yuko.
Unajua tuna hustle sisi wote mdosi. Usituone hivi na hizi suti fikiria ati sisi ni watu wa maana sana. Ni kipindi tu hapa. Anaekewa pale. Very nice. Yenyewe maasla tumepona. Very nice. Nyanya 20k. Wacha nithibitishe.
Na inatoka kwa SBI account 70,000.
Wapi makofi ya 70,000 na 10 ya MC? Asante sana. Asante. Tusizane tafadhali ndugu zangu. Thank you so much, sir. Confirm you have received 70,000 sent to M-Pesa to that number. Wow, nice. Balance 00. Pia CEO M-Pesa yake ana kakitu sana lakini ni sawa. Ni sawa. Thank you so much, sir. Tupigieni KCB makofi sana tafadhali. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Before I go to the next
for the hustlers.
Yes.
So many people have been looking for this opportunity to get something they can be able to support themselves and how to advance their business. A great section of this hustler nation is within my ministry when you talk about the transport sector. Particularly the border sector and the matatus and the tuk-tuks. All of those are very critical investors and they fall within the category of the people who really need this kind of revenue to be able to advance themselves.
All right, and you know, because of the kind of cases that we've had when it comes to corruption, I know that the fine for officials who try to defraud this fund is very hefty. What is the government doing to ensure that this does not happen?
Well, the good thing is that the officials are not hustlers, they are well-to-do people. Yeah. So we should be able to punish any person who is taking advantage of this opportunity to try to defraud hustlers. But you know, it's also difficult to do so because as you heard the president speak, there is no committee, there is no administrative structures, it's technology that is being applied. So it's one person and you borrow the money from the mobile lending companies. So that minimizes the possibility of anyone trying to steal the money because it's not stuck in one place. It is, you access it via technology. And I believe that that will not be really the serious issue. The good story here is that you have almost 10 million people who want support, who want to be lended up to 2,000 shillings. They'll be able to push their business every day and they're willing to repay in a short time. Ours is to urge all the borrowers to take advantage of this opportunity and multiply their wealth build their credit rating, because if you continue improving your credit rating, you can borrow out to 20,000, 30,000, up to 50,000. And that means that we can be able to grow more Kenyans who are able to support themselves and support the economy. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yes, Rhoda, what do you say?
Oh, well, I feel ashamed to say, I feel ashamed to be a Kenyan nowadays. And when I see how things is going on, like this hustle of fund, and instead of they help people, like the money they were getting before for the old people, and it's shame. I feel ashamed. I feel we just need a lot of mercy, because they need to do the budget, how they can help our old people. They are suffering. They need money for food. They need medicine. The old families, old people, they need diapers. Instead of they support, they can build the old people houses to live, or to help people with disability, to help people who have wale hawajiwezi, wanapatia watu hope. It's very sad what they are doing. Kwa sababu Kenya government, they have a responsibility to take care of our Kenyan people. That is the work of the president and his state and his cabinet. But I see somebody like Mukren. It's called Mukren. I think he's a minister of roads. He's the one needed to be example how he can lift our country up, like to continue building roads, and like the way they are using that they will build the market. It's good they say that, because we need a big market like Marikiti, or maybe where like city market, where they can build a good market with a good environment. And most of people, they sell like those days when I was living in Kenya was called I remember my uncle used to sell. He used to go on Tuesday to sell the market. Somewhere close to the Gara, they used to sell something like this market, Masai stuff, and her wife was bibi yake alikuwa anaenda huko kuuza hizo vitu. They need to give people hope, to build for those people. They can have a good environment, good toilet. They can go and build for them. There's a lot of things they can do instead of to waste time, tell people hustler. That is not the build the country. A country like China, why the development? It's not so that China, they have too much money the way people they think. China is the government, they give people hope. Yeah, even China or Europe, the government, they used to give us hope. Like me, when I came this country, I get hope. I didn't have a hope. I get hope for getting help for the government to study. I'm a dyslexia. I get support from the government. There's a many things the government can do our country very great if they want. But if they are going to sleep in the government, they will not. So I could let them, they sit down and they start to reason for Kenyan people. What the next for the Kenyan people? What is the Kenya? How can we make like people live in the slum to get a good environment, good toilet? There's a many things government can do if they want. At least our country not to be people that used to put the fingers. They say we have a big slum in Kibera. That's the way even when you watch CNN, they talk the shit about Kenya. So sometimes I'm wondering, those people, they come to our country, like you didn't see any Muzungu was there. You could not see them. Muzungu, they used to go a place where they good environment. That's the way Muzungu use Kenyan people, Africans. Those people, Muzungu, they come to our country like this woman of me, I'm very honest. This woman of ambassador of America, those people, they want to be all the time state house. Why can't they go to Akibera? If the government of, they are very rich, they can help us to build like a slum. They can say now Kenya government, I will help you to build the slum for the people living in Kibera. They live in good environment. They can live good toilet. They can remove the sewage. Instead of why they always, when these white people, they go to African country, they always want to go a good place, a good environment where they feel good with the bubble water, the government, but they don't want to support a true love. You know, I know true love is somebody who will help, who lift you up when you don't have house. You know, like the way Jesus want to help people who doesn't have a hope, a true gospel, people who give hope. You go like India. India is the biggest country. They have a lot of street children. Most of it, like the church I used to go, they used to have a children's home in India because there's a lot of children, street children there. That is the work of the gospel. Why these white people, they always like to go where there is a good environment, they can sit with the red carpet and the good water, bubble water. That's the way the Africans, Africa, we are very stupid. When Africa will grow, you know me, I stand for Africa. I represent Africa because I'm an African woman. When Africa will be free for slavery, when? Because Africa, we can go very far. There is one man who was telling me, Africa, you have a lot of resources. If you want, you can do a great thing. You can be a richest country in future. But the problem we have in Africa, politicians, we don't care. We don't care about people who are suffering. We are not open up to know people problem. You know, we don't know, the child doesn't have a uniform. The child doesn't have the somewhere to sit in the desk. Like some villages school, they don't have a good environment. You know, like school me, I went to the primary school. It was not so good. It was not really good. The things the toilet was very bad. It was not good. People, they are coming without shoes. And the government, we have a member of parliament. The monitor, he didn't do anything. So I hope nowadays things are getting better, but if they want, it's about the wisdom. The government need to have the wisdom and to have a reasonable, to think from here, what can we do? Every school, every county, the school children, they have a good toilet. Every child have a good desk to sit. Every child have a book they need. They have a good laboratory. The school, you know, because the school is very important. University, the government can give money to the university student to loan for them. If you are a student, your parent cannot afford money to pay the university, the government can loan for you. When you get the job, you can pay for them a little bit, or maybe they can pay for you for free. They can have such. That's the things Kenya people, I think, they want to give people hope for tomorrow, for the future will come, because we are thinking about tomorrow. We are not thinking about now what the future will be. You know, that's the way we want our country to move forward. When we think about other people, our school, our hospital, do they have a scan for the cancer? People cannot afford to pay money for hospital? They used to die. They don't have. Some people, they do harambe. If they don't have money to pay for the hospital, the government have opportunity? We now, from today now, we make our healthcare is free. Like Kenyatta Hospital is free. Every hospital from the government, even Nairobi, except maybe private, like Nairobi Hospital, Aga Khan, those are private. But the government hospital need to be free of that. When you have a child who have a sickness, maybe flu, he treated for free medicine, free. And that's the way I think the Kenya people, they want to hear that. I think so. Because even in Africa, we can be great, we can do better if we want. Thank you.
Mia moja mtatuongeza mshahara, sasa ati imebaki 71. Hapana, nyinyi polisi ienda polepole. Hamuwezi kuanza kuhesabu kutoka tarehe 9. Mtahesabu tukiapishwa, si ndio? Kwa sababu nyinyi polisi, mtu amechelewesha nyinyi, hii kusema makesi. Kama hangekuwa na makesi, tungekuwa tumeapishwa, tungeanza nini? Lakini sasa ameleta makesi.
Bwana Duke, I played that one because of you, and I wanted to welcome you officially. Okay? Kesi gani ambayo imezuia Kenya Kwanza kuongeza mshahara polisi?
But you never specified the time. You did not say that we would actually do that in a week or in 1 month.
There's the first 100 days. The police was reminding him that it is 71 days now. They are remaining with 29.
You know, the one thing which is bedevil in Kenya is politics. So sometimes people say things and do things for politics. And it's rightly so, because if you don't do that, you don't survive politically. So it means Kenyans as well embrace that. And that's what we have to do away with, so that Kenya can progress. So if we have too much politics, sometimes we cannot see that this is bad or this is good. It all depends on which politics you are supporting or which individual you are supporting. So the more we reduce politics and the more we see things from the spectrum or perspective of science and mathematics, we can actually agree. We can agree that this is right and this is wrong. And we will be able to solve the challenges within a short period of time. It's actually politics which is inhibiting us from not doing thus. And I witnessed during the launch of the Asura Fund, I witnessed a lot of politics. Because if you have like few people within the launch and then you give them a lot of money, 2 or 3 of them, then we have like 4 million across Kenya of the same situation. Then you expect that by assisting one person, all others are not going to be assisted. But that's politics. They know that if maybe they are assisting one boda guy, the boda guy will have they will feel good, and they translate that we have been supported. So that it's actually politics to a large extent. Proper solution of challenges which faces Kenya entails that if you identify something, you come up with provisions or policies which will assist Kenyans in that situation, to move out of that situation. One day I witnessed there was a media report of maybe somebody not able to pay the hospital bills. And then you see a politician going to pay for that person. That is stupid. You should just go to parliament, come up with a legislation or something which prohibits something of that to happen to an individual, so that we have provisions which are acting across Kenya. So that's what has to be done, so for us to move forward. Now, coming to this Asura Fund, what I can say is this. I was told that the difference, somebody defined for me the difference between a poor person, a middle income person, and a rich person. Most of you maybe think a rich person is somebody who has too much money. But the difference between these 3 people actually is not how much they earn. Actually, it's not even how much they have, but the mindset they have about what's money. So actually, for a poor man, he knows that the function of money is actually to pay bills. So you get money, you buy food, you get money, you buy something to survive. But when it comes to middle income earners, they are focused on actually like getting credit from a given financial institution. So they get credit, they buy a piece of land. Maybe they struggle to repay that for 20, 30 years. So they remain middle income earners forever. But a rich person actually takes money as an equipment or something which is used to work, to create more money. So if you have that perspective, it means all these poor people have come across money, not once, not twice, and sometimes a lot of money. But because of that mindset, they know that money is to pay bills or to do this, to buy clothes. That's why they remain there. So most of you have been complaining about the amount of money which maybe as the Diaspora Fund is giving to Kenyans. I'm getting it's around 2,500, something of that kind, which is true. And many are not getting even, are not qualifying for that. For me, it's not on how much is given to those people, but what is the mindset they have for the money which they have, or the one which they borrow. They have the mindset of using that money as, I can say, as a capital, as something which will create something which generate more income or produce goods and services, and in that way, it keeps on multiplying. But indeed, I agree that that amount is actually very small. Even if you were to give Kenyans 100,000 each, still it will not be enough, because they need an environment to do business. And in business, for your business to be successful, it's all about the purchasing capability of consumers. So you can have money, but people are nobody who can afford your goods and services. So the economic environment is also critical in starting a business and sustaining a business. So I don't feel that this one product is enough to transform Kenyans or to assist poor people at all. I think I'm one kind of person who's against giving people money. I was against the 6,000, as I'm against the Diaspora Fund. I'm of feel that of creating an environment where people can able to get money. For example, if you want to start a business, there is a lot of employment opportunities, sort of baruas. You work maybe 2 weeks, 1 month, you save, and you start a business. That environment is good. An environment where when you start a business, you are able to get profit. So that is what the government needs to create. Creating an environment where there are opportunities, so anybody who's willing and ready to work, you get working opportunity, you get money, you save, you start a business. But trying to give people money free, that's actually destroying a country and destroying the economy. Most countries, even in the US, they have money, but sometimes you find those people are not working, who are not used, they are in the streets, they don't have a house, sometimes they don't have food, because giving them money is like wasting money, because you can give them money and in 1 day, 2 days, they are the same. So I am of the view that the best way to move forward is to create a good environment, people to identify opportunities, people to get working opportunities, and the economy can be able to translate that way. So that's what I can say. Coming to actually the dropping of cases, what I can say is this: the way cases are done in Kenya, more especially when it comes to corruption, whether it's across the counties or the national government, actually I can say it's zero. There is nothing which they do. Because if you check the number of people who have been brought to book versus the amount of money lost, it is nothing. So the first step when it comes maybe to justice or the judicial service is about the recovery. I'm interested on the recovery of the resources first, number one. So if there is corruption, maybe say 1 trillion somewhere, step number one, recovery of that money so that they can be used to assist Kenyans. When you find a situation where somebody can misappropriate maybe a billion, and maybe that person is fired, and that's the end. But that person can use that money for maybe 200 years. So recovery of resources is critical. That's why I was saying that we can even start afresh, because the systems we have, the environment we have, the history we have, it has been actually total injustice. You find people, a lot of the governors have taken like billions of money and they are free. And people knows that. Those who have come across what happens across the counties knows that. So then you find maybe a few are being taken and they're not taken seriously. They are taken maybe to people to appear that they are working. I was told in the police stations, there are some few people which the policeman takes to court to appear that they are working. But after taking bribes from maybe 100 people, but there are some 5 or 2 which they must take to court. So that's what happens in Kenya. So it's about having a total transformation is required. That's why I was proposing, even if we decide we forgive all corrupt people in the past, maybe the people we may not forgive those who have done murder or rape, something we cannot forgive. But for corruption cases, we say we have forgiven all of the people. But from today, anybody who's found doing APCD, you are going to be imprisoned forever. We can have like a new beginning like that. But otherwise, it will continue like that for a long period of time. That's what I can say for today.
So, Bwana Duke, if the DPP is dropping cases the way he's doing, is it creating a good environment for me as a foreign investor to come and invest in the country? What if my partners in the business run away with the money and the DPP drops the case? So
now, before you come even to the cases which have been dropped, can you count for me successful cases, mega cases? Because we, as a country, we lose a lot of money every day. Count for me like even 10 successful cases and the amount which has been recovered and how many years people have been imprisoned in Kenya. So that you come to census, you see all what you see is like
we are not even searching for which case is successful or not successful. We are talking about creating an environment that is conducive for investment. You suggested that, okay? Which will help more Kenyans get jobs and make more Kenyans productive. I support you on the same. My question is, Kenya Kwanza is contradicting itself, okay? Here they are giving people loan to start business. And then they are dropping cases against people who have been accused so that it is clear that if you do business with somebody who is well connected to Kenya Kwanza, the case will be turned against you or their case will be dropped and you will end up losing the money. So are they creating an environment for business or creating an environment to chase away investors by the behavior of the DPP?
You know, the answer can be, I cannot give a specific answer because, first of all, we have to establish that the cases which are being dropped, are they being dropped because they don't have evidence or because somebody is comparing the DPP to drop them? So maybe we disagree on that. If indeed it is somebody who is comparing the DPP to drop them, then that is against that justice, and that's against it's like comparing investors into Kenya. But the debate is, if you, for example, the question I asked is very critical because you are focusing on 2-3 cases, and then we have like, if you consider maybe the amount of money which is lost per day, the way the president was saying, or even you go any county and maybe you are coming from a given county, you know that if for example, you have somebody working in the finance department or the accounts department in the county, you will know that there are contracts. They are told parents this, that is do ABCD. It's actually like balancing the accounts. They take the money and then they try to balance. It's nothing which is a professional working. So that's why I was saying that it depends on the accuracy of the evidence, previous evidences. Some people are of the view that there was political intervention whereby maybe the DCI was told take this evidence to DPP because of specific political agendas. So it's actually scrutinizing the facts behind the dropping, not just the dropping, because you are of the view that the droppings as a result of somebody combining to happen that way. Some people are questioning that. So it's about what's the fact.
Just to jog your memory, Aisha Juma's case came into existence right after the 2017 elections. Okay? It has dragged on and on. You want to tell me that it took 5 years for the DPP to discover that this case doesn't have evidence? Why didn't he drop the case during Kenyatta's tenure? But as soon as Kenya Kwanza takes over, their case are dropped. Are you not seeing that suspicious, even if that could be innocent?
Actually, the suspicion comes from the DCI, the body which is mandated.
How? I have a case on my desk. That case was brought by the DCI, okay? Like you claim. I have processed the papers. I'm supposed to submit the case for trial, okay? Then all of a sudden there is an election. Then when there is an election, the new president comes in. And then there is a revival of every case being withdrawn. Before they reach before the judge, they reach before the court. Who says that every case DPP takes to court must win? Or he must have concrete evidence so that he wins? Why can't he take the case to the judge, then lose the case because he did not have the evidence? Let the judge say, the evidence adduced in this court is not sufficient for me to sentence this person. Other than the DPP refusing to submit the case in the pretext that he doesn't have concrete evidence that can warrant a conviction. Must he get a conviction every time he takes the case? Does the law require him to do that?
No, but let me respond this way. The office of the DPP and that of the DCI works hand in hand. All the evidences are failed by the DCI. So in this situation, we know what has happened to Kinoti. So Kinoti has actually resigned, and I expected him to give a statement, a strong statement why he stepped aside. But maybe I'm very sure that because Kinoti moved out of the office, many people are not even willing to stand with the evidence which they submitted to the DPP. That's a fact. Because those evidences were submitted previously. I'm telling you the fact. So the issue is there.
And now that you mentioned Kinoti, then now I begin to understand why Kinoti had to leave office. Okay? Kinoti had to leave office so that evidence can disappear, then cases can be withdrawn. It is the same old story of trying to defeat justice. And the more injustices you cause, the more trouble you invite in the future. All the same, naomba sasa ni achie hapo ni songe mbele. I'm happy to see Mr. Mulumbu is back. Glad to see you, sir. How are you?
Salama sana. How are you guys? It's been a long time.
Karibu. Tunashukuru kukuona na tutasonga mbele. Now, kabla uanze kuchangia, Duke, you have administrative power.
Yes, but the last time I was having a
Last
technical
time I
issue.
was here, I left you in charge and got the station has been closed. What actually happened?
What happened is that I had
Yeah.
an internet interruption, and I was unable to access the link to come back. Are you getting that? So there was an internet interruption where I dropped from the platform, but trying to come back, I was unable to trace the link. That was the issue.
You don't need a link to come back in the studio when you have logged in as an admin. When you
How
log
do you
in as
do?
an admin, you just go straight to the studio, and it will lead you back into the studio with the current show.
No, how do you do that? Because from my side, I have to use a link. What's the procedure of maybe entering without using a link? What do you do?
Even if you click on an old link, it will lead you into the studio first and show you the current shows. You pick on the current show, then get in.
But the charts disappear over time, so you cannot trace the previous charts, something of that kind. It's like the charts which disappear, like the
You go
topmost.
to the WhatsApp group, the admin group. If you belong to the admin group, utapata link hapo. Hata the general group inakuanga na link. All the same. It is, I think my time to sign out is come. This is the 5th hour, and I need to go. So I will leave you in charge as I'm looking for Julia to come and support you. But please, let's have constructive debate. Let's help Kenya understand what we are up against, and be able to do what is right. Sasa hivi tuachana maneno ya UDA na Azimio. Tuanze kuzungumzia kuhusu Kenya. What is happening is not good for me, from where I sit. There is nothing that justifies what Kenya Kwanza is doing under the leadership of William Ruto. And if that is what they had for Kenya, it is very, very, very below the expectations of Kenyans. They need to up the game or give way. Bwana Mulumbu, karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Bwana Bernard, and all the participants that are on this channel right now. I've been watching you guys, but you know, what happened, and when you see your country is demeaning, going down to the ashes, it's really sickening. But what can you do? African, we are just African, we are just black as our own, black hard as our own hair. Whether if we get educated, but we don't see where we are going to. We can't plan for tomorrow. We also plan for what we are going to eat right now. But for tomorrow, we don't know. And we happen to know more of which we don't know. That's why you see all of African countries are struggling. So when they are there on the leadership, they think they know. And when they look back, they can't see even their shadow. That's what we are going through right now. Like I see you guys, you have been contributing. When I see what Mr. Duke is talking about, I'm just wondering what kind of we people in Kenya are we? Because if you can tell me that, oh, we can rubbish all those who has done wrongs to the country, flooded the country, then we start afresh. I just fail to understand. And it was what's happening, which means some people like Duke, they're happy. That's what they're fighting for. Because some of their friends, their relatives who has looted Kenya, big money, they are supposed to be forgiven. And then go away with that money. Because the leadership we have are those who squandered the country. And you see, when they went in immediately, they scrapped all the cases were there. All their friends that were looted, the billions of shillings, they scrapped it out. And that's what Mr. Duke is saying. So look at it. Where are we going? These people, they don't understand. The government doesn't understand what's their role. How can you disburse money without knowing what they are going to do? Is everybody a business? Is everyone is a business? What's the business is being done in Kenya? If everything is about importing, everything import from outside of the country, how will the country grow? If you are disbursing this money to everybody, who is going to buy from who? And what things are they going to buy? Right now, when you just try to open a business in Kenya right now, somebody looks at you. Ukifungua tu kidogo, yeye pia anaenda kufungua the same, they are the same. Inapangana. Who am I selling to? There's no regulation. Those people, they don't know anything. What they know ni kusukonda pesa, basi wale wameiba pesa unawafungulia, which means muna deprive the country. Yani what Duke is saying, the poor should remain the poorest. You have nowhere to go. We have nowhere to go in Kenya, nowhere to go. Ukiwa pale kama hauna remain there, vile Mwele alikuwa anasema kaeni hivyo. That's what they are trying to tell us right now. Because they are giving you this money, they know when kwanza una njaa, hauna chakula, hii pesa ukipewa unaenda kuikula direct straight away. What are you going to buy? The government has to have a strategy of to build the country. First, education. First, infrastructure. Second, build the companies, the productions, agriculture. If you don't build, if you don't produce this thing that produce this thing, so that these people wanaweza kuwa huko ndani wa produce those things, so that the wale wanakaa kwa business watafanya business, wale wamekaa kwa production wanafanya kwa production, wenye wamefaa kwa shule wamekaa kwa mashule, wenye wamefaa kwa majenga wanajenga. Business runs all the country is working, but the country is not working. There's no manufacturer. Mpaka chakula ya kukula yote mnunua nje. Sasa mnatuletea GMO. There's nothing. Hii pesa sasa inaenda kufanya nini? These people wanaenda tu kukula hii pesa. Haina mbele wala nyuma. Sasa hiyo angekuwa ameshatupangia ni nini inahitajika. Kama kuna wale watu special wanaenda kutafutiwa, waende wajifunze kazi fulani ambayo inatakana wakirudi kwa country factory, kama miasi ifunguliwe, Webuye ifunguliwe, textile ifunguliwe, yenye ilikuwa company ya magunia huko Kitika ifunguliwe, those companies ya miwa zifunguliwe, is when the country can run. Wewe unachukua hiyo pesa unatupa kwa raia huko ambao wanaenda kukula, mwisho inaisha, wengine unataka kufunga, wameshindwa kulipa loan. You are killing the country. What they are doing? They don't know. Muta ibe mabilion, basi kesho namfungulia, then you expect it. I don't know. Kenya, where are we going? Tunaenda wapi? Basi kila kitu mumeongeza, hata mtu wa kawaida sasa mtoto hawezi peleka shule, secondary itakuwa ni shida, university ndio mmeingia ndani mnataka kuchokora, everything just messed up. Really? I don't know. Duke, I don't know what you are thinking. I don't know. Ni gava gani ishafanywa dunia mzima ya kwamba wale wameiba wote wanafunguliwa wote, waibe tu, tuanze fresh. Ni unajua fulani aliiba mabilioni hapa yote, tuanze fresh. Hata Bernard, hata nashindwa kitu anaweza ongea. I don't understand. Sielewi. Kama Kenya ingesema kwamba all the companies that are in Kenya, serikali inawapatia pesa. The way I see the developed countries, wanasema those small businesses wanaingia huko, wafunguliwe hizo, wapewe pesa, wafunguze biashara, waandike watu. That's the country inakuwa. They support those companies, small companies, they support them. Wanachukua wale watu ambao wamesimamia hizo companies, they give them money, they develop that country, that small company you have. How many people have you employed? in that country, in that company. Duke kama unasema una kampani yako, wakupatie serikali ikupatie pesa, upanue that country, uandike company ili uandike even kama it's just 100 people in that company. Since Kenya ingie Kenya kwanza ingie serikali, umeandika wangapi? Pesa ungepatiwa upanue hiyo country ndio wanataka kusambaza kwa kila mtu. 50,000, 20,000. What does it going to help pesa hii Kenya? 50,000 na kusaidia na nini? Even if it's 100,000, what does it going to help? You are killing Kenyans. Na Kenya yafaa wakufe. Let them die because they wanted it. And you know what the people were killing Kenya? Do you know? Let me tell you, David, Mr. Bernard. Do you know what's happening? Wale watu waliweka Kenya kwanza kwa ushukani ndio walifunguliwa waende free. Wale waliiba wale kwa armed forces wenye waliiba serikali pesa mingi, wale judiciary wameiba pesa mingi, hao ndio waliungana na Ruto, wamereinstate Ruto kwa serikali ashike nchi, awasamehe ile madeni walionayo. That's what's killing Kenya right now. Just a few people. Armed forces, judiciary, IBC ilisukuma tu, ni watu wawili watatu walikuwa kwa IBC ilisukuma tu, but wale watu wamereinstate ni wale traders, wale wa corrupt, wale wafanyakazi wa serikali, wale waliiba pesa mingi ya serikali, walijua the other people wakiingia watakuwa kwa shida, na politician wale ambao wameibia serikali pesa mingi ndio waliingia pamoja. Msipotusaidia jamaa akiingia, nyinyi wote mtaenda ndani. So walisema akifika you'll be jail. So msipotusaidia tuingie hapa, you are in. Tusaidie tukae chini mkule pa. Ndio naona once they came in, hii mambo ilikuwa kufutiliwa mbali, kaeni mkule. Duke, endeleeni kukula tu. Time is coming. We are giving you time. Everything's about time. It is coming. Hata kama itakuwa miaka 10, will come. Thank you guys.
Okay, asante Bwana Mlumbu. We pray for Kenya that something will happen that will turn this country around. Geoffrey Ruto, you are the proprietor of Hustler Fund. Asema you should create your credit score. by Hustler Fund. Yani inamaanisha umeanza maisha upya na Hustler Fund, wakukague vile utahandle Hustler Fund ndio wakupatie loan. They should just ask for your financial records. That's what banks do, okay? Your financial records, your previous performance in credit. But this one wamefungua shule ya kupatia 500. Ujaribu baada ya miezi 3 wa kuongezea 500 ingine. By the time unafika 50,000 utakuwa umemaliza miaka mingapi? Sawa. Because your name is Ruto. He said, Bernard, my own today is 7K. Yeah, because your name is Ruto, there is no way it cannot be 7K. But kina wengine hawa majina yao julikani ni 500. All the same, let's look at this critically. What Mr. Mlumbu is saying is very important. And the country that is speaking off from a weak economy is seen in how much it invests in production. There is no way an economy can recover without multiplication of production. If we have more consumers than producers, we have signed a contract with poverty. There is no way we can rise beyond that. And so Kenya Kwanza's approach of trying to distribute money in the pretext that money is going to reproduce and become a production, it is the number one mistake. Hii itakuwa number one, the scandal of Kenya Kwanza. Number 2 is going to be the most failed undertaking of Kenya Kwanza. And Kenyans may not be able to recover that because we already have an ailing economy. Then you take 400 million to give to people who have been proved by CRB that they don't pay loan. Okay? It is evidence. Hey, God help this country. Now, nataka kuachia Duke. Duke, you will take charge. I'm signing out. Nani is coming. I think Francis is trying to come. Themba too, and the other. So, in case you're thrown out, I have distributed the link within your reach. There is a link in the WhatsApp group. There's a link in your inbox. I cannot pin when you have when I'm logged in as an admin. I have limitation. There is some things I cannot do, like chat in my name. I can't, and pin even after I share the link. I cannot copy it because I'm in as an admin. So the StreamYard has those limitations. So tafadhali, if you are able to pin the link, do so. But I don't think you need to do that. And then, of course, you have access to the link. Copy the link and then put it in the chat, in the private chat, like I've shared. The more current it is, the more it will recur. But if you leave it to expire, ndio mambo itaharibika. Serikali, vipi lakini? Unmute. Umefanya serikali aende? Serikali, you can get back. There is the link again. Sorry for that. You threw yourself out trying to unmute. Pole lakini. For that matter, and then I'll play a video as we wait for Mama Ann, Serekal, and the rest of the guys to come. There are these two videos I'll play very fast.
I'm the owner of these premises, so I want to know what has brought you here. Do you have any court order for this place? So if you have, give us, and then you can proceed from here.
Thank you, madam. We have come here kwa sababu tunahitaji license ya Maite TV. Sio wewe, mheshimiwa sio wewe, and we respect you.
Hii timu yote.
No, ngoja. What do you want?
Hii timu yote imekujia license ya Maite kama ya Mulika. Hii timu yote.
Sio timu yote.
Imekujia license ya Maite.
Joro
kuona
mtenderi wa Maite TV
kuona. Hii timu yote imekujia license.
Hapo ndikali yote ya kitu tumeongea. Umerekebea mafisi utaona. Haya.
Yeah. Bwana Serikali, karibu. You threw yourself out. Karibu.
Sijui nilifinya nini. Bernard E, thank you, and Duke and the rest of Kenyans. I'm just surprised how Kenya Kwanza wanafanya vitu. One, the role of government is to provide an enabling environment for people to do business so that people who are doing business can thrive. But government cannot be a competitor with people doing business, running business of kupeana loan, because that is their source for revenue. How will government collect tax when government itself is doing the business? So I think penye tuko, we are not in a good place, because government, the role of government is not to do business. Number two, I am appealing for every Kenyan, and wachukue hii Hustler Fund. Let government to build more prisons. In fact, there's no need of maandamano. Watu wachukue hii pesa wote. Kila mtu wachukue hii pesa. Don't bother of even paying, because kuna wenye wamechukua mabilioni wamekaa nayo kwa nyumba. There are people who've taken, we are talking about corruption cases. This is not even corruption case. You unachukua pesa yako. kila mtu achukue share yake. If I was in Kenya, I would have taken my share, because so far we've been waiting for a day yenye unaweza chukua yako, kila mtu achukue yake. I am appealing for everyone. Kama uko na simu, chukua pesa yako. Don't bother of even paying, because how can 10,000 transform your life? Like ufanye biashara, uchukue loan ya 10,000, kwanza kulipa nyumba yenye unaishi, saa zile unafanya hiyo biashara, hiyo pesa imeenda. Even half of the money even cannot even pay the rent of even working space, cannot. So kila mtu hii pesa ni ya kuchukua. Watu waanze kuchukua pesa mapema. Chukua share yako. Let us not complain sijui mara corruption. Take your money, my friend. Kila mtu apply achukue pesa yake. On the other issue of DPP dropping case, I don't know which Kenya we live in. Like, there's no way someone can appear in court more than 5 times. Then you come tell us that haukuwa na evidence. Then what were you doing? I think this guy should be prosecuted with DPP. Because if the guy took Kenyans or Aisha Juma or any other person in court, the amount of stress, the amount of even stress in America na huyu mtu, if yet they didn't do their work, it means the DPP didn't do his work. Putting people, wanaweka watu kwa stress. I think a legal action should be taken against the DPP for misconduct and gross violation of other people's rights. If Aisha Juma was innocent and DPP took him with an allegation of murder case, DPP should be taken to court. That guy should be dismissed as yesterday. For me, I don't care whether if DPP has established the truth that Aisha Juma did not commit murder, then for me it becomes a human right issue that taking someone who is innocent or prosecuting an innocent person before a court of law when you've not done your work. I think for me, that is a gross violation. And I'm wondering how many people who are either in jail or who've been going through such a process who are innocent. How many people as DPP, can you tell us how many people he has prosecuted who have been innocent? It even makes me wonder, and at times it makes me think like some of the people who are even in jail are innocent people, because either they didn't have maybe lawyers to represent them, or DPP did not do his work. Because right now we can't trust anything that this guy touches. He has lost integrity. We don't trust him anymore with any case, with any prosecution, with any decision. We don't trust him. So yeah, the DPP, I can't blame the court on this one, but I will squarely blame the DPP, because it is the court to decide whether there is a merit in the case or not. So penye tuko ni mbaya. We are treading on dangerous grounds. Yeah, it's just pathetic. So all we can do is, for now, on this hustler fund, hii ndio naomba watu wachukue hiyo pesa. Kila mtu achukue hiyo pesa. Msiache. Duke, chukua pesa. Chukua share yako. Kila mtu achukue share yake. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you Serekal kwa maoni yako, mchango wako. Duke, you can take charge. See you in the next show.
Moses, I have questions for you.
Yeah.
The first statement, you say that The government cannot do business where there are private people doing business.
Yeah.
Because it's like trying to compel those who are doing business out of business, and they will not be able to pay taxes. So, you know, the function of the government is to provide goods and services actually to Kenyans.
Yeah.
And almost in every sector where the government has been involved in one way, there is also the private sector. So are you trying to say that because we have private schools and public schools, it's wrong for the government to build public schools? Or we have private hospitals and public hospitals, it's wrong for the government to build public hospitals so that the private investors can have opportunities and can make more profit to pay tax? What did you mean exactly?
Let me tell you, in a society where things work, there are certain services that cannot be privatized. One of the nations which has the best education is Finland. Education is not privatized. Education should not be privatized, my friend. Health should not be privatized. There are certain services that ought not to be privatized. But the issue of lending money, my friend, the issue of lending money, that's not the primary role of government. Because government normally it's just a pool where the government is just a company that collects your money in the name of tax. Once it collects that money, there are certain services that the government ought to render to you. Roads, education, but one of them, they cannot take money from you and then give it back to you in form of loan. I don't know whether you understand it, but they're supposed to provide you with service or better infrastructure. There are certain things, even in government spending, even with this loaning thing, there is no law on ASLA fund. There's no even there's no any bill which has been passed to support the ASLA fund. At times you may question that why they hurry. If you look at youth fund, it was a different approach, but youth fund had a legislation passed in parliament, CDF had a legislation, and any other fund as a legislation. But this ASLA fund, there's no legislation.
What I was trying to drive is that sometimes the government has to come in and offer specific services and goods if maybe the private sector is not capable of offering that to Kenyans. And
in this case, is private. In this case, can we authoritatively say that private sector is not capable when the same government has been taking loan from private sector?
Yes, I can say because of two reasons. Number one, those who were there, the institutions which were offering the financial assistance or credit to Kenyans, were giving them at predatory rates, where you find people are paying 3,000 interest rates per year. For example, you are talking the mobile apps which were fireable, where you need to borrow 1,000 in 1 week, you pay 1,200. If you convert that to rates per annum, it translates to 3,000% per annum. So that is predatory in a way. And there are fireable institutions in the private sector. Talk about banks, talk about circles. They have strict requirements. They may ask you for a bank statement, something of that kind. And this fund was actually targeting the poor, those at the bottom. There are some people maybe who want to start like selling vegetables. That person, if you give him like 1,000, you can go just get a stock of 1,000, and by the evening maybe he has made a profit of 500. So it's okay, and I'm seeing some people seeing that's a small amount of money. It's because it was not intended to specific people. It was intended to those who are extremely at the bottom and who have failed to get to qualify to get money from other lending platforms. So that's what I can say. Also, you are encouraging Kenyans to take money and not to return. How will that assist Kenya as a country to move forward? Because it means like you are trying to tell Kenyans, just remain where you are. Don't try to make progress. Because you are telling them not to pay.
I'm telling them to take the money and go do whatever they want. You know, if they don't return the money, it means they will be 2 times richer than returning the money. If you take 20,000 and you don't return it, and the 20,000 generates 5,000, you are now 25,000 richer. What I'm trying to say, let people not avoid taking the money. Let people take the money and use the money to develop themselves. They do not worry about paying back, because it's government money, it's their taxpayers' money. They can still pay it through VAT. There are other ways they can pay it. If these people can use the money and pay taxes, it's good for the economy, because the money will still come back to government through taxes, through other means. There's no loss the government is going to make if someone takes the money and does the business. As long as the money remains within the Kenyan economy, it will still come back to the government.
But your approach, I feel actually it will even make Kenyans suffer, because I'm very sure there is no way people can punish the government. It's actually the other way. The only way people can punish the government is maybe to force them out, but trying maybe to do different acts. For example, assume if people are not paying that credit, and
but they will still pay the tax. So government will never go broke, my friend.
No, you know,
the people who've stolen. We have cases where people have stolen billions, and the government is not broke.
I'm not saying
so government will not be broke. That company, that company called Kenya is very rich.
I'm saying it will make Kenyans suffer more, because the government basically gets money from Kenyans.
Yeah.
So if some people have taken money from the government and they don't return that money back, and the government wants a given minimum amount of revenue to be able to function, simply what that government will do will increase taxes. And these taxes will pinch the very, very same Kenyans who are refusing to pay the government money in a way. So that's why I was telling people that
my friend, 50 billion is a drop in the ocean for government of Kenya with the trillions. If you look at corruption cases, that is a drop in the ocean. And whatever the case, let me tell you, whatever the case, there is no way, whatever the case, if people take this money and use it to do the business, the government will still collect revenue. The money will not disappear. The money will still come back to the same government.
I'm talking about, I'm specifically talking about this fund, which is there. So people maybe take and refuse to be paid. So in a year, maybe the government will eliminate it. But maybe it was to assist, like maybe, you know, not all people who start business become successful.
Yeah.
I'm very sure a fraction will not pay, a fraction will not be successful, and a fraction will get losses. But what we are trying to say is this: in that process, maybe even if we just get maybe 100 people become very successful, and maybe their companies grow to the level of Safaricom, something of that kind, you are saying that that's something which will be useful to Kenyans because it will employ many Kenyans, number one. It will pay more taxes. So if you are encouraging Kenyans not to pay, which means maybe after 1 year, the government says that the program is not sustainable, and then it goes away with this, then it limits somebody maybe who was going to access that credit, say 2024, and starts a small company, and that company becomes successful like Safaricom, which will employ maybe thousands of people and pay billions of taxes to the Kenyan government. So actually, it's not even about that amount. It's because through that act, even if maybe 10 people succeeds, and maybe what they are starting in the future will be extremely big, enormous, that will transform Kenya. How about that?
Yeah, if people take the money and use it well to transform the economy, and I'm not saying people not to take it. I'm encouraging people to take it and use the money to transform themselves and the economy. And at the same time, I'm encouraging, because once you are doing business, you will be paying taxes. So government will not go broke. Number two, government will not go broke. I don't know the issue you have.
The issue I have is that, assume maybe the government has set aside 50 billion for that fund, and maybe after 2 years, maybe people are not paying. Then it's like people are not.
Yeah, I get your point.
The government decides to go away with that fund.
Look at, if people don't pay, it doesn't make government broke, because if you look at this government, there are so many current expenditures. Look at the trips that Ruto goes to UK with a big delegation, which will cost 100 million. That one has no, if you look at that one, it's these taxpayers that pay for that. If this person has only 10 trips, that is 1 billion. And he's been moving around. So when it comes to citizens, we want to look at the other side, the economic impact. But I tell you, if you look at, let's say, other programs, if you want us to talk about sustainability, how many programs have been initiated in Kenya which are not sustainable? A good example, the one for cleaning estates. Yeah, it was a good program. Kazi Mtaani, it was a good program. People clean. Was it sustainable? How much was used? And if you look at the level of corruption in those programs, it's so high. So what I'm trying to say, watu wachukue hiyo pesa, watu wafanye chenye wanafanya, they should not worry about paying it, because when they take that money and do business, they will still pay it in form of taxes. So, and that is what other countries, like where I live, that is what I've seen government do. In case of, after the COVID-19 crisis, what the government did is to give money to people who are doing businesses. And it was a grant, not a loan. And after a while, these people were able to pay and continue with whatever they were doing, because they were able to pay the employees. They were able to offer the services, so the business didn't go down. It was a way to caution people who are doing business. So if government is doing this one as post-COVID-19 strategy, or as a way of helping people at the bottom of the pyramid to start from somewhere, because if you have nothing, you can't start doing a business and succeed if you have zero, and the first money you have to do your business is a loan. You have other expenses, you have rent, you have food, you have what. So that is why I'm advocating in fact, the best way the government will have done is profile people who have business ideas. After doing that, then these people are supposed to be financed like that. It depends with the kind of business you want to do. Like there are some business that might need 50,000, 100,000, 20,000, 5,000. But in this case, people are now forced to borrow based on the limit provided. I don't know how much you can borrow from the start. Maybe you can tell us. But people are forced to borrow from the limit. That means watu watachukua tu pesa, but it might not help them to achieve whatever they wanted to do. So, but for me, I will still advocate watu wasikatae hii pesa. Kila mtu achukue pesa. Kila mtu achukue pesa. Whether you will pay it or not, my friend, you'll still pay it through tax. So even if you don't pay it directly, you can still pay it indirectly through VAT and other tax we have in Kenya. So government will not be broke. So people should not get worried of not taking the money. If I was in Kenya, I would have taken the money by yesterday.
I'm getting you, but it's not that people are not taking the money. Actually, there was like 600 requests per second. So people want the money actually more.
Yes. Yeah. So, and let's encourage them to take the money, because we've been crying for all along until wanaiba pesa yetu sijui mara nini. At least for the first time, kila mtu achukue share yake kwanza, ndio watu wakae kwa table.
Okay. Mato.
Sema Duke.
It's your time to give the presentation now, even to ask questions.
Maybe Mato ndiye ameingia. Mato, sema.
Hata sijaingia juu ya Duke, because unajua Duke is a veteran here na tusikizanagi kabisa. We have mimi na yeye niko kwa muni yako
you know, if we agree on everything, then there is nothing, then we go, because we have to disagree for the discussion to continue.
So Mato,
leo nimeingia juu ya Moses.
Nilikuwa na show Duke, kila mtu achukue pesa yake, watu wasiache hii pesa. Tumekuwa tunalia ati maneno ya corruption sijui nini. For me, it is important that everybody to take achukue hii pesa, because in one way, when it comes to it, currently Kenyans are paying for hii pesa yenye walichukua loan ya China, money that we don't know, money that ended up in people's pocket. So I'm like, why can't every Kenyan achukue hii pesa? At least kila mtu tutasema hata kama, because you will still pay it in one way or the other, through tax, through VAT, through income tax, because lazima, through income tax or any other tax system yenye wameweka. So I will still encourage people watu wachukue hii pesa. Sijui wewe unaonaje? Hata kama
You see Moses, I've watched you kidogo hapa hivi. I think nimekuona mara kadhaa. But today you're giving the wrong advice, totally the wrong advice, the wrong advice, completely. Please, any Kenyan that is listening to Moses, don't do it. Don't even touch that money. If you don't need it, you've been living without it, usiguze okitu. You know why? I'll tell you why. Here's the thing. Moses, most of the people that are going to get that money, hawatalipa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let them build enough prisons for all these people.
Utakuwa umejingiza kwa shimo ingine yenye sasa utaendea passport, my friend, uambi hujalipa. Now, remember, the government actually can come and get your land. Fuliza hezi kuja kuchukua land yako inakuweka kwa CRB. You know, we come in this channel to educate people and to make sure that people understand. There's a guy on the comment section, Geoffrey Ruto, was talking about that you gotta build your credit. What credit are you building with the government? Even in the first world countries, credit is not controlled by the government. Government don't give loans.
Government don't give loans.
You pay taxes for government to build you roads, build you schools, and give you services. The credit score is controlled by the bureau. Credit, by the way, I can see he's Geoffrey Ruto. Let me educate something about the credit bureau. I mean the credit system, so that you don't lie to people. The credit system is by the banks. The banks have had credit bureaus that actually look at what was used, and also even the lenders, the people like payday loans, you know, car loans and all those things. The what do you call them? You know, dealerships, mortgage people. They report what you've done to a credit bureau. Their job is to look at how much debt you have and everything. Has totally nothing to do with the government, because the government is not there to look down on you. It's for you to look up on it. It's for it to give you your services. And by the time you're even paying that mortgage, or even paying that loan, you're still paying Uncle Sam something. And Uncle Sam is supposed to make sure that you have the security. If you're being attacked, you have the weapons, the military as well, and everything. So credit bureau telling me at the credit, I've never seen a government that gives loans. Let me tell you, even at time of COVID, and Miss Danganyangi, watu wanajua, if you know me here, you know where I live. Even time of Corona, no loan was given.
They only give grant. Only grant.
We were given, I think it was called, it was a check to help you move on. But that was from
voucher.
Our taxes.
Yeah, voucher. Yeah.
You know? No government, and I've been saying here, and Kenyans who listen to me here and take me serious or don't take me serious. Let me tell you, I've been saying here, this government of Ruto is all about money making. Governments are not businesses. They're public servants. You give them money so that they can go, you collect together. Ni kama kijiji, munataka kujenga ile barabara. Munashikana, munatoa 5 kidogo kidogo jaza kibaba. And then munajenga hiyo barabara. Duke amepotea tena. I hope akoniyo. So people need to understand this thing. I'm telling you, what is leading with this government is something called inflation, is what is going to happen. You cannot jail everybody that you're going to give 500.
You cannot.
And they don't pay. We were laughing about it here. I thought Ruto was smarter than that. But again, I come to realize that the man was not as smart, because I never thought that he would really do that Hustlers Fund. And 500, dude, you've been to Nairobi. 500, mimi I go to a bar. Biabili, done. 2 beers, not even 3.
So, mimi najaribu kujiuliza, what's the difference between hata hii Fuliza na hii ya government?
So the good thing with Fuliza, what they were trying to do, they were coming up with what we call the credit score that Geoffrey Ruto was talking out apparently. So that was a way of borrowing, you give back. If you don't give, that's the credit system right there. So the CRB was your credit, so that when you go to someone else, they know you don't pay your thing.
Yeah.
You see? So now Ruto is trying to get the monies all the way that he can. So basically, and I know ataniwa the day I land airport, but let me say, I've always said Ruto is a mafia. And a government run by a mafia That's how it works. Shylocks, bookkeepers, and all that. Go read the mafia books. You will see everything that is happening. So now he wants you guys to come and borrow money, which is actually your money. It's not his. Instead of building that road, he wants you to come and borrow it. No umesikia nasikia wanaitisha pin. Why are you supposed to give your pin?
Hapo ndio tricky.
Eh.
Pin is private. That one they can mess you up.
Exactly. So Kenyans, let's love Kenya. Let's love Kenya and be able to talk, because what is happening is that there will be millions of people who will go get that money. And I'm telling you, all that money, I can promise you, all that money is not in that hustlers fund. There's no way they put it there. That's why people are getting 500. There are people who are getting it. It's just a way to show that we accounted for this on this, and you just had to account for something. It's kind of like nikikupatia milioni 10, and then you go to your kijiji and say nitapatia kila mtu 5,000. You've accounted for what I gave you, but I don't believe you gave everybody. Na utakuwa umepatia kila mtu, tutajuaje umepea kila mtu? Now, in what crisis are we that we need to give people money instead of build good infrastructure like Uhuru was doing? Barabara saizi zimesimama zile za huko juju. Instead of building, somebody was talking here, I think it was Mulumbu. Instead of going to give people sustainable economy where you work for your money, you get your money at the end of the day, you go home, audai mtu mwingine. This thing you're asking for 8% interest rate. What is 8% interest rate of $100? You see what you're doing? But then again, how many people will have 8% interest rate of 500 within 2 weeks? Kama wengine fuliza imelemea Natala.
Unga. SACCOs charge lower than that.
Yeah. And which government ever has acted like a Shylock? Which one? They are money making. Okay. Mumetolewa. Jesus. Akiwa Kenya. You know, this guy came from, was in, you guys need, there's one president I never loved, Nata Sigem Votia, at all, of all the presidents that we've had in our country. That man was called the son of Jomo. Never voted for him. I had 2 chances to vote for him. Never voted for him at all. Kabisa, I even voted, I even campaigned against him. But that man, at the end of it, after the second term, I understood he had the good things, he had a good heart, and he saw Kenya first. He warned you guys. Kasema miezi ngapi? 3 mtakuwa mkilia. Ngoja uone. Hiyo ni pesa inaenda hivi, haitawahi rudi. Inflation. Unadhani ule mtu mwenye amechukua hiyo 500, why would you take 500 to return in 2 weeks? Utatoa wapi in 2 weeks?
Sasa, you know my problem, why for me I feel like people need to take that money. Because if people don't take this money, in the next 3 months, the guy will say we've disbursed all this money and Kenyans have taken this money, and it will be, the rest of the money will be taken by his friends and his cronies. And
exactly
later utasikia people didn't pay. And then they will try to write it off, because most of when you watakuwa wamechukua pesa, ni wale marafiki zao. If this guy can write off most of the corruption cases and easy murder cases, I tell you, he will do the same for when you for especially the guys watu wake wenye watakuwa wamechukua hii pesa.
But see, the problem is, and I keep on saying it, the problem is we confuse those leaders that we give the opportunity to go there. We confuse them to be rulers. And the problem with Africa, we call our rulers. They should never rule us. They are our public servants. So we should be able to hold them very accountable. So we should not even take that money, and they need to show us, because even the budget, where it has been used. And once we educate people, for people, civil education is not there, and they will not let it be. Listen, we can say we are not taking this money. And then at the end of that month or 2 months or whatever you want to call it, even if it's a budgetary moment, budgetary period, we need to have what we call we need to be able to access the budget where everything has been used. You, Moses, Serikal, you should be able to go and say, I want to see where our public servants used this money. And then we hold them accountable like that. And that is what Raila was telling you guys without saying, because he's a guy of parables. He was saying, we know where this money is, that we're going to give you free education and give you 6,000 for the wale wamelemewa. Hasa wale walikuwa patio 6,000 ndio watakimbilia hiyo 500. 500 utabai unga moja, hata ya pili hakuna na imeisha. Utaenda wapi tena? So guys, I mean, we need to be we need to educate people to understand what governance is. Governance is not ruling. Governance is public service. And these guys are so smart, because now they're trying to make a country become a money-making thing. That's why they take out wanatoa subsidies. Kwani Uhuru was putting his money there. Uhuru had the subsidies for school. Uhuru had the hizi zote wametoa. But the government was still running, and the roads were still being made. So what is this that changed? And then you come and tell us that you found 93 million in there. But now you want to give people for how much? And you're traveling all over. And you have these work projects that you're trying to lie to people. Now, the funny thing is that today, here's the tricky, I would have said a bad name, but tricky president that you have, or that we have, because it's also my country and my people are there and my mother, and that's my home. My house is still there. He wants you as a landlord to pay rent and to register yourself. He's using this thing to get your pins. Okay, again, this guy is, I'm so fed up when I look at what he does. And you have people like Duke, no offense. You have people like Duke that come here and try to defend him. You wonder why, in Jesus' name, would you take all the subsidies that the country had out, yet the country was running? Please explain to me, why would you take it out? And then you tell us that it's due 98 million. And then you start wanting to play games with Kenyans. Why are you trying to make money out of Kenyans? That everything is about money making. This is not a business. We give you the money. You don't give us the money. We are the one that gives you the money. If we stop, hata Western Hotel itaanguka. So why are we giving the money to people? Ama tuache kulipa ushuru, kila mtu ajipange. We'll be more richer. Wacha nyamazi hapo niache kunaona mgeni amekuja na naona Duke anataka kuniuma.
Yes, people in the comments are saying that you are taking too much time. I want to respond in 1 minute and then invite Terry. you have said that Uhuru was able to sustain the government with all the subsidies from the unga to education, all of this. But what you failed to identify is how much was borrowed during that time, the source of the money. Almost half of the debt of the Uhuru Kenyatta administration came in the last 3 years. And during that last 3 years, there was a total lockdown. No infrastructure was being put out. At least during the first time, even if there was a lot of corruption cases, we are able to see the SGR and other infrastructure which are tangible, even if the prices were exaggerated. But provided that they were able to borrow up to 4 trillion within 2 to 3 years, when there was a total lockdown, COVID lockdown, that actually explains the source of the money and the mismanagement, the extent of the mismanagement which was involved in. Also, if you were talk about the COVID relief funds which was channeled to Kenya, actually it's that you know around 357 billion Kenyan money in terms of COVID reliefs from European Union and other countries. So that was the source of those subsidies. But now the reality has come that Kenya is almost reaching a ceiling, a borrowing ceiling. So it's not sustainable for Kenya to continue to borrow. Therefore, when it comes to that extent, if maybe your sources of money has been limited, then you have to do away with some expenses. That's why some subsidies are being eliminated, because we cannot borrow more. And Uhuru was borrowing to sustain those expenses.
Duke, are you aware that President Ruto for the past 3 months is been on a borrowing spree? Like, the guy has been borrowing left, right, and center. Number two, how much was borrowed between 2017 and 2013 and 2017? How much? Do you have the exact figure? And number three, from 2013 to 2022, who was the president? What was the composition of government? Who was the president and who was the deputy? And what was the ruling party? Because from where I stand, is Jubilee was in power for 10 years. Forget about those PR stunts that you guys do. For the past, if Ruto was not in Jubilee, he would have resigned and not be paid with the Kenyan taxpayers as deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, unless he was a ghost worker, which of course he was not. So he was being paid for 10 years as deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, and no single day, unless he absconded duty and he never told us. So you cannot take him away from that. He took oath of office for the past 10 years, and he was in office for the past 10 years. So yeah,
let me respond to that. First of all, the mistakes which most of you make is that you are trying to equate the power or the mandate of the president and that of the deputy. For example, if Uhuru Kenyatta does not deliver and give you an excuse of regarding a shower, will that make sense to you? So for me, I feel that the president and the deputy are very different. They have different mandates. They have different powers to execute specific. And actually, the buck stops with the president.
No, when you have a sitting president and an assistant, all achievements will be attributed to both of them. If someone don't want to take any responsibility of that government, you ought to resign and keep out.
So can you say that the failures of Moi are the failures of Kibaki, because Kibaki was the vice president of Moi. It
Yes,
does
by
not make
that
sense
time.
at all. Huh?
Yeah, if they were serving in the same government, that is it. Even
No.
they make to the extent
No,
of even ministers. Let me tell you,
even
to the extent of
records are-
even ministers, to the extent of even ministers taking responsibility for whatever was happening in the government.
No, it cannot be that.
No, my friend, if you take oath of office, unless it doesn't mean anything to you, if you take oath of office as
I'm
the
saying is
president
this.
and as deputy president and as public servant to assist the president, in his role was to assist the president.
Moses,
so if the
Moses,
yeah,
let me ask a question, a general question.
Yeah.
Why would I employ you in my company and I'm the president of the company, right?
Yeah.
And you're the vice president of the company.
Yeah.
If we get a loss, why would I even employ you if you don't get responsibility of what the company is doing?
Yeah. The same thing. I don't
okay, let us move forward.
I don't know the PR stunt that Duke and the entire team are running.
No,
It's an older
We
PR
have
stunt.
even witnessed many scenarios where you find that the president of a company has failed, has made a mistake, and has moved out, and the vice has taken over, and there is transformation of the company. So two people are very different. So you can't say that that Uhuru Kenyatta failed because of because of Ruto. That means Uhuru was very incompetent. So for me, the person who has the mandate and the power to execute specific functions of the government is the president. And if the president fails, he has failed himself as a person. We must hold him responsible. We can't say that he failed because of the deputy president and so on. So
Duke, there is oath of office, and then there is the responsibility of the office.
What's the connection of the oath of office and the functions?
Let me tell you how there is the state structure. There is the president, the person, and then there is the office of the president. If you take the oath of office, you have to respect that office. So that office gives you certain things.
But
that you have to abide by. So it was not about Ruto as an individual to some extent. It was him operating in the office. So if he felt that he could not deliver because of being in that office, he ought to have resigned by then.
Okay.
That is what Jaramogi Oginga did when he felt like.
Okay, but there are two. Can I speak before you come in? There are two different individuals. What I'm trying to say is that when we have positions, even in a company, each position has different powers or different mandates, so that the function of two people cannot be the same. There is somebody who plays a critical role. So what I'm trying to say is that if right now the president fails, for example, the current government fails, it fails because of President Ruto. Somebody cannot give us an excuse of Gachagua or something of that kind.
Yeah,
we know who is the president.
Gachagua too must take responsibility, because look at what is the role. What is the role of deputy? What is the role of deputy president?
Just a moment. First of all, the role of the deputy is to assist the president. So
we've been here, the three of us. Can you give Eli at least something to say when you guys rehearse on what you guys mumeletana?
Okay, Eric, can you come in? Because and Moses, when we have a debate, you give somebody to speak. Then if you want, you ask a question, you ask it. That interruption is not good. Eric, welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to contribute one or two things about the state of the nation. My biggest worry is one of my biggest worries is the lack of a strong trade union movement in Kenya, and that is part of the problem we have. So if we're looking forward about how to face off with these challenges that we have at the moment that has been created by this illegal regime. We need to think about the trade union movement, the people in the diaspora. What are they doing forward? You know, because there's a lot that is going on right now, including this so-called leader of opposition bill that is being crafted by Kenya Kwanza. That's what they're doing this. You know, people think that it's Azimio. This is something that Kenya Kwanza is doing to silence people in Azimio. And what are the diaspora people doing, for example, in terms of can we do things as strong as you know, ambushing this system with lots of petitions about our rights as diaspora as we go along for the next couple of years, things that are going to change in Kenya that are going to affect us. For example, even this, what is happening now with this so-called, you know, social safety net through these stupid loans that are being given hustler funds, that is actually affecting the people in the diaspora who contribute a lot to the Kenyan economy in various ways. There is something there that is happening that we're not looking at in full circle in 360 degrees. So all these options that we have, you know, it's well and good for us to make big statements, but we have to look at how we are going to fight this system. Yeah, some of us are writing things and in the papers and all that. That's not enough, but we need to find so many other ways. You know, like a 10-pronged attack on this system. Okay, and I think the voice of the diaspora is a strong voice. I read the WhatsApp link yesterday that was in the group, in the Mutembei WhatsApp group. There was supposed to be a Zoom meeting held in, you know, that was being convened by Kenyans in the US, and there were notable names like Irungu Houghton of Transparency. I think it's Transparency International, or is in one of those organizations. But I really wanted to hear what people have to say. Unfortunately, I missed that meeting because it was this morning, our time, maybe afternoon. But they were talking about the last election, so-called election. But I feel that the diaspora can start now making solid petitions about how they can be involved in so many things that is happening in Kenya. For example, personally, on a personal level, I am not really really excited or convinced that elections will transform our lives and the lives of Kenyans. But being that it's a central part of the Kenyan people's democracy and constitutional life, I believe that the next big thing the people in the diaspora should be fighting for is that all Kenyans who have the eligibility to vote by age and, you know, the universal adult suffrage and live abroad should be counted for the elections the next time round. This is just the Kenyans shouldn't even beg for this. They need, you know, because when you hear Kenyans in the diaspora complaining about things, at the same time, because of the logistics, money issues, so many personal issues, and even some refused to vote this time round because of how they have conceived, they have perceived elections in the previous times, which is their right not to vote. But there's something that needs to give away, where Kenyans in the diaspora must now be registered by an electoral body in big numbers, so that their voice is heard. Because at the moment, like for this last election, there was about 11 to 12,000 people worldwide are the only Kenyans who were registered and participated. Actually, less than that participated in the elections. And these commissioners went around, basically they were just tourists. There's nothing they did going around different parts of the world. And those 12 polling stations, it was ridiculous. So this is my voice as a Kenyan living, in Northern Ireland in the UK, that we need to start attacking this type of regime that doesn't really care about people who are living abroad. And we have this guy who is the new CS of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora issues. He's not serious. So we need to find a way to have these matters, brought to the fore. So we have to reorganize. I think even Mutembei TV, we have lots of people. Every time we are here, there is at least 70% of the panel, in most cases, are living abroad. And so this is a very, very serious issue, and we need to start doing something about it now. My other point was, I don't know, this thing about the 4 commissioners. Honestly, I don't take it very seriously, because it's not serious. These people decided to speak the truth, or what they perceived as the truth, even though it was late truth. Okay, some people are saying that they should have spoken way before even the elections was held, or when the count started. That why did they decide to do all this, making all these revelations much later? But we have to know that the electoral system in Kenya is owned and captured by various arms of government and political interests. So these people were just 4 individuals, so they didn't have much power to do certain things. That's the only part where I feel sorry for them. Other than that, I think that it will be a waste of time. There will be all this fuss with this tribunal that is going to be held. The Kenya Kwanza will be beating their chests, thumping their chests, and claiming another victory, while the rest of the country will be still healing from the trauma of the stolen election. And we know, we've discussed it here, that there is massive foreign interests of everything that happens in Kenya, right? We can tell this from the WikiLeaks, for example. Julian Assange, who was able to publicize the recordings between the U.S. Embassy and word for word recording of the encounters between the former U.S. ambassador, I can't remember his name at the time, and just Kenyan politicians and Kenyan intelligentsia or whoever they are, people who so-called matter, these people pick every little bit of information that they can rely on in order to then mold someone to become who they want in leadership, right? So we have to be finding other ways of dealing with that, because that alone is a crisis in itself. And it starts from next door in Uganda. You can see all the Kenyan political class that is ruling now are all yellow, just like the Ugandan party colors, you know. Do you think that just happened? No, because Yoweri Museveni was involved in this thing for many years, and he's part of the puppets, you know, the poodles that the Western governments have unleashed on Africa. And we know this. Some people might say this is just, you know, you're just talking a lot of rubbish because it doesn't matter. But it matters, because when this so-called regime that is in power now fails, and they will fail really hard, you will see how the geopolitics of this region, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and so on, and how the international interests, China, America, the UK, will start asserting themselves, right? So I think that we need to kind of think beyond the names that we hear every day in the newspapers or on TV, and start mapping out. And I'm even telling Duke himself that you guys of Kenya Kwanza, map out how you're going to challenge Azimio, yeah. But as Kenyans, right, I think right now it is a sham, it's a shame, and it's really ridiculous that people can start, asking for like the tiniest amount of money. These people are laughing at us, that people have to beg for money, which they then have to pay back some stupid interest, right? When Raila Odinga and Martha Karua were saying 6,000 shillings, they even said how that money would be sourced. I'm ashamed that Duke thinks that this was a fallacy. But these guys who are in power now, they're not saying where they're exactly getting this money, this 50 billion hustler fund. There's something that's not being said there, We need to know, where is this fund coming from and how long is it going to last? Because if along the way, as we know now, a lot of people have been trying to get a couple of thousands of shillings and they end up receiving 500, that means there is already a problem. There is already a big problem, okay? And it's an experiment that will go really bad. I have nothing good to say about William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua and team. My last, my parting shot on this particular comment is this, the tug of war I had there between Moses and Duke regarding the powers of a president and a deputy president, and when the regime fails, do you blame the president or the deputy or both? You see, historically, we lived in a different regime during the presidency of Moi and his vice presidents, and there were a long list of them, or the presidency of Jomo Kenyatta and his vice presidents. And without even mentioning dictatorship or totalitarianism of the president, the vice presidents did not have the sort of powers that the deputy presidents have in the current dispensation in Kenya. You can imagine that there is a lot of things that are at par between the deputy president, and the president. So why is it, Duke, or any Kenya Kwanza person here, that you guys are ready to say that it is Uhuru Kenyatta who failed, but when you start talking about how many homes that Jubilee put electric lines and all that, and how many wells they dug, irrigation schemes and dams and stuff like that, why does Ruto claim some positive media propaganda about that? But when it comes to the failures, he says it was nothing to do with him. He keeps he talked a lot about SGR and how him and Kenyatta brought SGR. At the same time, he was attacking the Chinese loans, right? There is no such thing as if like they're reconstructing the economy. This is not a Marshall Plan or moment in Kenya. We know what is happening is that these people have taken power to delude Kenyans. They've done something from the moment they were appointed, all of them going there for the vetting, lying about how much money they earn so that they can steal more money. I love what Bunge la Mwananchi people are doing. Those guys have become the trade unions of Kenya. Unfortunately, sometimes they go a bit personal, and then the discussions they conclude without what is to be done, what is next. But I think that if they maintain the momentum, things will be better for Kenyans. Thank you.
So I want, when we are going to take the next round, maybe we take 2-3 minutes. But I wanted to respond to what Ira said. Yes, Ruto, of course, took credit on what they did as the previous administration, but that's politics. But the point I was trying to say is that you cannot compare the president and the deputy. Yes, the deputy has a role, but the powers and the mandate of the president overrides that of the deputy. So nobody who is a president will give an excuse that I failed because of my deputy. Actually, if you consider the old constitution and the new constitution, the only difference between the two is that the president cannot remove the deputy, but the functions are the same. That's the only small difference. That yes, I've read actually the two. The president cannot fire the deputy as it used to be in the previous. But when it comes to functions, it's about you do what the president delegates to you, what the president assigns you. So to some extent, if the president does not delegate any duties, the reason why I'm saying they are same, because most of the function of the deputy president is based on what the president tells you to do, or what the president delegates to you. So it means the president has all the control. If he decides he's not going to delegate specific duties to you, as Uhuru Kenyatta decided towards the end of his tenure, then it means you are not going to do nothing. And most of you are trying to say maybe the deputy president should have resigned, which is true. But for me, there is one reason why he shouldn't have resigned, because I think that the critical position or the critical role of the deputy president is actually to avoid a vacuum. So, for example, if the president dies, God forbid, he's supposed to take that position. So even if you are not assigned any duties, you can remain there, so that in case something bad happens, you take that constitutional role of assuming the presidency. So that's what I can say. So we can take the second round. Moses, what do you have to say? And then.
Yeah, thank you, Duke. At times, some of us feel like we ask ourselves, what are the values we want to share with other people on the platform. Because at times we feel like we don't understand whether someone is just objectively pushing his own agenda, or they are being just truthful, or they are just ignorant. So at times I don't understand when we have some debates, because number one, we know there are roles of the deputy president spelled out on the current constitution. Like, he chairs the IBEC, and President Ruto chaired even IBEC until the last day, until like the last month of the election. That was it sits in cabinet, and we know most government programs or decisions are made in cabinet. And number three, we know is part of the Security Council, which means he gets brief of security every day. So if there are security lapses, he even take responsibility. So there are certain things that we need just to just speak the truth. And and then Ellie, you mentioned something which is very important. There is a bill that someone shared with us. It's called the Diaspora bill, that is currently on the process, but we don't know how far. And it's very important that people in the diaspora to link up so that we can all follow up on the bill and see how that bill, because it's that bill that can give us or can create for us an enabling environment to advocate or do certain things, or like help us create a governing body for people who live in the diaspora and establish so many satellites. I think, I'm happy to join. I'm not part of the WhatsApp, maybe I've given my number on the chat so that someone can add me on the WhatsApp group. And then there's the issue you mentioned. What else can we do? That one, if we have a governing body, we can always the easy thing we can do is do petitions. If we are well organized, if there are legal issues, if there are issues that we feel like are in violation to people's rights or our rights, or we can always petition. But if we have that structure, we can always contribute and ensure that we petition government. Maybe we follow the due process and petition the government where necessary. So I'm happy to be part of that process. You want to say something? Go on.
Sorry, thanks, Moses. Just on the petition, right? I know of some countries where the citizens abroad, they will lobby politicians or sponsor certain debates in parliament. Now, if you look at the opposite of that, look at people back in Kenya, for example, this guy called Dennis Ntumbi, who was part of the project for the 4 commissioners. He's one of the petitioners. A laughing stock, really. This guy calls himself a preacher and all that kind of stuff. He rants and insults people on Facebook. The last time he was one of those TNA war horses, and then he transformed to be another one in Jubilee, and then now Kenya Kwanza. This guy has been sponsored by Kenya Kwanza to petition and bring IEBC 4 commissioners, and in effect the mass of Kenyans who felt cheated, trying to bring them into disrepute. If you hear the language of the politicians, the way they were commending this Dennis Ntumbi guy, and the kind of things that he alleged. So if people, for example, in the diaspora, and you know, Duke, you can take this to your bosses, you know, as we don't mind being spied on and saying things here as a Rani. If we had, and I know you've mentioned about a governing body in the diaspora and so on and so forth, but even at personal level, people can sponsor big debates in parliament, things that can change Kenya, right? If someone like Ntumbi, okay, money is involved there, why can't we do the same? This is the question I'm asking, you know? So we need to start lobbying, because otherwise we'll be speaking in Mutembe here forever. Yeah? Forever. But we need to do something. And even these Kenya Kwanza people here, they've already started seeing signs of despair. You can see them now starting to cry. Hapo kwa mtandao, they're all over the place. They're crying. You know, these Kenya Kwanza people. Yeah. Even this Duke here, you will see Duke now changing his colors very soon. I'm not even joking. This guy will be, he'll be talking our language, you know, because they have already started doing that, right? So we need to have this kind of power that we think we don't have, and we need to demystify these leaders in Kenya, because this is part of the problem. People think that they're untouchable. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you, Eli. Yeah, I think those were wonderful words. Currently, yeah, we are trying to create a political process, because what we've realized in most cases, if you have an advocacy group advocating for the political change, at times the government always try to shut down the NGOs or such structures. We've seen, yes, numerous attempts by government to gag the civil society. So I did chat with a few guys. So what we've decided, if we want to advocate for political matters, let's have a political party and let's go head to head, and we can do things differently. We can do advocacy, we can do petitions, but through a political structure that is not owned by any other person, but that we facilitate to create a new structure, rather than follow the NGO structure that government always have. Like, yeah, they know how to shut the doors. Yeah. So I think for me, if you ask what are we doing, for me, that is my approach, the approach I've taken. But we need people like you. We need more people on board. So yeah, we can get in touch and share more. Yeah, I think for me, I think that's all. And yeah. What I'm still struggling with is how government takes people's money and then give it back to you as a loan. Duke, that one you will carry that loan. How how someone takes your money and collects all your money and then gives you back as loan? You still need to answer us that, yeah. And whether there is a law for this Asla fund, if there is a bill which has already been passed in parliament, because we know for government to incur any expenditure, there has to be a bill, there has to be legislation on that. So you'll shed light on that, and then whether you've tried to apply for this fund and how much have you received. Thank you.
First of all, most of you don't understand who I am. One, I have never worked for any government. I actually worked at Kenya National Highway Authority for 7 days. And because I was somebody who was open-minded, and I thought that cannot sustain going from 8 to 5 working somewhere. So I'm somebody who's extremely free, and I am able to embrace an idea which is positive, which brings positive change to Kenyans. But to a large extent, what happens is that you find our focus is politics to a large extent. Across the divide, and actually I know that Ruto is a politician and a performer, but sometimes it becomes too much of a politician. For example, even if you see the way that Asra Fund was being launched, it was like trying to campaign in a way. However, when Kenya will transform, if we will focus on specific things which we should be done for Kenya to transform. But the problem is that most of you focus on specific things that should be done, so that somebody who you love or you associate to becomes the president or gets power. That is the problem. So, for example, if you are trying to say, maybe you are trying to organize something. So, first of all, you should actually start to the ideas. Maybe we should start by discussing those ideas. For example, you are saying you want to take something to Parliament. Then the first step is to come up with that idea. Which changes do you want to be effected in Kenya? And I've said that, why do we need the president, all those politicians, all those, the parliamentarian and the senators and so on? It's because they have to do specific services which are required by Kenyans so that they can be able to live better as Kenyans, as dignified human beings. Just that. So even if we have like an automated program or a situation where everything will work perfect, actually I will prefer we do away with all politicians, so we have technology and machines, because our interest about the right things being done. So if somebody explained to me, for example, there was something talking about the mass action, I can support the mass action based on what it asks. For example, you want for mass action so that we remove the 4 commissioners. I cannot support that, because even if you remove them and bring another one, if there is, it's better maybe you come up with one specific changes or structures in the IPC sector so that it becomes impossible for rigging to happen. That I support, and come with ideas which actually are practical, scientifically, and technologically. But individuals, you can remove, you can change individuals wherever. Even those 4 commissioners you are trying to say, actually for me, I'm seeing they are the weakest. If the president wants to use them, they are the one to use. Is anybody here convinced that if maybe Ruto tries to contact those 4, or sends somebody and summons them and gives them command, they will be firm? No, they are actually weak from my own personal perspective. So that's why I say we direct our energy, we direct our effort towards the wrong cause. So the time we will be directing our efforts and our energy toward the right cause, the cause which will transform Kenya. I support that. So tell me that we are coming with a proposal APCD, so that all Kenyans will have equal access to education, equal access to healthcare or employment opportunities. I would 100% support that. But if you come with something, maybe you want to say this, we want this person to be the president, but you are not saying why. That one we disagree. So that's what I can say to answer the question which Moses has said. He was trying to say about the governments cannot take your money and give you back. Actually, that's the function of the money, the government. Maybe it gets money from you and tries to provide services to you. So do you want the government to take taxes and misuse all the politicians to divide among the citizens? The tax money must come back to us, to the citizens, so that also to assist those at the bottom to move forward. Also, whether there is a legislation which is supporting that, I don't know. But what I'm very sure of is that the executive has some mandate when it comes to the management of resources, when it comes to money in a country. I think the executive has some free hand to implement specific policies or to decide how to spend the money, so long as maybe it's not discriminating against Kenyans or doing something against the constitution, something of that kind. But I'm not very keen sure about that. So that's what I can say. Every wanted to say something and then Ndeto.
I wanted to ask you, or just state something about, like, you know, this Ruto guy and his ideology that is, you know, often sort of religious, very conservative, very right-wing ideology that he has, and how he uses that to literally shut down parts of the economy. So, for example, he's so obsessed with the fact that he's going straight to the gates of heaven, and he's shutting down so-called noisy clubs, noisy pubs. He doesn't want people to have a social life. Who told him that that's what he should do? You know, to determine how people live their life. Those same people are the ones that he used to call hustlers. Will they not revolt against him? You know, these things that Sakaja is doing in Nairobi, those are Ruto things that Ruto is doing, because when that guy took 680 Hotel, one of the first things he did was to shut down that place called Simas across the road. That is a fact, it's known. And I think he was, you know, he claimed, or the word goes that, you know, that this Simas place was like Sodom and Gomorrah or something like that. But that same place employed many people. They were making money, and you know, it created employment to the staff of that establishment. But for Ruto, it was a warning shot that his kind of leadership would not entertain what he calls secular life. This guy is double speak, because the people who know him know another part of Ruto that is not even meant to be written on a piece of paper. This guy is not as religious as he purports himself to be. He uses the fact that he knows that people are obsessed with theocracy, God. Kenyans are always going to church or to the mosque, majority of them. And he uses that to claim that he's doing the right thing. And he's actually shutting down the economy in various ways. And people are affected. So what do you think about this? This is the same guy you say that is propping up the economy, that he doesn't want people to have fun. Is that petty for me to ask?
That's a very fair question. Let me answer it. First of all, you are trying to say that Ruto is religious and conservative. That's false. Actually, you may find that Ruto is the most unreligious person, and he knows that. The problem is that in Kenya, politicians and the political leaders use the church, or they use religion to get support. A simple start. You find that they understand that 90% of Kenyans are religious. So if you associate with them as one of them, they are likely to support you on that. And Kenyans are religious, very weak. There was this meeting at Kasarani the other day, and there were a lot of people, and there is a name of this pastor, it's called what? Ezekiel was telling people to what there to do what? There was something he called that sermon that people were going there. People were paying like 7,000, and then he would like some stupid talk that kind. There were thousands of Kenyans there. So it's actually like, it's not that Ruto is such religious, it's because he understands that most Kenyans are religious. And if I identify as one of them, they will support me. As simple as that's politics. And if maybe somebody can just do fake miracles and he has a lot of support, so you can see how Kenya. So for me, I feel that the religion and the government must be separate. They should be separate because the government must serve all people, religious, those who are Christians and Christians, atheists, because they are all Kenyans. So I feel that the government and the church should be separated. But when you are trying to say that what happened, those restaurants which were being closed in Upper Island, I think that's bad. I don't support you on that because I work in the construction industry. And if, for example, you read the provisions or the requirements which are required, none is of, I can say like 60% are not obeyed at all. If, for example, you talk about residential areas, there is a provision that if you are constructing an apartment for residential reasons, half of the space must be empty. But walk across Nairobi, you find that people are constructing their houses with 100% covering the piece of the size of the land they have. You see? Also, when you find that there is provisions, for example, if you have powers in residential areas, they should not be there, or if they are there, they must have like soundproof, something of that kind. And you find that people are disobeying that. So I feel that they should be crossed. It's because of politics. What Sakaja, maybe and Ruto were trying to do was the right thing, but they have stopped because they felt that they are going to support us because some people start saying they are against business people, something of that. So I feel people should do the right thing regardless of the consequences. So that's what I can say on that.
The question is, who approves these plans? Were these plans approved?
Which one?
Like in residential areas, allowing clubs and giving permits in residential areas.
You see, most of them, for example, that's why I'm saying that, we have provision. Whether you are given permit or not, there are provisions which you must obey. For example, there is maybe like something like soundproofing or the time of opening and closing. You have to obey that. So that's actually not connected to whether you are given a permit or not. And to a large extent, you find those restaurants are owned by powerful people. So most of them don't obey that. So that's what I can say on that.
So there are no oversight. Like if I want to, the question I'm asking, like if I want to open a restaurant or a club within an estate, what is like if I apply for permit, they will give me. Do they come and assess whether the facility I'm going to use meet the standard, whether it is whether there is soundproof, whether there is toilet, whether do they come and check before they give permit, or I just pay and then just get the permit? Do they come and check whether the facility meets those standards?
No, they don't come at all because actually, you know how Kenya operates. If you want to open a business nowadays, it's very easy. You can open that and you pay license fee. They give you that, and then you start it. So I think it's the responsibility of the investors or somebody who's starting a business to do their due diligence and to know that this is a residential area, and then to know the provisions or the rules which are there when maybe you are setting a bar in the residential areas. They have to obey that, because what was happening in Upper and those areas was actually very bad. You can see, if you see even across the social media, there is some clubs where if you go there, or bars, there is pangi there, there is people smoking. There are no rules at all. And even their scullies, they don't enter. You know, for example, you have some bars which are owned by specific power people to the extent that even the policemen fear to enter those areas. So that's how Kenya is as it is right now. So I think we need to come to a situation whereby all provisions must be obeyed. I feel in Kenya, everything we have in the constitution, or as policies, or what's governing it, like 80% is not obeyed. If we are able to obey everything, I think we can transform as a country. But we have that culture of not obeying many provisions. That's why I was trying to say that it's better even we forgive all the wrongdoers, maybe except those who have killed people or raped people in a way, then we start afresh. Because let me justify why I'm saying that. I'm saying that because if you know the number of people extremely powerful, the kind of evil things they do, and the amount of money they take out of the government across counties and across the national government, and nothing happens to them, and actually nothing will happen to them in the future until they die, it means we need to actually overhaul the process, and then we start afresh in a way, so that we agree that from today, if you do ABCD, this is the outcome. We start a new beginning, because there is a culture which.
Wait. But I'm sorry to interrupt you. But that's already what's happening. These guys, the so-called freedom. You can see the justice system has been corrupted now. There is freedom everywhere, and it's being, it's an antidote to justice. What is supposed to happen in the courts, and you can even see now that the government so-called lost a case against Okemo and Gichuru, some of the most wanted people across the world. Now, I never like to blame the sons and daughters of criminals, yeah? But I went to high school with one of Okemo's children, and I can just remember the kind of life these people had, I went to high school in your province, in your district there, Kisii, at Cardinal Otunga, and Okemo's son was there with us, and I remember very, very well how sumptuous living this family had, during Arab Moi's time, and that was back then, and these people, the amount of money that has been returned to Kenya because they accepted that they did certain things wrong, right, will never match with the amount of money they really stole from the public coffers, from the energy system, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, and so on and so forth. These people actually should be charged with manslaughter in the most extreme cases where hospitals had to back up their systems using generators because there was a fraudulent system where there was deliberate power blackouts, so that companies that are related to these two people would give the reserve energy, the generators and all that stuff that was used, because Gichuru's companies were also involved in backing up the system. And there was deliberate shutting down of power this kind of corruption was really manslaughter or even murder, you can say, how do you then qualify the freedom being given to such people today? You know, how? Because what happens is when you give that freedom, or say, let us take X amount of money from them and then let them just walk on the streets like everybody else. So that means you've already set a precedent. Is what is happening now, even with the office of the public prosecutor. You know, he has set a very, very, very diabolical precedent, because in the future, and not too far from now, anybody who commits a certain crime, their lawyer can argue the case of these ones who are being freed for doing this and that. So it's a very messy situation, right? But I also think, and I believe, that part of this dilemma is because of the profile of Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, the things they've done in the past, you know, or the things that they have been alleged to do in the past. So they don't have a moral authority to accuse other people. As we know, they say that the judiciary is independent, and Gachagua keeps saying that they're not the types that are going to phone a judge or a magistrate and say, can you stop this case, and so on and so on. But that's what's happening. So I'm sorry, Duke, I don't agree with you on this one. It's too extreme a measure to just say this guy can just walk off because they stole peanuts. No, they didn't steal peanuts. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. The reason why I'm saying that is this. The current system we have is not working at all. And it's impractical to punish people or to bring to book specifically the power of people who engage in corrupt dealings. And even if you take them to a court of law, it would be very difficult for you to provide evidence or to table evidence against them, because what happens, for example, about giving contracts, something of that kind, it is something which is predetermined, and then the way the transaction, for example, if maybe you want to go to a county, you are going to be given a contract of 100 million. They agree that they are going to give you they are going to price it 150, and they tell you bring to us 150 million. So everything is in record. So you bring them money which is in cash, and then everything is, even if you go to the auditors come, everything is documented. So you have taken cash to those individuals or those powerful cartels. So how can you trace that? It's impractical. Because if you go, the way they said about the STL, the way the value of the STL was actually even doubled so that some powerful people can benefit. So can you take that case to court and imprison those who benefited from that?
Yes.
But you want to continue to take into prison those who have taken like 100,000 somewhere, small cases, and then they get imprisoned, something like that. So I'm saying that's why we need a new beginning. So if you understand what I'm saying, I think you will support my idea. Yes, Moses.
Duke, we need to acknowledge that we have a constitution in the Republic of Kenya. And we cannot take that duty away from the constitution and be the own judge. When we talk of independent institutions like courts, we ought to give them that latitude to make that decisions. So we take a case to court, Let the court fail, then we will talk about let's reform these institutions because they are not being independent enough. They are being influenced. That is how we reform a system. You don't decide that you cannot take a case to court because it is going to fail, and you are not giving the court you are not allowing the court to do its work. You take a case to court, whether you are going to win or lose. It is that the determination that will tell Kenyans that, whether the court is independent or the court is not. And once, depending on how the court goes, at times you might agree or disagree with the judgment, but that's all good. But all in all, the only way to reform our institution is to give them a test, allow them to deal with those cases with big interest. That is how you determine whether our institutions are independent or not, or we still need, or through that we can also identify the gaps so that we can reform. The reform process does not end today. It is a process that will continue, and it will only happen if from time and again we test our institutions. So we cannot create a culture where people say no to arbitration, to taking courts to Kenya. What alternative will we have if we say we are not going to court? What alternative? So my opinion is, yes, there are certain things we don't agree with, certain certain judgments we don't agree, but that one should also provoke us to think about what are the reforms needed to make these institutions work if they are currently not working. Yeah.
Duke, can I now say something? Because you've been jumping all over. You're not giving me a chance. And you're breaking kidogo. But Kenyans, let me ask you, I'm not going to ask Duke because I don't want to argue with Duke, because sometimes we go around the bush. The guy knows, understands, and he knows he's a Kenyan. Kenya ikianguka ni yetu si wote, including himself. But he doesn't understand that part. And so I decided I'm never going to direct anything to Duke. I want to ask you guys, do you know because Duke is trying to tetea Ruto and tetea these guys that are being let go of the law, of the land. I want you guys, I will not even say it, I want you guys to write it down. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority Act of 2013. I will repeat it again. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority Act of 2013. I want you guys to go read it. And now when you come here and tell me that, or tell us, or tell Kenyans, because I'm very protective about Kenya, my country, I don't care if Ruto is the president, I don't care if Raila is the president, but I know Ruto is not the right president of our country. When you come and tell me that you're letting people go, yourself, we've seen you in the maize scandal, we've seen you in everything. Go look at that. I say the Kenyan Civil Aviation of 2013. Even as we speak today, our president is against. He is on the wrong. Himself, he needs to be in court as we speak. Per that act. He's already accepted. Western Natal Niake. Go read what it is. How far you need to be before you risk people with the airport. It's there in our constitution. People just don't read. It's there. The man himself already today, if he was a good country that we follow the rules of law, the man shouldn't even be the president. And you know what? I even grew up in that place, Langata High School, the one walikuwa nafukuzwa hapo Bagathi. I lived there for a very long time. Western Hotel wasn't there. Why would you build a hotel in a land yenye mlipiga watoto tear gas? You refuse, and then you're actually, even today, you are against the rules of the, the aviation of Kenya. Then you come into power, and everyone that was a criminal, they are washed because they supported you. Then you also have people who did not support you. You vilifying them. I was against Waluke in this show, kutolewa, because a criminal is a criminal. But again, when you look at it, yeah, pia yeye, kama tunaacha wauaji waende, we are giving people positions. And then we're also trying to, do you guys remember where the Echesa scandal of guns happened? Whose office was that? Harambee Annex. Whose office was that? I miss Moi's days where Saitoti could be fired on the road. Because me, as running a company, I cannot have, or even running a country, me personally, today, I cannot be the president of Kenya unless I have someone that actually understands what we are doing. You're telling me that I'm the president, everything ends with me, the back ends with me. This guy is supposed to run the cabinet and is doing his own things. I cannot fire him. Do you understand the quagmire that you put the president? Especially Uhuru and Ruto went through the one. And Ruto started campaigning from the word go. Yes, we know why they came in. Kuepa ICC. This time pia alikuwa naipa ICC. And this time we know who won. We know it. I know it. Go say wherever it is. We sat here and we did our math when he was coming. We know who won. Even hizo siku walikuwa naleta drama pale. When Kenyans, have you ever seen a president who's about to be sworn in or given a certificate, sit with the commissioner of the IEBC, and then most of the IEBC commissioners go somewhere else and then say it never happened? And when have you ever seen the president who was being chosen hold a handwritten certificate and the vice president not have a certificate? Guys, Kenyans, let's love our Kenya. Mimi hata siko story ya IBC na ninasema Duke, when you come here, elections imeisha. The guy is there, but love our Kenya. Because where we're headed is, even this money that is being given right now, like I said, this money too, na sisi wamefanya saa zenye serikali nini inaenda kufunga hivi parliament na nini, they are going for recess so that people can have something to say. But let me tell you what is happening. You're going into a big recession. You're going into a big recession that you don't understand. I'm telling you, mtu yote kwanza anachukua hiyo pesa and you're not sure that you can pay it. Italeta shida that I'm telling you, Duke, coming soon, even those highways will not be there. The highways that Uhuru was making. And so, Duke, elections are over. Let's love our country before we love the political side that we are. Duke, that country, if it benefits, it will benefit you. Nimesikia ukisema story ya, coding. It's called coding. whenever you're building somewhere, you have to have a code of how it's built around there. I'm not lying. Look at my jacket. That's my career. I've done it at Kenya. It's called the code of building. And what you were trying to explain is not what you explain, not what it is. Also, this money that, remember, Ruto has gone and borrowed some more money. Alikuwa anasema hakuna money itakuwa imeboroiwa. He's now talking about Nairobi River, and that's going to the to the coffers. Guys, please. Alitoa subsidies zote. Sasa anataka kukopesha 500. Ulipe na interest ya 8%. Na wewe ulikuwa unajiweza tu. Angekuja kutengezea barabara ukiwa na kafamu kako, after kupitia huko Kinatala na nini na Fuliza, wewe umeshapata kashamba kako kazuri pale, uweze kupeleka nyanya zako Nairobi. What will you do with government giving you money that you have to pay back? Guess what is going to be happening? And that's why I told you, Moses, tell any of your family not to touch that money. Especially mtu anakuitisha pin. Guess what is going to be? Sasa utakuwa kwa Fuliza. Coming soon. Gava itakuambia hatuna pesa. So ukienda kuchukua passport yako ama ID, wanajua. Ukianza kujaribu kutravel, uko hapo. Wanakuambia hujalipa hii kwa sababu uko na deni ya nani? Ya government yenye ukupatia your travel documents, na ukupatia barabara, na ukupatia hata ID. Sasa utaendaje kuambia gava nipatie passport, nataka kwenda Yugoslavia or whatever, call it, na uko na deni yake? And the credit system, it's not built by that, it's the banks. You cannot start owing your own government because that's the government that gives you all the services. You already paid them. How are you going to owe them again? Can we think as Kenyans? How are you going to owe nikupatie pesa alafu I still owe you from my own money? We have to go back. Not the government that has to go think again. Benedict anasemati, we have to start all over again. Us as Kenyans, we have to go back and think. Who are these people? Who gave them the power? And who gave them this money? Unakopeshwa pesa yako badala ukuje kujengewa shule. Urudishe na interest. Seriously? Ni kama unipatie, Moses, nipatie 500, nikuje nikwambie, let me give you 200, hii ni pesa yako. Let me give you 200, na unipatie na interest, na ni pesa yako. Can we teach our Kenyans and the civil education that we lack in Kenya? And that's why we are having naive people even going for that money. You should never go for that money. If you want to go for a loan, go to the bank. Not your own government for your own money, which is supposed to do your service. And na hiyo unaambiwa umetengwa, hiyo ni pesa ingekuje kutengeneze barabara kwako. Kwenyu. Ladies and gentlemen that are watching us, let's be smart in what we're doing. Wacha ninyamazia hapo, Duke ataniua.
Yeah, Duke, 1 minute. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Eli. Yeah, thank you, Mato. Yeah, I'm just leaving to do something else to rush. Yeah. So hope to catch up later and see you next time. But your story, a PIN number is a secret. Duke, ambia hiyo serikali yenyu that PIN is a personal is personal and it's a private matter and should not be shared by any other person. So remind government hiyo story ya pin watoe hapo. Otherwise, bye and see you next time.
Okay, about the PIN, it's not that that platform is asking if it's because Safaricom was incorporated in a way so that to ensure that somebody using that phone to access money is the one who owns that phone. So it was like a cooperation with Safaricom to ensure that people cannot use other people's devices or phone numbers.
PIN is only for your M-Pesa, not any other program. That program is different from M-Pesa. Thank you.
Duke, what's your PIN for your bank card?
What?
What's your PIN for your bank card?
Why should I give you?
So why should you give the government? It's the same thing. M-Pesa, listen, when we come to Kenya, some of us when we come to Kenya, like, no, hold on. You've been speaking a lot when I'm quiet. No, wait. God, relax. Duke, when I came to Kenya myself, I never touched my bank card. And that was last Christmas. I had my phone, which has my M-Pesa. What I used to do, I send my money on this, and in Kenya nowadays, you don't even need a card, you use your M-Pesa. And no one can use that money until you have your PIN. So when I go to a gas station and I want to gas my car, this is what I used to do. Pay bill number yako ni ngapi? Ananipea. Akinipea, I put my the pay bill number, the money that I want to pay, kama naeka gas ya 3,000, alafu naeka sasa PIN yangu. I am the only person that knows that PIN, unless I give it to my daughter. So why does the government want to know that PIN? And which government is this? And hold on. And the other day we just heard that there was a scam in Rongai, people who are coming and saying that Hustlers Fund imekuja fanyeni hivi, there was a scandal on that. And that's why I'm telling my fellow Kenyans, never ever give your PIN. There's not even bank that will tell you to give them your PIN. Do not give your PIN. It will become the biggest scandal you've ever seen, and watch it. Mark my words.
Okay, let me respond to that. It's not that people are giving their PIN to the government or to anybody. What happens is this. You have said if you wanted to use money in your M-Pesa, you have to pay. And when you are paying, you enter your PIN. That's right. So that means by entering that PIN, it proves that you are the owner of that M-Pesa and you are the owner of that device, something of that kind. So what happened is that Hustler Fund partnered with Safaricom so that for you to access that platform, it's like you are entering into your M-Pesa in a way. So within your device.
But even Safaricom has never wanted to know my PIN.
It doesn't know. For example, when you enter your PIN in your device, you are entering it. So are you giving that PIN to Safaricom? It's actually a procedure of accessing that platform to ensure that those people who are accessing that platform, actually they are the owners of that M-Pesa or the owners of that phone number, which will receive that amount through M-Pesa. It's simply as that. It's not that they are going to record that or share that. And actually, even Safaricom does not know your PIN. Do you know that? Okay.
I just told you Safaricom doesn't know my PIN because the moment I start, I change my PIN, and my PIN is my PIN. Siri yangu.
Yes, but even that PIN, you can change it every minute. You can use, they give you a run in 1 minute, you change it in a second. So there is nothing like giving somebody a PIN there. Let me respond to specific issues. Number one, The reason why I was saying that we need to have a new beginning, especially when it comes to the fight against corruption, is because if you scrutinize or you assess within the recent past the major scandals within the country, you assess them. Those are scandals where
you're very wrong. You cannot say we have a new beginning with the corruption cases, yet we are not having new beginning with the waizi wa kuku. Then tuachilie kila mtu kamiti na kila kitu, we have a new beginning.
Okay, give me time finally so that you can get what I'm trying to say. Because when you respond halfway, maybe you have not gotten the statement I was trying to make. If you scrutinize or you assess the major scandals within Kenya, these are scandals where the amount of money involved is a percentage of the budget of the government, sometimes up to the tune of 10%. So we are having a scandal in Kenya where money is lost to a tune of 10% of the government of the budget of Kenya. And you know it's just 15% which goes to all counties within the Republic of Kenya. But we are talking of scandals which involves an amount of 10% of the Kenyan budget. Talk about the SGR, talk about the Anglo-Tourism, talk about the Grand Regents Hotel, talk about the Eurobond. In all those scandals, not one individual has been prosecuted. One. Can you imagine that? That in all those scandals, nobody is guilty. But the government has lost a lot of money. So in that situation, what do you say? So previously the DPP...
Can I answer you that?
Yes.
So Duke, you see, everything is done in progress in life. We used to have, we've had different governments. We had Kenyatta, which was just after independence. We had Moi, which most of us actually don't look at it like, you know, some of us has a problem with that regime. Then we had Kibaki that came with a little bit of a sanity and economical kind of way of doing things. And then we had Uhuru. And like I always say, I never loved Uhuru, but at least people were held accountable because he had nothing to fear. First of all, he had nothing to fear. So it was a progress that was going and people were starting to get accountable. And that's where you're finding, like, I'm telling you, time ya Moi, hakuna mtu angekuua hivi akuchape akuwe na uwendi hawezi mpeleka mahali kwa sababu ni mheshimiwa. This time, it was almost the first time we saw waheshimiwa going to jail or going to court. And actually going to jail. Okay? So, that was what it is. Now you've brought this guy that you love so much, that was taught by no one but the man himself. The backward guy, let me call him. And his vice is also very backward. You know, he's the one that will tell the police, and then mkae kwa ofisi mletewe kesi. Nani anawaletea? Duke, what is happening right now and what had happened, it was those cases were real. And these guys did not want to go down because those cases were real. So now what? That's why you saw the drama at Bomas. Because Raila had won, he was going to be sworn in that day. And that drama happened because people are scared. Had already gone through. Uhuru alikuwa okay. Uhuru kwanza alitoka social media. Hakuwa anashika simu ya mtu. You had even Atwoli say ashikagi simu because he wanted the authorities to do their job. Now this guy came back. The first thing that he did, guess what? Hata before kitu yote ingine ifanyike, first order of the day, was judiciary. That was the first order. Signing in all those the judges that were denied, and Uhuru had said there's problems with this, and adding them money before he did anything else. Why do you think cases are falling down or cases are going up? Duke, come on, man. You're smart. Look at this thing. And forget Ruto, forget Baba. Think your country. Your country is bigger than this. You know, come on, the two. Think your country and start seeing what is happening. Today you've spoken with some decorum. I've seen you. I've heard you. But Duke, please, from today, just open up and think about this country, eh? Think about it. Duke, I'm about to go to sleep. Lakini, you can say something. Maybe I can rudisha one. I guess tumebaki wawili, and then we can close it.
You see, you have not even answered the questions. I've said, in a situation where you find that those who are involved in mega corruption scandals, they are not brought to book. Then it seems that the past cannot be solved. And I'm telling you, the scandals straight from the Moi style up to now, they have not been resolved at all. So in that situation, it means that the judicial system is not working the right way. There must be fundamental transformation so that's why, and that's my personal proposal. It's not the part of the government because I'm not the government, but if we start a new beginning in terms of like establishing new rules. For example, it may be if you have been involved in corruption, what happened is it may be you have to pay 5 times, or your resources must be frozen, something of that kind. So by re-engineering the procedures we have and restarting a new beginning does not even mean to forgive those who are corrupt in a way. It's actually like maybe we can even be serious from today. Say from now henceforth, if you are caught doing ABCD, then these are the consequences, and it starts to be implemented across the divide. But when you find a situation whereby in the past there is most of you are complaining that the DPP has released people without prosecuting them. But if I ask you how many has he successfully prosecuted? None. Then he has not been working. So it means that there is something which is wrong and something which must be transformed. But finally,
let me ask you a question, Duke.
Ask.
Is the office of the DPP there to persecute the leaders, and also who brings the cases to the office of the DPP? And actually, no, the biggest question actually I want you to ask me: do you think the only thing that the DPP does is prosecute the office of the DPP is to prosecute the prominent people?
No, it's not about the prosecution of prominent people, but what I'm saying is this: the fact that if you consider the cases he has taken to court, how many cases has he conclusive-free prosecuted, and how many resources have been recovered? You cannot find many. So
how many people were prosecuted yesterday?
About what?
How many people were prosecuted by the office of the DPP?
No, I'm talking about notable cases or prominent scandals, which, for example, if there is, if it was made by first world country, there were issues for the Euro bond. The DPP will pick that, and then the DCI will provide evidence, and then it never kickstarted. Come to SGR, that case never kickstarted. You see? So without those major scandals being solved, and these are scandals which takes a fraction of the Kenyan budget, which actually would affect the economy, which affects the economy of Kenya to a large extent.
Okay, so let me understand you. So in your mind, you're like, if Goldenberg was never sold, if Chicken Gate was never sold, which we know their counterparts were jailed in UK, I think they're almost finishing their terms in jail. If those were never sold, then these prominent cases and those ones were never sold, then we should never ever look at these ones unless those other ones are looked at. So then let's just run free.
No, I'm saying because of the status quo, the way things have been done in the past, that's why many issues have not been resolved. Therefore, for something to be done, or for the positive changes to be realized, we must do away with the status quo. That's an adjustment of something. There must be some adjustment so that the system must start to work effectively to ensure that every person is brought to book, all cases are prosecuted. You can see when you find cases like the Eurobond was in the media for a long period of time and the DPP does not pick that. The SGR was in the news mainstream for a long period of time. The DPP never picked that. And then you are talking about all those cases. So it means there are some powerful individuals or maybe who are beyond the reach of the DPP. Therefore, that's why I'm saying there must be a new beginning. That's what I say.
So are you telling me today, I become a billionaire, which I am not, and I wish I am, and I go and do something, and then I'm being followed. I say, you never, is that what we're doing here?
No, I'm saying we have to change the way things are done so that there must be a transformation, an adjustment of the system and the way things are done for change to, because are you satisfied with the way the DPP is working? No, then it means something new changes, new provisions has to be brought in. So simply that's what I'm saying. But let me finalize by saying this. If most of you will be able to understand the way things unfold in Kenya, especially political events, you will be shocked. For example, I tell people that there is a TV behind the TV. The news you see, there is also another screen behind. So what you are watching on your screens, all the information you are reading across the social media platform or newspapers, it may be the exact opposite of the reality. One of the conspiracy theories which I want to give you, and maybe you will respond to that, is that the 4 commissioners who are being the so-called, all those who are being supported by the Azimio side, that they were right and they are innocent, actually are on the side of Ruto. And the reason why they were told to go to Serena is this. Actually, they were instructed to go to Serena is this. It's because what the administration wanted to avoid is Raila Odinga going to the streets, starting the mass action right away. So they manipulated them to go there and give false.
You cut it. I'm not going to listen to that BS. By the way, on one day, I'm never gonna listen to that BS.
But I'm
don't reduce me to be a kid one. I've been in politics for a long time. What the hell are you trying to tell me now? As unaanza kuleta propaganda hapa zenyu na nini, I'm not going to listen to that. Shut the show. I will never listen to that propaganda.
But I'm speaking to
No, I'm not taking it. Will not come. Will not go.
No, you see.
No.
Then
propaganda kina Ruto na Gachagua, my friend. That will never work with me. I have lived in this Kenya for a long time. I have voted. How many times have you voted in Kenya?
You see the problem with you, Steve.
No, don't bring it. Look, if you want to talk about serious things, let's talk about serious things. But if you bring some childish propagandas here, I will not take it.
It's not.
Look, I'm way older than you. I have voted way too many times than you. I know the politics of Kenya way than you think. Sitaacha hata watu wasikize hiyo propaganda unajaribu.
Not even what I was saying. What was I saying?
No, you're trying to say that you are wametumwa na Ruto at is doing it because changanya because Raila ataenda nini. What kind of propaganda are you bringing? Saitan. Unaletea nani mimi? Duke, how many times have you voted in Kenya?
No, it's not a...
No, how many times have you voted in Kenya?
That does not make any difference.
It does. How many times have you voted in Kenya?
Because it's like
it does,
saying,
because it shows me where you started voting, like when you started, and how you understand the politics of Kenya.
It's like saying qualification goes hand in hand with age. That's different. You can find somebody 90 years does not know how to do something, and somebody who's 25 years.
How many times have you voted?
So the two cannot go hand in hand.
Yeah, hizo propaganda pelekea watu wa KKA na UDM usiniletee hizo. Yes, yes, chukua.
No, I was
Saitan. Unajua yato ni bebe hata afadhali show tufunge saa hizi. Siwezi.
You see,
nani Raila alikuwa nini wapi?
So for example, when I'm saying something, even if I'm wrong, it's not that you
no, but you bring in propagandas. If you say something that is really articulate, that we can agree on, and is ni kitu ya kweli, na si kitu ya hizo mapropaganda zenyu za mtu nini wa kwenda. I feel so bad because some of you guys don't even understand the person that you want to talk about like that. Umepata mbaya. Yo pelekea watu wengine wale unapiganga story now. I'm not taking that thing. Now, can we move on? Get away from that. Will never work with me. I voted for that man 4 times. And I know the politics of Kenya. Since high school, through campus in Kenya, through student union. So, yo pelekea mtu mwingine kwa nini? All right, come up with something else. Like, don't start talking about that. Raila, what you are doing because Raila was going to go to the streets. Isn't the vitu mnaambiwa ndio maana mmechizi hapa hivi mnakuta vitu. Kila mtu ako against you, unadhani wewe unajua, lakini everything. People are telling you something that you need to know that is profitable to you. And
you were here telling us that Raila will score 60%.
He did.
So don't try to say what you are saying is 100% right.
No, he did.
No, he did according to you all.
Okay, if he did not, let Chebukati retire. Let Chebukati retire and let the other 4 stay there. We'll see. Open up the servers. Let's see. 2 times.
The server was opened actually, and you are.
Where was it open?
You know, do you understand what's a server?
Really, Duke?
Because it was opened. Even there was recounting of specific polling stations. 42 of them. At least there's new people who say.
Nakusikia, endelea. Let me give you some clues. I can hear you.
We have issues with those specific polling stations. So when somebody goes to court, number 1, then I'm disagreeing or I'm rejecting this result because of APCD. And you are told to produce the evidence, you produce, and you say that I'm having an issue with 42 polling stations. The court asks, what do you want us to do? We want them to be recounted. And they are brought, they are recounted with cameras, and the numbers remain the same. So which more evidence do you want? So what I was trying to say as I finalize is that what you say in the screens as news, most of you watch news, it can be the opposite of the reality to a large extent. So I'm speaking this as an insider, and I want to repeat that for avoidance of doubt. the reason why the so-called 4 commissioners were told to give a contrary opinion or to try to reject the proceedings of the Commerce of Kenya is that what the fear in Kenya was that is actually a mass action, a demonstration, something of that kind, to disrupt the peace of Kenya. Therefore, it was choreographed that by the
stop making a fool of yourself, because the reason I'm telling you that is that
with what I'm saying.
Stop talking the 4. Stop making a fool of yourself, because I'll tell you why you're making a fool of yourself. The moment 4 went, if you wanted Raila to go on the street, kama watu wangekaa pamoja, then it would have been Raila atulie, because that one itakuwa poa. The moment they went,
when I'm trying to say that,
because you're lying to Kenyans. Guys are watching this show. I'm not going to let you lie to Kenyans. I come to this show for a purpose. I don't come here to lie to Kenyans, and I'm not going to let you lie to Kenyans, my friend. I'm sorry. People know me in this channel. I am not going to sit here to let you lie to Kenyans.
But
let me ask you, Duke. Kama watu wagekaa pamoja. No, because you're lying. Kama watu wagekaa pamoja, don't you think Raila angefikiria yenyewe ni ukweli? But kama wanne wameenda, wawili wamebaki, where do you think Raila would have actually caused chaos? The fact that 4 went and stood by this is not right, or the fact that all of them stayed and gave Ruto wakiwa wote wasita? Duke, we're not kids. Like you guys say, wajinga walisha Kenya. Pana danganya watu hapa nikiwa. Danganya kama siko.
Take note of that. What I've said. I want to. And
wangeshikana wote, Raila hata angeona it's okay. Lakini mnampatia doubt na watu wanne. Think about it. Don't just come to the show and just talk about things that you know. It's applying to Kenyans. Guys are watching us. Look at how many people are watching us. You close this show. Miss Ezi endelea. Stop lying to Kenyans and don't lie to them when I'm here, my friend. Haitakuwa mzuri. Miss Ezi kubali. Kenyans, have a good night.
Give your closing remark.
I'm telling you, Kenyans, I'm not going to even address you. I'm just going to tell Kenyans, let's love our country. Let's be realistic. And when you see a lie somewhere, call it out. Because at the end of the day, that country is ours. It's mine, youth, and our kids. Let's not let our Kenya go down. Let's be patriotic to our country. Whether you're UDA or you're, Azimio, or even independent. Let's be very careful in what we do with our country, because we might take our country where we had gotten here and bring it down here, and we'll never come out because of people who come with propagandas, and we can see our country going wrong. We have to be patriotic. Raila, Orengo, the priest, Joya, I believe that was his name. Those guys went through their thing, and Section 2 was repealed through the biggest dictator that we ever had at the time. So, guys, Kenyans, be careful, love your country, and whether we're in diaspora, we still love our country, because every Christmas we come home and we need a country to come home. We need not to be in diaspora, but to be there. And the people that are there, we need you guys not to have the will or the wanting to go to diaspora, because our country is going good. So let's be patriotic. That's all I can ask everybody. Thank you guys for watching us. For who I offended, what were comment section, kina Faiza, kila mtu mwenye wamekuwa hapo hivyo, nawapenda nyote. I hope kama kuna mtu nimeoffend, please forgive me, but we'll keep on talking, because the moment we stop talking, we start fighting, and we have to love our country just the way we love ourselves. Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you. See you another day. God bless you. Na Mungu alinde. Na John Inda. Mungu alinde nyote. Nashukuru. Na Geoffrey Ruto pia wewe uko mpole.
For me, what I can tell Kenyans is that politics is something which is not as you think. Sometimes, actually, even with the evidence of the previous political instances, politics is like a game. So sometimes what you see happening on the political arena is the exact opposite. Like today, Atul was at State House with Ruto, and they spent a lot of time, like 3 hours there. Who have imagined that? Well, with all the things which the two were saying to each other. Therefore, I'm saying that when you are supporting somebody of a given political side, you must do that with the understanding that these are the politicians, and sometimes they may use you and to serve their interests, not to serve your interests. So you must also, as a person, you must have your own interests to ensure that you are fighting for something which will benefit you. You are not fighting for somebody for the sake. So you are fighting for somebody to be the president or to win. So you get what as a Kenyan, to get what as a citizen. You must have your own interests at heart. Maybe if there is a mass action again, so that you can embrace or support the 4 commissioners, then what are the benefits of that? What would that translate to you as a Kenyan or as a citizen? Therefore, when we are supporting a given political faction, let us support it with the personal interest, with the interest of transforming Kenya. We are supporting a given faction because if they win, maybe they will have enhanced access in education access. They will enhance healthcare. They will enhance employment opportunities. So that is what I can say. So it's not about being a sycophant of somebody the way we were having the fighter rivalry in 2017, and the two opponents shook hands and everything was tasted. So that you have to be very careful about your needs as a Kenyan. So that's what I can say for today. But the conspiracy theory which I was trying to pass across, and I was trying to try to echo me, I want to conclude with that. I was saying there is a conspiracy theory that after the outcome of, when the outcome of 2022 election was known and the win of William Ruto was certain, there was fears that Raila Odinga may reject that and start